Please assist our Belizean government and people with your Holy Spirit of counsel and fortitude. Let the light of your divine wisdom direct their plans and endeavors, so that with your help we may attain our just objectives. With your guidance, may all our endeavors tend to peace, social justice, liberty, national happiness, the increase of industry, sobriety, and useful knowledge. We pray, O God of mercy, for all of us, that we may be blessed in the knowledge and sanctified in the observance of your most holy law, that we may be preserved in union and in that peace which the world itself cannot give. And after enjoying the blessings of this life, please admit us, dear Lord, to that eternal reward that you have prepared for those who love you. Amen.
Oath of allegiance of a new senator.
Madam Clerk, kindly administer the oath of allegiance to the new senator.
I, Anthony Sylvester, do swear that I will bear true faith and allegiance to Belize, and will uphold the Constitution and the law, and that I will conscientiously, impartially, and to the best of discharge my duties as senator, and do right to all manner of people without fear or favor, affection or ill will. So help me God.
Welcome back as leader of government business.
Announcement by the President.
Good morning. Again, today I note the following. One, today, November 11th, is Remembrance Day, a day observed in Belize and other Commonwealth member states since World War I to honor the armed forces members who have died in the line of duty. I have two great-granduncles, Lieutenant Arthur Norman Usher and Lance Corporal Hubert Wardlaw Usher, who died in service in World War II, and my great-grandfather, Robert Sidney Purcell Usher, also was in the armed forces in World War II. Today, I honor their memory. Tomorrow, November 12th, the Women's Parliamentary Caucus will launch the Young Women in Leadership program. The Women's Parliamentary Caucus, as you're aware, is comprised of women parliamentarians from both the lower house and the upper house. From the upper house, the Women's Parliamentary Caucus is chaired by Senator Janelle Chanona and include Senator Rosella Rana, Senator Brittany Galvez, and Senator Sheena Pitts. Applications for the YWIL program will be open to engage 60 young women who are passionate about public service and personal development, and who can be the next generation of women in the National Assembly. 3, on Friday, November 14th, there will be the sitting of the Children's Parliament, I commend the National Commission for Families and Children and the National Assembly for empowering children by providing a platform to elevate their voices on issues that matter to them, to promote their understanding of our democracy and parliamentary processes, and to engage them in a process for influencing policy. This year, the Parliament will debate Adolescent Preventative Health Protection Bill. Finally, I wish all Belizeans a safe and enjoyable Garifuna Settlement Day 2025, which has been celebrated on November 19th under the theme Garifuna Moving Forward, Honoring Tradition, Embracing Change, Strengthening Identity. According to the National Garifuna Council, the theme encapsulates the cherished national observance that honors the enduring legacy, vibrant culture, and resilient spirit of the Garifuna people of Belize. Honorable members, by a letter dated 27 June 2025, Cabinet's recommendation has been signified to the Gaming and Lotteries Control Bill 2025.
Bills brought from the House of Representatives.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Good morning. Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. Madam President, if I may, would like to join in expressing our gratitude to those who came before us and who served and ensure that we have the various democratic countries across the globe. And so on this side, we similarly would wish to pay tribute for those today. Today also is the 5th year anniversary when the People's United Party was first elected to government. It seems 5 years is not a long time, but we've done so much that I'm sure senators and those on this side will attest to the fact that it has been quite some time. And finally, Madam President, with your leave, I'd like to, on this side, express our gratitude to His Grace, Archbishop Derek Wright, who has been elected as the, sorry, my apologies, Archbishop Philip Wright, who has been elected as the Archbishop of for the province of the West Indies. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to take charge of the following bills: the Gaming and Lotteries Control Bill 2025 and the Civil Registry and Vital Statistic Bill 2025. Madam President, on the order paper, there is also the National Assembly Powers, Privileges and Immunities Bill 2025. However, senators will recall that at its meeting, at the meeting of the Senate on the 14th of July, this bill was first placed on the order paper, and it was agreed that before we proceeded with the bill, that the committee of the Senate would convene and senators would go through the bill and all its clauses so that concerns could be raised. That meeting has not taken place as yet, Madam President, and so I would ask if this bill can therefore be deferred to another date.
Yes, that is so recognized.
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 49-1, I move that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith.
Honorable members, the question is that the bills be taken through all their stages forthwith. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Motions relating to the business or sittings of the Senate.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, I move that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President.
Honorable members, the question is that at its rising today, the Senate adjourn to a date to be fixed by the President. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Public business, government business motion.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Madam President, this is the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the agreement between the government of Belize and the government of the United States of America for cooperation regarding the examination of protection requests, motion 2025. Madam President, I move that whereas the agreement between the government of Belize and the government of the United States of America for cooperation regarding the examination of protection requests was signed in Belmopan on the 20th October 2025, herein referred to as the agreement. And whereas the purpose of this agreement was to set a broad framework for cooperation between Belize and the United States of America to ensure the dignified, safe, and timely transfer from the United States of America of third country nationals who may seek protection against their return to their home country or country of former habitual residence. And whereas the government of Belize is desirous of ratifying the agreement pursuant to Article 7.1, and whereas Section 6.1a subsection 2A of the Belize Constitution, as amended by the Belize Constitution 6th Amendment Act number 13 of 2008, provides that the Senate shall authorize the ratification of any treaty by the government of Belize. Now therefore be resolved that this Senate authorizes the government of Belize to ratify the agreement between Belize and the United States of America for cooperation regarding the examination of protection requests. To start off the debate on this motion, Madam President, senators are being asked to discharge its very important constitutional duty to consider and authorize the ratification of the agreement between Belize and the United States of America for cooperation regarding examination of protection requests. The agreement, as has been indicated before, was entered into on the 20th of October this year. So senators essentially are being asked to trigger or to start the process for the implementation and operationalization of this agreement. Madam President, as senators will know, the foreign minister gave a statement in the other place on the 17th of October, outlining and giving a backdrop of the agreement. And on Monday last, the Committee of the Whole met, and additional details were provided to senators. I attended then, along with Ambassador Borland, to provide further details and clarity about the framework agreement. So, Madam President, the question may be asked, what is the impetus for us as a nation to have entered into this agreement? The answer, Madam President, stares us right in the face. It is the same reasons that would have driven us as a nation to become a party to the 1984 Convention Against Torture and Other Treatment or Cruelty or Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Penalties, or the 1951 Convention relating to the status of refugees, or the 1967 Protocol relating to the status of refugees. And it is for these reasons these conventions, Madam President, are catalogued in the preamble of the agreement. For preambles, Madam President, found in these legal documents, they provide the reason, or as the French would say, the raison d'etre behind them. It lies, Madam President, out of our common humanity. It is premised on an awareness and an acceptance of common humanity and the obligation to assist with mitigating strife of fellow humans. For this framework agreement is an offshoot of these shared common ideals of nations in respect of persons who have been driven from their homeland or fled their homeland and who have had to seek refuge elsewhere. Now, of course, Madam President, we know that it is not every and anyone you give refuge to, or not every and anyone you let in your home. And this is precisely why, Madam President, the government has ensured that the agreement that has been signed has a number of safeguards to protect the interests and security of Belize, including, as the Foreign Minister has stated, restrictions on nationalities that can be transferred. That is to say, it being limited to CARICOM nationals and Central American nationals, excluding Guatemalans. There's also the safeguard of consideration of professional skills and criminal record of the intended transferees. There's also a cap on annual number of possible applicants. Further, there is a right of the government to terminate or suspend the agreement at any time. And finally, the agreement, the life of the agreement is limited to 2 years. Madam President, I wish to make the point that these types of agreements are not unusual. While it is true that asylum seekers and refugees ordinarily have their application process where they arrive at, as the United Nations Human Rights Commission for Refugees, however, explained in its guidance notes on these bilateral transfer agreements, there is an increasing number of these initiatives which are aimed at enhancing international regional cooperation, at fostering and creating a space for those who have had to take refuge elsewhere. The United States, for instance, has entered into similar type agreements with countries such as Canada and Guyana. Significantly, Madam President, the agreement cannot and will not be operationalized until and unless the parties have developed operating procedures which contain gradual steps and address, among other things, procedures necessary to effectuate transfer of the individuals under the agreement, and B, institutional capacity requirement. For senators, this can be found at Article 4 of the agreement. Of course, Madam President, the process of crafting and finalizing these operating procedures cannot be done until and unless the Senate authorizes the ratification of the agreement, until the Senate authorizes the triggering of the provisions of the agreement. Finally, Madam President, the agreement cannot come into force until and unless all domestic legal procedures have been complied with, which will include amendment to the Refugees Act. This means, Madam President, were this Honorable Senate, in accordance with Section 61A 2A, to authorize the ratification of the agreement, this Senate will at a later day have further opportunity to examine and consider the agreement and details of the operating procedures. I therefore, Madam President, commend to this Honorable Chamber the motion, and on this side we respectfully urge senators to support the motion and to authorize the ratification of the agreement. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Thank you, Madam President. Good morning, colleagues. Madam President, with your permission, I'd like to join myself to the comments made by the lead government senator today on congratulating the Most Reverend Philip Wright. Doric Wright, my friend, was his cousin, and another well-known cousin of his is yours truly. So I congratulate Bishop Philip as he's elevated to the position of Archbishop, a position which is well recognized not only in the region but also in the wider Anglican communion worldwide. And I think Belizeans should know that Bishop Philip becomes the first Belizean born to ascend to this position. Belize once had, well, not Belize, but British Honduras once had its bishop, one of Bishop Philip's predecessors, the Most Reverend Edward Arthur Dunn, who was Archbishop back in the 30s to the 40s, I think,
but of course Archbishop Dunn was not a born Belizean. So we feel that it is a tremendously big deal that our very own Bishop Philip is elevated to this position, and we ask the nation's prayers, and I join with my Senate colleagues to offer the Anglican Diocese of Belize its congratulations, and of course we give our prayers and our best wishes to the Most Reverend Philip Wright, Metropolitan and Primate of the Church in the province of the West Indies. It's nice to say that it has a nice ring. Thank you, Madam President. On the matter of Belize being a safe third country, or agreeing to be a safe third country, Madam President, let me say from the onset that we on this side have grave concerns. And we have voiced these concerns out in the public by way of our press conferences, but we've now come to a position where we must put our voices officially on the record to say what we feel about this particular agreement. First of all, Madam President, we believe that it terribly lacks transparency and consultation, public consultation, but also even consultation with us in here. The lead senator for the government stated that indeed there was a session, which was a committee of the whole Senate, where information was shared. But what he did not tell you, Madam President, is that, well, of course he didn't have to tell you, but you saw for yourself that while it is the guise was that this would be additional information that would help us better understand what this agreement is about, colleagues on this side of the House feel, and honest colleagues on that side of the House would be forced to tell you that we are no clearer on what this agreement brings after having listened to testimony by the Attorney General, who today sits as lead government senator, and as well the Ambassador Borland, who, through no fault of hers, she has her, I don't want to call it masters, but she has her people who she has to listen to. The foreign minister is her boss. We are no clearer on what the intricacies, what the details are, if you will, Madam President, of this agreement. The agreement, we first heard of it via, believe it or not, Madam President, the U.S. Embassy chargé d'affaires. It was not even our own government who came to us and said, listen, we are engaging with the United States in order to try to sign off on this agreement. And that, Madam President, was just a few days. In fact, if you count the weekend, it was just literally 2 days or so before the signing of the agreement on October 20th. In that Senate Committee of the Whole, Madam President, colleagues on this side and from our non-governmental senators over there, they were very, very adamant in asking the question, what was the rush? And what are we getting? Are we being pressured into doing this? Was a famous question in that meeting. And rather, Madam President, rather than the government being upfront and clear and honest and transparent and say to us that yes, there is some pressure coming from the United States, which we all know is much more powerful than our tiny nation, and in fact the entire set of countries in our region, whether it be Central America or CARICOM or them in combination. The United States is a powerful force to reckon with in this region of our country, of our world, sorry. One of their senators, Madam President, even said that he was a bit more candid, and I'm sure that he can be very candid today if he chooses to be one of the government senators to say, well, this is something we're doing for our friend. That is not, to me, the best explanation of things, but I could live with that. But don't tell us that the United States doesn't try or didn't try to get us to engage in this agreement as a way of pressuring us to do certain things. Don't tell me that. Because then why else would it be so secretive? And I'll tell you, Madam President, that even when we met with the Chargé d'Affaires, the answers to questions that we had were barely answered. I'd want to side with you completely with that, my colleague Senator Pitch. Not answered at all. In fact, what the Chargé d'Affaires said to us was, we ourselves on this side at that time, according to her, had not been finalized in terms of what the agreement would have been. They were still taking legal advice. All of this now, this is Thursday, I think, Wednesday or Thursday, I can't recall, Thursday. And on Monday, the agreement is being signed. While we sat here, in fact, in the chambers of this Honorable Senate. What could have been so secretive? The Chargé d'Affaires told us that, in fact, if we wanted to get some kind of idea as to what the agreement would be about, we could look to some other agreements. And she, I think, provided us with the agreement, a copy of the agreement that they did with Honduras, was it? Yes. Which gave us more questions than answers in the same manner, Madam President, that when we finally saw the agreement that Belize signed on October 20th, gave us more questions than answers. And again, you know, sometimes you'd want to give the government the benefit of the doubt. You'd want to be able to say there is no clandestine purpose. You'd want to be able to say, oh, it's just a good gesture. Or we'd want to be able to support the arguments that my friend, the lead senator for government, waxed poetically just now about all the agreements we've signed before and how this is something good for humankind and taking in refugees. Well, why America not keep me? They have far more resources than us. They can take, that's the, and of course you'll argue Belize is the same, but we not got any kind of cheddar way America have. But that is the makeup of the American population, taking in refugees from all over. So it has to be, at least, we have to be at least a bit curious, a bit speculative, Madam Chair, Madam President, that the agenda here is to send personas non grata from the United States or who are seeking to get into the United States into Belize and other countries because, we know what, then they so take them and do it as a favor for us. I'd prefer to think of it that way because that's what my friend, the good senator from the government side said. It's no, they're not pressure, but you know, then he asked me as we're friends to take it on. One of the most glaring pieces, Madam President, of this agreement is that section that said, nothing set forth in this agreement shall be interpreted in such a way that commits the disbursement or allocation of funds by the parties. This has got to be the most alarming thing. So we will take these citizens of other countries who are seeking refuge. America is telling us, and if you listen to the government when they speak about this, they say, no man, we will have arrangements later on. I don't believe anything what the government say. So easily. We have to be convinced. And the Belizean people need to be convinced because they are tired of being lied to, especially by this administration. I listen as my friend, the lead opposition senator again, celebrates 5 years today. 5 years of lies. 5 years of pulling the wool over the eyes of Belizeans. 5 years of, they will say they, anyway, let's get back to what is here. No financial obligation, Madam President, on the part of the United States exists in this document. In fact, it tells you that, in fact, if the United States decides that it cannot, or it has some kind of impediment in its budget, and it sees that other things are more important, that they reserve the right to cut the funding, even if they agree to it. Well, they're not agreeing to it, number one. And number two, they're telling you, even if we give you the resources needed to take care of persons who come under this agreement, listen, we reserve the right to take it back. And we know very well the United States can give and take back. We saw that very clearly with the MCC Compact. And we know that it can be politically driven. We saw this like night and day. And I told them, you know, Madam President, when they came here to trumpet the comeback of MCC, there is something that is going on behind closed doors. How all of a sudden that come back in, and there is speculation. There is speculation, and in the absence of information, speculation has got to be the thing that we have to worry about, because this, you know, Madam Speaker, there has been gross mishandling, for me to try to stay parliamentary-like. There's been gross mishandling of situations and agreements and arrangements. There is speculation, Madam President, that all that has happened with BL and all of this is all connected, you know. There's speculation that, in fact, we are signing this safe third country agreement because America is pressuring us to do so. There is speculation that, in fact, the Fortis and BEL shares will end up in the hands of a United States non-green, non-efficient, energy efficient.
So, Madam President, the lead opposition senator is engaging.
Madam President, my friend, the leader of government business, must have a standing order to
yes,
rise on.
You are imputing improper motives with you are imputing improper motive based on speculation. Certainly, Senator Faber, you must know that you ought not to abuse your parliamentary privilege and engage in this type of wild, speculative assertions.
Senator Faber, I ask that you therefore continue and kindly keep the conversation to the contents of the motion.
But it is related, Madam President, and I do reclaim whatever time my friend, the leader of opposition, of government business, wasted just now. As I've said, in the absence of information, this is not a government that gives information, Madam President. That is exactly why we are here debating this agreement after the fact that they don't sign it, you know. And I hear the whole rigmarole about the fact that that is the chronological order in which things ought to go and have gone for many years. But that did not stop the government. That did not prohibit the government from dealing with the opposition, dealing with the NGO community, and saying, listen, this is something we want to sign, can we discuss it? And then sign it and then make them debate it afterwards in the Senate if that is the case. But there was zero consultation on the part of the government to stakeholders. I don't know if the senators in the back row over there can say that they were given some insight into the agreement before the U.S. told you about it from the government. I see from the shaking of heads they absolutely did not. Senator Chanona is saying that it was when I sensitized her that the U.S. had come to us that she learned about it. So you have to pardon us, Madam President, when we say that things might be happening behind the scenes, because every day we see things happening behind the scenes. What is not speculation and what is not rumor is that in our meeting with the U.S., Chargé d'Affaires and her colleagues, we asked the question specifically because, again, it was rumored and we speculated, but we did not have any information because the government, again, failed to tell us the truth, failed to, when they came here to talk about the MCC being revived, they didn't tell us the details. What the U.S. told us is that, in fact, they made some amendments to the compact to allow for us to not be against renewable energy, which, as you know, was non-renewable energy, which, as you know, formed one of the basic tenets of the whole agreement. It was for education and for us to get energy sources that were not against the environment. Well, the U.S. told us that they asked that they don't preclude, they don't stop the government in this arrangement from engaging with those entities in the U.S. that don't care about the environment. That is not speculation, that is fact. Mr. Chargé didn't tell me correctly, or I misunderstood the Chargé, and if that is the case, I do so apologize to the lady profusely at this point. But I am almost certain that that is not the case. So they have made way, Madam President. They have made way for these large businesses, industries in the United States who don't care about our environment to now be able to come in and wheel and deal. And that is why I say that I bet you that the arrangement is for, while it may be under the guise of Belizean ownership and Belizean hands, this thing will end up under the control of some big business entity in the U.S. who don't care about our environment and will shut to the dirtiest canals in Belize the concerns of environmentalists like my friend Senator Chanona and her friends. All of us, you're right, you are right.
Madam President, on a point of order, I refer to...
What is your point of order? What standing order?
Please confine your points to the motion at hand, Senator.
It is the motion at hand.
It is not.
It is the motion at hand.
Senators,
if
a
you
point
need
of order has been raised. Senator Guerra, you wish to raise a point of order?
Yes, Your Honor. And I'm referring to Standing Order number 36, which clearly says that members must confine their contributions to the bills, to the motions that are before the Senate at this particular time. Senator Faber continues repeatedly to be imputing improper motives, to be speaking about everything except for the motion that's before us at this moment, Madam President, and I ask that you kindly ask him to confine his remarks to the motion at hand.
Thank you,
Madam President.
Senator Guerra and Senator Faber. 2 points. One, certainly in discussing any bill or motion, I am prepared for context to be broad. However, I do believe that you must corral your thoughts to that of the motion in front of us.
Let me do it this way then, Madam President. I have said, and I will continue to say, that there is, as is the case, I think that was the general consensus of my colleagues over there, except for the government senators who apparently got their tongue. They not got nothing to say about this in the committee of the whole. They had nothing to say, absolutely nothing to say. But I believe it was the consensus of my colleagues on the backbench over there that there was some pressure from the United States on this. And the points that I'm making, Madam President, explains why we believe that there is that kind of pressure. So it is absolutely related. Absolutely related. It is all connected. So this is one of the things that Belize has got to do, because the United States doesn't take lightly to us saying no. more particularly Mr. Trump, the president over there, and we've seen many instances of this where, listen, you have to comply to what the big United States is asking you to do. So there is that kind of pressure. But my original point that took me there is that there was no financial obligation specified in this agreement at all on the part of the United States, and no level of comfort, Madam President, that the government offers, that the Attorney General offered to us in committee, can tell me that they will foot the bill for these people who they've brought. I asked the question several times in that session at the Central Bank for a committee meeting, Madam President. What is in it for Belize? What are we getting? How are we benefiting? And I hear again the usual rhetoric. Oh, this is good for humanity. We are taking in people who are seeking refuge from other countries. It is absolute nonsense, Madam President. We have had refugees come to this country, hand over fist. And in fact, they coexist among us now. And when you look at the melting pot that has become our country, no matter if you're a refugee or not, the fact of the matter is something which blew me off my chair practically, literally speaking, or figuratively speaking, I should say, at the Central Bank, was when my friend, the Attorney General, said that he believes that the government adequately takes care of the citizenry of this country in terms of housing, health, education, all of those things. Well, the Belizean people, Madam President, have a completely different view. So they tell us it's going to be 10, not more than 10 people per year. Not in the agreement. Not in the agreement. And they want us to believe that this is what is going to happen. 10 persons per year. They give us very little, if any, information at all. And then they say that they're going to be able to vet these people as well for criminal activity and anything else negative that they might bring to our country. In fact, in discussion, they tell you that these people who are going to come here are going to be actually good, skilled people looking for a nice place to live. But if that is the case, why doesn't the U.S. want them? The reason is, Madam Speaker, there is concerns that the U.S. has and that we should equally be concerned about. And then we ask the question of, how is it that we're going to check these people? And the lead senator, who is absent today, said, oh, well, we have the ability through our Central American and or CARICOM organizations to do the kind of background check on these people. Telling you, I'm not even sure we have the capability of checking our own citizens' background here. But at that meeting, the Attorney General scoffed at that, and so maybe he has something to say about that. Then he says, Madam President, that we are going to change the legislation and create legislation after the fact. It's, again, not the matter, the immediate matter at hand, but it is very similar to what has happened with their signing on to the full freedom of movement and labor in CARICOM. Other countries are making legislation changes. Belize started it on August 1st, and the legislation not come yet. In Barbados, the immigration legislation is being, they inquired about that for months before the actual August 1st, but we know better. Take precautions, and it's going to be the same thing here. They are telling us now they want the Senate to pass this into law, and then after the fact, they're going to deal with the legislation. So those things, Madam President, have us very, very concerned. The Briceño administration, in our view, Madam President, is compromising Belize's dignity and our independence in exchange for, let me put it the way my friend the senator put it over there, for a diplomatic favor, diplomatic friendliness. We, Madam President, ask that we abandon this agreement, or at very least, that the government comes clean, telling us the details. Let's get the details. Go and work out whatever agreements you feel need to be fleshed out here in front of this, on this Senate floor or in our committee rooms. Go out and do whatever consultations you need to do with the citizenry of this country, and then you bring this back, because as you've said, it cannot be enacted until the Senate passes it. Well, we are in, what is the rush? What is the rush? You tell me what's the rush if the U.S. not to try pressure you to do it. In fact, it is so important that while they couldn't get it in on October 20th, that they had to have a special meeting for us to, in fact, right afterwards, they sent it out. Without much information, just the bareback agreement, but what is the rush? Why can't you come up with what arrangement? You don't sign the agreement. Let us at least see what is the flesh of what you're agreeing to. By the way, we asked the U.S. government, Madam President, if there was some example of what was the execution agreements basically in other countries that first signed on to the agreement. And they said that none of the countries were that far along. Or at least that's what they told us.
No implementation framework.
So why is the rush then? All right, you already signed the agreement. You already pretty much told the United, did whatever favors you were to do to progress with the other things that we are going to get, because no matter what you tell us, we're getting something. In fact, you saw, again, where the MCC come back on the table. An agenda is being served for us and for them. And this, Madam President, I'll close with this. This agreement causes us to be very concerned about other happenings between Belize and the United States, or between the region and the United States. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I didn't hear and again, before my friend Senator Guerra jumps up and talks about relevance, I am talking about the pressure that the great United States has on our small countries, which it seems to me is very evidently displayed here in this agreement that we're asked to support today. And we don't have any other chance to deal with these things. So they're sending warships in our waters in this region. Madam President, did Belize make a statement? Did the foreign minister say something officially about that kind of thing? You are completely correct. They brought the agreements, talking about the agreements that came to the Senate. That was one that was docile for decades or years at least. And they brought that for us to approve that none of these superpowers can come and operate in our waters. Then, bam! I'm talking about the agreements that we sign here in the Senate, like this one that we're signing today. I wouldn't get up if I were you.
Madam President,
Senator Guerra?
I again get up on the same point of order. It concerns me when we stand up in the Senate to grandstand on matters that have no relevance to the motion that is before us. None.
Senator Faber, you may proceed.
Madam President, maybe the senator can tell me if it is not that we are dealing with agreements bilateral or multilateral agreements that come to this Honorable House for ratification, treaties. That's what we're talking about. How can you say that what I'm saying is not relevant unless you're slow?
No, I have the standing order for that. Shall be out of order, standing order 36-4. Shall be out of order to use offensive or insulting language among members. Madam Chair, I've raised it and I leave it to you for you to decide.
Senator Patrick Farber kindly use language that may not be offensive or insulting to another member of the Senate. Maybe for you it may not be, but perhaps for them it may. So I ask that we avoid doing that.
Madam President, you're asking me to... Exactly, and I can't, if he takes offense to something that is not directed towards him, then it can only apply to him if what I'm saying is true to him. And that is his call, not mine. But I'm guided by your caution. Let me say this, Madam President. This agreement may not be a bad thing altogether. And I don't want that to be what is taken away. As we've said to the United States, who we protest, we support, we vehemently state is our ally and our friend. In fact, that is why I fully endorse what my friend, the senator from the other side, suggested should have been done in order to handle this matter. The way he put it, that like if your friend can ask you to stand side of you on something to help do something, you are more inclined to help your friend because he's your friend and you work together on other issues together. But that's not what the government has come to do. And so it leads us to believe that there is some pressure. And the devil, as you know, Madam President, is in the details. And so we have to be concerned. If they give us less reasons to speculate, it would be better, you know. And we said this to the United States, but you know what is true, Madam President? It is not the duty of the United States to share with this National Assembly what the details are. In fact, we said that to the Charge d'Affaires. It is not your duty to tell us what is in the agreement. It is the duty of those who sign on the behalf of the Belizean people, or who negotiate, or who engage on the behalf of the Belizean people, and they have failed miserably. Then they complain when Belizeans speculate or run away with the wrong idea according to them. Well, Madam President, we on this side say we cannot support this agreement. We cannot support it not because of what it seeks to do genuinely in some ways, but rather because of the clandestine nature in which the government continues to act with this and other activities that it is engaged in. So until we see those details, until we see what the fine print is, until we see how many people are really coming, what is it that the U.S. is going to give us to help to take care of these people who we take in, because we don't have the resources, until the Attorney General and the other members of the cabinet own up to the fact that they have failed, even after 5 years of the PUP, Madam President, to govern this country and to set things well. They don't know the reality out there, but people are suffering. They can't access education, they can't access health care, they can't access housing. None of these things are as easily accessible as they claim it is. People are struggling, and if you add one more person, whether the 1, whether the 10, whether the, as I made the case in our committee meeting, One more person adds a burden to a system that is already very, 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 very weak. So until we see those details and we understand what is in it for Belize, we are unable to support this agreement. I thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Hector Guerra.
Madam President, members of this chamber, to the Belizean public, good morning. Madam President, before getting into my comments on this motion, I'd like to join with the leader of government business and with Senator Farber in congratulating Bishop Wright on what is a major milestone. I'd also want to wish Belizeans and thank our veterans on this Remembrance Day. We take for granted a lot of the liberties that we today enjoy, and I think it is poignant, it is right that today we recognize that standing here in this chamber today, debating ardently, is really a privilege that we have because of what has been done before us. And one more point, Madam President, before getting into my points and my contribution, I'd like to wish my beautiful mother a very happy birthday. She continues to age gracefully, and I'm very grateful to have her in my life. Madam President, I'd like to start by saying that what this motion, what this agreement that we're being asked to approve today is really about compassion. It is about a recognition that as a country, we stand for human rights. We stand as a country that abides by what's called the rule of law. We recognize that in this global age, there are persons across our region that need protection. And Belize has time and time again in the past stepped up to the plate when it has been called upon. I give by way of example two communities which have contributed greatly to our economy. The first is the Mennonite community in Spanish Lookout, which came to Belize fleeing persecution and which have today contributed enormously to our agricultural sector, to our economy, to our ability as a country, Madam President, to be able to stand up on our 2 feet and to say that we are growing the food which we need. And so, Madam President, with that said, I'd like to get into what the nuts and bolts of this agreement are. This is an agreement that's seeking that Belize as a country accept persons who are facing political, religious, racial persecution, that we as a country step up to the plate and say we are willing to accept you provided that you can meet what our law requires. We are willing to open the door to you if you are able to show that genuinely you need a place of safety, you need a place of refuge. This is what this agreement is about. It is an agreement that's being entered between Belize and the United States. And it's to take effect once the agreement is ratified, once it's incorporated into our laws. Madam President. Number one. And number two, it comes into agreement when the parties finalize what is called an operational agreement. Broadly speaking, the way this will work, and it will be fleshed out in the operational agreement that's being worked upon, but the way it will work, Madam President, is that the U.S. may propose the transfer of applicants who have gone to the U.S. seeking safety to Belize. The U.S. will propose names. Belize, in its complete discretion, will then consider whether it is prepared to accept those applicants either entirely, partially, meaning only some, or Belize may decide that in that instance it's not prepared to accept any of the individuals which the U.S. is proposing. In considering these applicants, we will then look as a country into their skill set, into their background, and we've been told at the Committee of the Whole, which was held last week, that we as a country have the ability to look at the background of these individuals. We have relations with agencies in the Caribbean, agencies in Central America, to look into the criminal history of these individuals. And only those individuals who genuinely need protection will be allowed, will be granted the privilege of a refugee status within our country for the purpose of their safety. Another important point is that the applicants that we have said we're prepared to consider are applicants from the CARICOM countries, are applicants from Central America, excluding, importantly, Guatemalans. Another important proviso is that we will not accept Belizeans who have gone to the U.S. seeking refuge. We will not accept our own people, Madam President. And that's because there's an underlying principle that's behind this. And you know, this is nothing new, Belizean people. There is a convention called the Convention on Status of Refugees. It was entered back in the 1950s in Geneva by multiple countries, including Belize, which ratified it back in 1990, if I'm not mistaken. And the idea is that when someone is seeking refuge, you don't send that person back to the country where that person could possibly lose his life, her life, could be at risk of harm. We as a world, as a globalized world, as a world which recognizes the essential part that human rights plays, recognize that each country must play its part. Madam President, there are various issues which Senator Farber has risen. The first, lack of transparency, consultation. There are 2 points that I'd want to raise for the benefit of the Belizean people. The first is that last week we had the benefit of what's called a committee of the whole. It means that members of this Senate, all members, were invited for a sit-down with the Attorney General himself, along with Ambassador Borland, who explained to us the essence of the agreement that's before the Senate today, so that a lot of the points were brought out at that meeting, and there was a healthy, hearty debate in terms of the benefits and the cons of this agreement. So that's number one. Number two, we are before the Senate today debating the agreement for a reason. It is in debate that we bring across our various perspectives and that we assist the Belizean people in understanding what we're doing. And so when Senator Farber gets up and says, oh, there's no transparency, there's no consultation, let's get the details. Well, that is the reason why the agreement is before the Senate today, to in fact debate across these aisles what the agreement says, why it benefits our country, why in certain instances it may not. The second point I want to raise, or I want to answer, Senator Farber asked, what is the pressure? I've adverted to it already. We are a country that follows, that prescribes to the principles of international law. We've signed on to certain refugee conventions which requires us to play our part on the global stage. So when one asks what the pressure is, it is that we as a country in the past sought it right to sign on to certain agreements which said we would be prepared to accept refugees provided that they're genuine, provided that there is a real risk that these individuals face of political, racial persecution. This agreement, I repeat, is about compassion. Senator Farber made much ado about nothing when he said, oh, it's extraordinary, which other countries have been doing this. You know, it's something that I considered. And last night, while preparing for today's debate, I did some research into countries who have similar arrangements. And I came about the following countries from an article in Al Jazeera: Costa Rica, El Salvador, Mexico, Panama, Guatemala, Honduras. And so when Senator Farber gets up and says it's extraordinary, one must look to see what's happening across this region. And it is clear that countries across this region have found it important to play their part in what we today are doing. Senator Farber raised issues about the availability of funds, about our technical capacity as a country. You know, it's a strange thing because any read of this article will make it plain that the United States, that the implementation of this agreement, and I quote, and I'm reading from the agreement, is subject to the availability of funds. I'm reading from the agreement, Madam President, and technical capacity of, and I underscore, each party. Each party, Senator Farber. So when one gets up and says, oh, we have an issue about funds, how can we be accepting any more applicants for refugee status when I understand there might be issues about how we'll be able to afford it, but the agreement contemplates that it's subject to our resources as a country. It is saying that we as a country can request, if we need, resources from the United States of America. Madam President, There was an issue about vetting these people, these applicants, and I've already addressed that. There is currently, Madam President, what's called a Refugee Eligibility Committee that's formed under the Refugee Act. And I know Senator Wade deals with these persons frequently. But the point that I want to make is that there is already a committee in place that vets, that looks at these applications, so that it's not something new that has to be put in place. Number two, Senator Farber asked, well, what the rush? What's the rush? Why is it that we're pushing this through? But again, I go back to the words in the agreement because it's provided to us to read, to understand. Unless you're slow, Senator Farber.
Kindly refrain from that kind of language at each other.
Unless you're slow. Article 6, paragraph 4. The plain language of the agreement. The parties intend for the operating procedure to contain gradual steps. Gradual, and address, among other things, procedures necessary to effectuate the transfer of individuals under this agreement and institutional capacity requirements. What does that mean, Madam President? We will not accept individuals if we do not have the resources in place. The agreement gives us that discretion. So when one gets up today to ask what the rush is, I ask that we read, analyze, understand the agreement, Senator Farber, before we get up today and grandstand, man. And so, Madam President, the last point I'd want to address is what happens if we do not accept these individuals. Might be a question that we have in mind and that the Belizean people might want to know. The simple answer is that we then address them under immigration laws. Our immigration laws already address that when there are individuals who we are not accepting into our country, those individuals, arrangements are put in place to get them to a place where they then decide they want to go, Madam President. That is the simple answer. And so that what I'm trying to bring across is that as much as you hear that the heavens are falling down, that we're ceding our sovereignty as a country, in fact, this agreement is an exercise of our sovereignty. It reserves our right to accept, to reject, to even terminate the agreement at any time, suspend at any time, if we believe that we do not, at a particular point in time, have the capacity to deal with these individuals. And so I'd really just want to end by saying that this agreement, contrary to what the opposition and Senator Farber wants the Belizean people to believe, is not about Belize becoming a dumping ground. It's not about Belize ceding sovereignty. It's about control, compassion, a recognition of human rights. And so when I look at this agreement, I listen to the concerns, and when I do my own research, I'm telling the Belizean people that this is something that I, as an individual, can say I support. Thank you, Madam President.
recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Obliged, Madam President. Madam President, today's debate reminds me of a quote, and I have to remind myself of it very often. That every person in their own mind is fighting for what they think is right. And everyone thinks that they are on the side of good, Madam President. Why is that relevant to this motion that we're debating? Because I love that the discourse in this House, in this Senate, allows for differing perspectives to be shared respectfully. Because, Madam President, we are bound by our duty to the Belizean people to seek the truth always. Because you see, Madam President, the further our society drifts from the truth, the more it will hate those who speak it. So let me attempt to speak some truths. Belize recognizes human rights. We don't need any agreement. We don't need any reassurance that this country is rooted on principles which acknowledge the supremacy of God. None of my words, Madam President. We acknowledge the supremacy of God, faith in human rights and fundamental freedoms, the position of the family in a society of free men and free institutions, the dignity of the human person, and the equal and inalienable rights with which all members of the human family are endowed by their Creator. I don't think anyone in this honorable House will see that as not the truth. If you do, please submit your passport to the immigration office. You don't belong in this country. Go and seek asylum somewhere else. On the topic of asylum seekers, Madam President, why do third safe countries exist? You see, the premise behind seeking asylum, Madam President, is that you are from a country in which you feel, whether rightly so or not, whether you feel that you are unsafe and that your rights will not be upheld. So you flee from that country to another country and you seek the refuge of that other country so that you are not made to go back to your home country. Now, I hope I never have to seek asylum and flee from this country, but if I did, I will tell you this. It will not be as an economic citizen. I will flee only for fear of persecution in my home country. And this agreement is about people who are fleeing not because of fear of political persecution, but those who are fleeing and trying to seek better opportunities. That is the mischief that we are here deliberating, Madam President. there is a feeling by the United States of America, who has sold the dream so well, the American dream, that people are not fleeing their country, but are seeking to better themselves in that country under the guise of needing asylum. So the mischief that I see is that it is those people, and it is in an attempt to temper the amount of those people who seek to go to the US, to say, hey, we're going to reach you. We got some other countries, but we're going to send you go wait. You're not waiting in our country and stay here on status seeking asylum. We can't send you back to your country. So you're going to go on. If you're really in fear for your life, you don't have to stay at States. Go to Belize. They will process your application and they will test to see if you are really in fear and meet the criteria to not have to be sent back to your country. It is a tool. Madam President, it is a tool in the arsenal of the great United States that will be used to say to would-be people who would come to the States under the guise of asylum seeking, to say, no, stop abusing our system and staying here, go to Belize. Now, unfortunately, Madam President, the other end of that tool, the other side of that coin, is that there are genuinely people who are seeking asylum, who are caught up in the system that is being abused by those who don't really need asylum, and those people genuinely do need to seek asylum and need a system that could help to facilitate their expedited processing of that asylum status. So, unfortunately, for those genuine people, people are abusing the system. And so the question is, how do we balance assisting those people who need to be able to seek asylum with not being used in the way I mentioned earlier? And I came up with this. You could cross from Toledo, you could cross from Guatemala through Halacte, you could cross from Union, you could cross anywhere you want on a come straight, yeah. Come straight, yeah. Go to Immigration, Refugee Department, apply for no asylum status, and we are dealing with no because we love dealing with refugees. We deal with them in one of the largest numbers for any country there is. But you see, Madam President, when you go to States, that means you never want to Belize. And if you want reach States and then they send you to Belize, I know that Belize have the capacity to keep you here, so you're going to find your way right back. So, I want to be clear. Nobody can gaslight me into thinking that supporting or withholding my support for this agreement is saying whether or not I want to uphold the rule of law. Nobody can gaslight me or bring any invalid argument to me that whether or not I support this agreement or don't support this agreement is a reflection of my position on human rights. Nobody will make me believe that this is a simple arm's length transaction between two friends. Because inherent in a request by a friend to do something is the ability to say no, thank you. And with friendship, continue and go along, because that was not the basis of our friendship. Me not afraid to cut off friends, you know. Because friendship must be mutually beneficial. And to the point where it's toxic to one member more than the other, you must be able to say no thank you and move on with your life. So, yes, we are a country that abides by all of our international law obligations in relation to refugees and in relation to the Convention Against Torture and Treatment against inhuman and degrading penalties. So, I want to know, I don't want to know nothing. The people of Belize want to know what we really signed this agreement for. And in the absence of the information, you will speculate, leader for government business, that this is the MCC money. You will guess and come up with your own answers as to why. I will commend you, leader for government business today. This is the first time in my time in the Senate such an extensive explanation has been offered when any motion has been put to this House. I thought it was very impressive that the time was taken to give us a explain. Those things are usually left for closing remarks. Usually just this is the motion we deal with. Sometimes when you read all the recitals, let's go. We're going through with this one. I think it's because we sent some resistance for this one. And I don't think the resistance is wrongly placed. I think it's proportionate to the questions that are had in relation to this. And so I join by saying I never take too kindly that I find out from this from the Americans. But be that as it may, there are some things that are out of our control, and there are some things that we are proposing to do that are within our control. And so we can't ask what the Americans will do for us for this agreement. But what we can ask is what Belize plans to do in relation to some of the things it proposes it will do. Like Article 5(2), the government of Belize shall determine a procedure consistent with its relevant obligations to resolve the status of any of those who may abandon pending claims or fail to seek protection. Belize, as one of the parties, will seek to develop operating procedures. This is Article 6(1). Will seek to develop operating procedures to assist with the implementation of this agreement. we could know what that looked like. We can start to have a discussion about what those things are, what's wrong with our current refugee act, what is wrong with the procedures that we just use for how many thousand refugees? 12,000 refugees. What in that procedure needs to be tweaked to make it better, not for disagreement, but for everybody coming in through both tests and so. What do you want down south, Senator Rana? Halakte. 4 people coming in. How we could strengthen those? We don't have to wait till the America we sign an agreement for assess that. We can assess it now because my friend in front of me is right. This country has benefited greatly from people who have come here seeking protection. Let's go to Spanish lookout and you see, I like a different country they use for their tax money good. Go to Blue Creek. Least potholes I've seen ever. I can come back on topic. Yeah. So, it started raining yesterday, so that's why I put all up on my mind. I really want to ask the members of this House to remember, while we're discussing the rights of, is it correct to call them aliens? Undocumented, yes. Those who would come seeking asylum, I can stick to that. I think we'll use that word again. I want us, while we're discussing their rights and freedoms, to remember that liberty, real freedom, must, for us in Belize, include the ability to tell people what they do not want to hear. And we know the jump up here, and that the guys are standing out because things are uncomfortable. This is an uncomfortable conversation to have, but we must have it. Turn, because I like repeat myself. So, make we know what this agreement can look like for Belize. Make we know more about America. There are things in here that we think we will do, we can do, we should do as a good citizen of the world, and we can discuss those things. We can set out a protocol for if there are asylum seekers in other countries who would want to come to Belize. Make we hear what the Foreign Ministry thinks is a proper procedure for bringing those people. Make we hear what types of skills we are looking for from people who would be asylum seekers. Because I get frightened when you talk about skills, you know. Kind of know that. Understand criminal record, you know. And really follow criminal record. Because if you're unsafe in your country, you're unsafe in your country, whether you got a criminal record or not. They never put on charge for you that you be. No, true? They might put. Okay. So, we have to discuss. They might put one for me soon. We have to discuss that policy, you know. Make we hear like what kind of criminal record we talk about. Because now political persecution, criminal record, then man by all means, that shouldn't disqualify the person. The person is in danger in their country. Ghana almost try to extradite the leader of the opposition, no? Belize got it alright. Man win more seats than the two former oppositions combined together.
Senator, keep today.
It's an asylum, Madam President. We're on topic. That was extradition to the United States, Madam President. We're right on topic. Madam President, no fear, Madam President. If that is your fear, do not worry about that, Madam President. I guarantee you.
I have no fear. My job is simply to ensure that each of you get an opportunity to speak on the motion or bill in front of us.
Okay, Madam President, but since we're upon it, that time is the one that when we talk about rule of law, I will be honest. Only my thoughts, Madam President, and I say the words. But when we spoke about the free movement of people who are in fear of persecution, Madam President, I don't think we needed to look all the way to the great United States. That's all I will say about that. Lest I be accused of loving pedophiles. Which I do not. But, Madam President, I want to wrap up like this. Supporting or not supporting this bill is not a statement on your human rights position. In fact, I can make the argument that the need to expedite the processing of people in the first safe country that they arrive is a stronger argument for supporting human rights than sending them to a third safe country. That is the obligation on the state which they arrive at. Supporting or not supporting this bill is not a recognition or statement of the senator on their position of rule of law. Nobody in this honorable chamber can question my position as it relates to rule of law and where I stand with that. So fear-mongering and saying that if you don't support this bilateral agreement or inferring that if you don't support it, you don't support rule of law, that's an invalid argument. Let's not go there, right? Belize has a stellar position on the world stage as it relates to the treatment of people who come to this country seeking asylum. The very fact that we have a committee that is independent, that is made up of different technocrats to vet refugee applications is a testament to our commitment to processing people who would come into this country needing refuge. We don't need this as a notch in our belt, you know, for sure that what our position is on helping asylum seekers. We don't need this. We good. We could stand on our reputation for that. And the last point, Madam President, is this. I know I'm more here for 45 minutes, but last point is this. I like when people level at me, you know, Madam President. Me, I prefer that. Tell me the God's honest truth and hurt me, that make I feel good it and lie. So if we have to do this, tell me we have to do this. Tell me we not got a choice. Tell me there will be repercussions great and hellfire will come down on us as a country from the north if we don't pass this. Tell me that. Then make I decide if that is the position I wish to take. But not bottom me up. Do not tell me like Grandmaster, they not got no pressure upon this. I yield, Madam President.
Do I ask the leader of government business to wrap up? Well, nobody was standing, that's why I asked. Okay, so I recognize Senator Linsford Castillo, and before you speak, Senator Castillo, I just wish to inform you that Senator Patrick Farber has requested permission to make a statement at 11 o'clock on the observance of Remembrance Day. I have agreed to this request. So at 10:59, I will just pause to allow Senator Farber to make that statement, and then we will resume thereafter. Kindly proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, if you allow me to join my voice with my colleagues in first congratulating the Most Reverend Philip Wright on his ascension to now Archbishop of the Caribbean. Is that province of the West Indies? Yes, His Grace, that is his new title. So I want to extend my heartfelt congratulations to His Grace. And of course, too, I would want to join in today, November 11, paying tribute to those that have gone before us and who today we remember with the wearing of the poppy. And we want to pay a special tribute to them today as we remember them. And of course, as Madam President said, Senator Farber will be making some remarks in a few minutes. And so I would also want to join in paying tribute to those that gave their service and in some cases their lives for freedom and for us to enjoy the democracy that we live in today. And of course, thirdly, I would like to join the leader in government business in congratulating today my party and my government on this, the 5th year, 5 years since on November 11th, 2020, when we formed government. And of course, we have been working very hard and very tirelessly on behalf of this country and its people, even when we inherited 13 years of neglect, of maladministration by the UDP. We have been able to navigate, and we're still in the process of navigating our way to a better living, to a promising future for the people of this country. So I want to once again congratulate the People's United Party government. Now, Madam Speaker, I of course rise today in very, very strong support of this resolution before this Honorable Senate, authorizing the ratification by Belize of the agreement between the government of Belize and the government of the United States for cooperation regarding the examination of protection requests. Madam President, I also want to ask your permission to refer to my notes as I go along. But I want to ask this question, Madam President, and especially after listening to Senator Farber for several painful minutes, pontificating, because that is how I see it. But I asked the question, and after listening to him, I still wait to hear what is wrong or what is bad about this motion. I hear everything else from him except what is bad about the bill or what is wrong with this agreement, Madam President. Still, after all the verbiage, can't say one single thing we're wrong or we're bad about the bill or about the agreement. Like, it reminds me, Madam President, you know, for some of us, you know, like when your significant other quarrel with you, they reel up with you, but then they still can't tell you where you do wrong or what is the problem, why they reel up with you. They just vex at you. That is how Senator Farber remind me when I listen to him going on and on and on about this agreement, Madam President. And so, Madam President, he mentioned earlier that in the committee of the whole Senate that we on the government side, it may seem like cat, got our tongues when we sat and we listened. But the point is, the opportunity was given in the committee of the whole Senate for all senators to air their concerns, to ask questions, and to get any clarity with respect to this agreement, Madam President. And of course, as you mentioned, we had the Attorney General there, along with Ambassador Borland, who were prepared to address any concerns. And so, to come here today stating, and this was his words, he's no clearer on what the agreement brings. Even after the committee of the whole Senate. Unbelievable. Can't understand that, senators. So, Madam President, this agreement, in only necessary, it is timely. And Senator Denison mentioned that Belize, our country of human rights. And so it is on that premise, Madam President, that this agreement represents one responsible, a balance, and a humane approach to the growing regional challenge of migration and asylum management, Madam President.
I will ask if you could pause, Senator Castillo, and we give Senator Farber the opportunity at 11 o'clock to make a statement on the observance of Remembrance Day.
Madam President and honorable colleagues in the Senate, at this 11th hour of the 11th day of the 11th month, we pause as nations of the Commonwealth and friends around the world do to remember those who fought and fell in the great wars and in conflicts since. Men and women who gave their lives so that freedom and peace might prevail across the earth. We especially remember those from British Honduras, as Belize was then known, who answered the call to serve during the First and the Second World Wars under the Commonwealth banner. Ordinary men who journeyed far from home to stand shoulder to shoulder with others in defense of liberty and human dignity. We honor too the continuing service and sacrifice of our own, the members of the the Belize Volunteer Guard and the Belize Defense Force, the Belize Police Department, the Coast Guard, the Fire Service, and all uniformed organizations who have died in the line of duty at home or abroad. We pay tribute to the Belize Ex-Services League, whose tireless work ensures that our veterans' contributions are remembered and that the debt of gratitude owed to them is never forgotten. Their courage and devotion to duty remain a shining light in our nation's history and a lasting reminder that peace must always be protected by the resolve of those willing to serve. As the poet wrote, Madam President, at the going down of the sun and in the morning, we will remember them. I now invite all honorable senators to stand for a moment of silence in remembrance of all who served and all who fell from British Honduras, Belize, and across the Commonwealth. Lest we forget. Thank you.
Senator Castillo, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I grew up in the 1980s. And I could remember in the 80s, Central American civil conflicts, and more recently, humanitarian crises. Belize, as a small nation, Madam President, has consistently opened its doors to persons fleeing persecution and violence. But we must recognize that from the 80s to now, that in today's world, the whole issue of migration from back then and even before then has evolved, Madam President. The increasing flow of people, Madam President, driven by political instability, economic hardships, climate impacts, crime, has placed new pressures on countries like Belize and other small states. And so in recent years, Madam President, Belize has seen a significant rise in irregular migration and asylum applications, particularly from our Central American and Caribbean neighbors. So I heard Senator Denison stated earlier that God forbid he would only leave Belize under what? Political persecution? Shooting? Okay. So that would be your reason.
And can we
Okay,
refrain
sorry, yeah.
from the back and forth
But-
between senators and focus
No,
on the bill, the motion?
It's all right, Madam President. My point is that to each his own. Everyone has his or her reason to seek migration or asylum in so many cases. So it doesn't have to be one or the other. Madam President, the United States, of which we are signing this agreement with, faces its own complex migration issues and challenges. We all have been seeing the movement of people northwards. And this issue, we tend to confine it only as a U.S. border issue. But it is, in my mind, Madam President, bigger than that. It is a regional issue, and one that demands shared responsibility, coordination and cooperation, Madam President. Emphasis on the word shared. This agreement, therefore, Madam President, fits squarely within the framework of shared responsibility, ensuring that both Belize and the United States work hand in hand to ensure the fair, efficient, and humane processing of protection requests while respecting our sovereignty, our laws, and international human rights standard. Very important, Senator Denison, and I think you're a member of the Human Rights Association, I think. You're not? Okay. Madam President, the core intent of this agreement is straightforward. No isms and schisms, no blurriness or nothing to hide or being sinister or secretive. It established a cooperative mechanism between Belize and the United States for the examination of protection requests, Madam President. This mechanism allows for information sharing, capacity building, and technical assistance in asylum processing. Importantly though, Madam President, I want to emphasize, this agreement is not a blanket acceptance of migrants from the United States. It is not a burden shifting arrangement. And your problems, I might hand it to you. Instead, Madam President, it's a structured framework which ensures that any cooperation on protection requests is done voluntarily, transparently, and with Belize's full consent. No gun, no get put the no over the head. Case by case, and within our national capacity. So, Senator Faber asked the question earlier, what is in it for Belize? So that you may ask, Senator. What is in it for Belize? Okay. Madam President, this policy was not, or this agreement was not done in isolation, or just out of the blues, or just last minute, as some would tend to want to put it. Madam President, it forms a part of Belize's broader engagement within the regional framework for migration and protection, supported by organizations such as the IOM, International Organization for Migration, organizations such as the UNHCR, United Nations High Commission for Refugees, and the RCM, which is the Regional Conference on Migration. How can we not work along with such a request, which is now an agreement, when we are signatories to these very important organizations which has been doing work in this country over a long period of time? How can we now say, oh, you know what, we don't depend on that? We can't, Madam President. So, by entering into this agreement, Madam President, Belize positions itself as a responsible regional partner, one that is proactive, one that participates in solutions rather than problems. Furthermore, Madam President, this partnership opens opportunities for greater technical and financial assistance to Belize, and I think that goes without saying. Assistance in strengthening our asylum system, border infrastructure, which is very close to my heart, and national security apparatus, Madam President, all of which contribute to the safety and well-being of Belizeans. That is what is in it for Belize, Senator Farber. Madam President, we must also view this cooperation as part of our moral duty. Earlier, Senator Guerra referred to or used the word compassion. We are compassionate people. We have moral obligations. We are Christians. And our Christian values and our Constitution, Madam President, call upon us to respect the dignity of every human being by ensuring that protection requests are examined fairly, humanely, and above board. Madam President, for the public to have questions or even apprehensions about this agreement is quite okay. But I want to be very, very clear, Madam President, what this policy or this agreement is not. And by that we'll address what it is. But for one, Madam President, this agreement is not an open door policy. No. It does not mean that Belize will become a large-scale host country for migration, for migrants relocating from elsewhere. Because that was one of the first things I heard mentioned when this agreement became public. Right away, people think that, oh, plane load after plane load on the land, the airport, and people just will be shuttled away into the country. Absolutely not. Madam President, as the Attorney General and Leader of Government Business mentioned, only 10 persons per year. 10, my goodness. And I know that blow the air out of some of the skeptics because they don't really run with the narrative. That, yeah, what you, yeah? Trailer load, plane load. I want to make it clear to the public it is absolutely not so. Rather, Madam President, it is a framework for cooperation, a tool that allows Belize to participate in orderly, managed, and a transparent process with full respect for our capacity and our sovereignty. That is what this agreement is about. In fact, Madam President, by having such an agreement in place, Belize will be better positioned to control and manage migration flows, reducing thus the risk of irregular crossing, trafficking, exploitation, etc., etc. Above board. So, Madam President, in wrapping up, in a world increasingly marked by displacement, uncertainty, humanitarian need, this agreement reflects the kind of responsible, principled diplomacy that Belize stands for. And I could end there and make my point with that. It is an affirmation that small nations too can play a meaningful role in addressing global challenges. By ratifying this agreement, Madam President, Belize sends a clear signal that we are prepared to be a part of the solution, that we will uphold human dignity and protecting our national interest, and that we will continue to act as a reliable and respected partner on the international stage. I therefore, Madam President, commend this motion to the Honorable Senate and urge the full support of my colleagues. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Pereira.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I'd like to join my colleagues in congratulating Archbishop Wright on his ascension as Archbishop of the District of the West Indies, and so I think that it's certainly a proud moment for Belize. This being its first, as Senator Farber had mentioned just a while ago. Madam President, I'd like to start out by stating that there's a major difference between briefing and consultations, and I think that if there's one major confusion we have in Belize, and has always had, and we've had this for a long, long time, it's our leaders continue to mix those two terms, or confuse those two terms. The meeting of the committee that was held at the Central Bank, to me, was a briefing session. And it was a briefing session simply because an agreement was already signed. Consultations means that you have a legitimate opportunity to give inputs, and those inputs can impact the final outcome or the final product. But when an agreement has been signed, obviously, those inputs cannot have any type of impact on a final product because the agreement was already signed. The second point I'd like to make, Madam President, before I really get into my written presentation, is that there's a reason why, and I believe that you were part of this process during the first constitutional reform process, Madam President, if my memory serves me right. But there's a reason why the Senate ratifies the agreement, and it is to provide a backdrop, some backstop, I should say, for when our leaders have to sign agreements under pressure, perhaps even under duress, that they have to come to the Senate, and the Senate must ratify those agreements, or they're not enforced. I'm hoping that we will always have this mechanism in place, Madam President, because the reality is that we're a relatively small country compared to many of the other countries in the world, and so there are times when our interests may be secondary to theirs, and that sometimes we may have our leaders may be negotiating with a gun on the table in front of them. And so it's important that we have this ratification process by the Senate. Madam President, the United States is our neighbor. It's a behemoth of a neighbor at that. This is a neighbor that has cast a long shadow over the Western Hemisphere and the world. When we look at what large and powerful countries like Canada, Mexico, China, even China, have had to go through to secure their trading relationships with the United States, we understand the strategic strength and leverage this country has. For context, Madam President, the U.S. consumes around 25% of all the world produces, even though it only accounts for 4% of the world's population. It outspends the next 10 closest rivals combined in military spending. In fact, it outspends China by three times in military spending. I say all of this to say, Madam President, that the U.S. is an economic and military giant. Apart from China, there is no country in the world that comes close in comparison economically or militarily. Now, Madam President, we are being asked today to ratify an agreement under which migrants flee to the U.S. and will be transferred from the U.S. to Belize to request refugee status in Belize. We're a small nation with a long history of immigrants. Some would say that we proportionately have as big an immigration problem as the United States. I say we have one much bigger than the United States. You will note that in the 1980s and 90s, and even to present, Madam President, our demographics have changed dramatically because of immigrants. In fact, I understand that over 5,000 immigrants were recently given refugee status. This over 20,000 immigrants were given amnesty. I believe that was last year, Madam President. The 5,000 immigrants that were given refugee status, Madam President, represents 1.25% of our population. 1.25% of our population were given refugee status at the 5,000. If you include the 20,000 that were given amnesty, Madam President, that represents 5% of our population. If the U.S. were to take in 1.25% of its population as immigrants, it would have to take in around 3.75 million people. Comparison to if you were to compare Belize and the U.S. in terms of proportionately. If it took in 5% of its population, Madam President, they would have to take in 15 million immigrants. In 2024, the data shows, Madam President, that the US took in around 3 to 4 million immigrants. Our amnesty program was 20,000 or 5%. Now, if you look at the projected estimates that the government had about those who would have been seeking amnesty, that figure was 40,000 persons. Apparently only 20,000 of them had applied for amnesty, Madam President, but 40,000 would have represented 10% of Belize's population. And 10% would represent 30 million persons, 30 million persons compared to the US population, Madam President. And so I say all of this to say, Madam President, that in my view, we have a much larger immigration problem and challenge than the United States. And so it behooves me, it baffles me, in fact, why this agreement was not reciprocal. Because we also need help. But like how the United States used to be, we have welcomed those who sought Belize for a better life. We don't have a Statue of Liberty welcoming the immigrants from the Sapodilla Keys, Madam President, but we do have the majestic mahogany tree offering its shade to the weary travelers from the elements, as well as the warm welcome from this country's friendly people. Even though this scenario, Madam President, even given this scenario, Madam President, we are willing to assist under the spirit of cooperation. There are many who would say our problem is so large we cannot extend a helping hand. But given that it's only 10 persons per year, it's limited to 10 persons per year, Madam President, perhaps under the spirit of cooperation and equal respect, perhaps we could lend a hand this time. But the point must be made, Madam President, that we have a bigger challenge than the United States with respect to immigration. Madam President, when we look at the Safe Third Country Agreement proposed by the United States, we don't just see a policy document, we see a pattern. A pattern that stretches back over a century. A pattern of powerful nations disregarding our circumstances to further their interests. This agreement, in my view, is being done under the long shadow of the Monroe Doctrine. Madam President, let us be clear. This agreement, under the guise of shared responsibility, feels like a modern application of the Monroe Doctrine. The Monroe Doctrine, Madam President, for those who forgot their history, essentially told the world that the Americas are the United States' sphere of influence. It created a world where Latin America and the Caribbean nations, including us, are treated less as sovereign partners and more as satellite states on the periphery of an empire. When we look at the situation down in Colombia and Venezuela, we understand clearly that this policy is relevant today as it was when President Monroe declared it. When we are pressured to become a logistical backwater for their immigration challenges, even though we have a comparable challenge or a larger challenge, That pressure echoes the old assumption that our security and social welfare are secondary. We are not merely a convenient holding cell for the U.S. asylum system. We are a sovereign nation that needs to look after the best interests of its citizens first. It is for this reason, Madam President, that I believe issues as weighty as this one should have perhaps been put to a referendum. Let the people decide. I don't think, in fact, probably the greatest democracy in the world would not argue if we were to practice that democracy in its purest form, putting it out to the people to have people decide. Madam President, our concerns are also amplified by the recent highly visible military buildup in the wider Caribbean. We are told that this naval and air presence is about combating drug trafficking and organized crime. We certainly welcome genuine cooperation against these scourges. Who wants to have that type of activity passing through its territory? But we must speak out, Madam President, about extrajudicial executions and militarizing the peaceful Caribbean. We've always felt that this part of the region has not been militarized. Yes, we have gang issues. Yes, we have crime challenges. But we've never been a militarized region. And hopefully we can remain that way. We talk about having a gun on the table when we negotiate, Madam President. This type of, and let me use the former Prime Minister's words here, the optics of it really doesn't look good. Ultimately, Madam President,
Madam President, in accordance with Standing Order 10.8, I move that the proceedings on the order paper be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour opposed.
Honorable members, the question is that the proceedings on the order paper may be entered upon and proceeded with at this day's sitting at any hour do oppose. All those in favor kindly say aye.
Aye.
Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
may I continue, Madam President?
You may continue, Senator Hare.
Madam President, this agreement, ultimately, this is a matter of national sovereignty and security. Our resources as a small developing nation, are already committed to securing our porous borders, fighting domestic crime, supporting our immigration challenges, and building a better future for our people. But there are security risks, Madam President. This agreement, even with promised security screenings, forces us to accept individuals without having the sophisticated resources within our intelligence services to properly vet these applicants for possible links to cartels, criminal connections, and other anti-state activities. In fact, I believe it was the President of the United States who said that the persons coming in are rapists, murderers, and the worst type of individuals possible. And so how can we then sign this agreement and saying, well, the ones who are being sent here will be good people? There's also, Madam President, a fiscal and social strain. Immigration challenges have placed and continue to place a strain on our educational and health resources. This will have to continue to be borne by the Belizean people, taxpayers. And so we have to bear the costs of our own huge immigration challenges, as well as this one, because it's very clear in the agreement, Madam President, that the United States has not committed any type of resources to this program. Madam President, there are some questions that came from the persons in the business community that I'd like to raise this morning. And perhaps the leader of government business can address these in his wrap-up. But one of those questions, Madam President, is what mechanisms will be in place to ensure transparency and public confidence that the number of transfers remain limited as indicated? I know that there are provisions for what do they call it? The operating procedures. Yes, there's but that has not been. We haven't seen that yet. That is apparently a work in progress, and so that is something that we have to accept blindly this morning, even as we're contemplating and debating the motion, Madam President. But I think that's a very significant and relevant question. Madam President, another question is, given the existing backlog in Belize's refugee system, do current staffing levels and infrastructure allow for additional cases from the United States without compromising the quality or timeliness of protection determinations? And then there's the issue of human rights, Madam President. What facilities and operational standards will be implemented to guarantee that any processing or accommodation centers comply fully with human rights norms and that the process avoids potential violations? And then there's the access to basic services. What provisions will guarantee that transferred applicants have access to housing, healthcare, education, and other essential services, so as to prevent situations of destitution or social exclusion? Again, Madam President, I believe that these are very relevant questions. Like I had mentioned, and I think several of my colleagues have mentioned before me, that there are no specific resource commitments to this program under the agreement. Madam President, our leaders, when they sign this agreement, may have secured certain safeguards, a veto over transfers and a cap on transferees, but let's be honest. The very act of signing an agreement that outsources another country's humanitarian problem to us is a profound national accommodation. I think, Madam President, and I think my colleague earlier said that we always step up to the plate when these situations come up and we're asked. But, Madam President, every year we have a brain drain in these countries where our educated young people go to other countries to seek opportunities. And it is my hope, Madam President, that the administration, the government, and all of us will step up to the plate and try to provide better and more opportunities for these young people so that they stay at home and keep their brain power at home and contribute to the development of this country. We've lost too many of our brightest minds over the last several decades, and hopefully we can all come together and create an environment conducive for those to stay and develop this country along with us. Madam President, we must insist that our dignity is non-negotiable. Our national interest is paramount. We will work with the United States as friends and equals, but we will never agree to be treated as a backyard or a buffer state. As the Prime Minister of Barbados recently said, Mayor Motley, we are friends of all and satellites of none. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Gabriel Setti.
Madam President, with your permission, may I please refer and read off my notes?
Anyway.
Thank you. Madam President, honorable senators, and fellow Belizeans watching at home, we meet today not to celebrate, in my opinion, diplomacy, but to dissect what I can only describe this as a diplomatic embarrassment, an agreement that somehow managed to get signed while we were in the Senate, stamped by the government, only now to find out it's finding its way in this honorable Senate to seek legitimacy. Like my colleague would say, the lead senator for government business, utter nonsense. And I must say, Madam President, if I were the one bringing such an agreement to this chamber, I'd be ashamed. I said it. Because this is not a treaty of cooperation. This so-called agreement for cooperation regarding the examination of protection request means that the United States, one of the richest, the most powerful nations on earth, can send third country nationals to Belize, who's also considered a third world country. See the logic? Where we are expected to process their asylum claims. In simple terms, Madam President, the U.S. gets to clean its border statistics while Belize gets the bill. While Belize gets the bureaucracy, and while Belize gets the burden. The question that has been asked time and time, even before coming to this Senate, what does Belize get in return? So far, we haven't heard nothing. And we take it as that, nothing. Not even a commitment of funding, nowhere to be found in this agreement. We turn to Article 7, Paragraph 4 of the agreement, which has been stated before. But I will say it again. Nothing set forth in this agreement shall be interpreted in such a way that commits the disbursement or allocation of funds by the parties. So, you had your opportunity, leader of government business. So, let's translate that for the Belizean people, because I know you guys like to confuse the masses, but I'm not here for that. The United States may or may not pay. Belize don't have an option, you know. The moment we start accepting asylum seekers, we have to deal with it. We don't have that option of may or may not. We will be housing them, probably feeding them, securing them, processing these asylum seekers that the US don't want. And basically, the way it is right now, we're looking at doing this for our friends for free. Now, Madam President, this Senate is constitutionally required under Section 61E, 2A of our Constitution to authorize the ratification of treaties. That provision was never meant to turn this Senate into a rubber stamp. It was meant as a constitutional safeguard, a check and balance, not a courtesy. But what is happening today is a mockery of our safeguard. The government of Belize already signed this agreement on the 20th of October 2025, and now comes before this Honorable Senate asking for retroactive approval. I know you guys won't like to hear the truth, but please. So the question is, are we here to authorize a treaty? No, I understand, you know. But what should have been done before signing this is having consultation with the Belizean public to help them understand what is before us. Or at the very least, something we've been asking time and time again, where are the details? You knew this was coming. I'd be ashamed, Madam President, to walk into this chamber with an agreement already signed, pretend it is still up for debate. To me, this is not transparency. In fact, this is not even diplomacy from the government side. Article 2, the United States may propose the transfer of protection applicants. Belize may consider accepting. To me, this sounds polite until you realize that once ratified, the diplomatic expectation is set for the US and set for Belize, that Belize will be accepting these asylum seekers. Once signed, the power lies entirely with the US, not us. I mean, once it passes for ratification today, Article 5 of the agreement, Belize agrees not to return anyone transferred here until a final decision has been made. Meaning once they arrive, in Belize, they stay. Even if the process takes years. Even if they abandon their claim. Article 6. Belize must develop a new operating procedure, capacity system, and verification mechanism. To me, this translates to new bureaucracies, new costs. These things don't come for free. Article 7(4), again, which I've stated before. There's no financial commitment, or there might be, or not. We don't know. This is Belize volunteering to be the unpaid immigration assistant to the US. I started off saying that Belize is a third world country. I'd go even farther and say Belize is a small nation, man, with limited resources, and you all know that. We struggle to house our own. We can barely fund our health clinic. We can barely fund the police outpost in remote areas. In fact, not even in remote areas. Yet, we have checkpoints that no police are there apparently. But I'm not here to talk about that. Yet, here comes the government signing us up to receive and process asylum seekers rejected by a global power. And we're told it's for cooperation. What I want to know, what is the impact assessment? Where is the financial cost coming from? If it's not coming from the US, we need to know. Where is the policy paper explaining how many persons be coming in over what time frame? And I've heard you guys have said 10, but verbally, I want to see it in black and white. Not a single Belizean has been told what this means for their community. We've asked questions before coming in throughout this Senate hearing. No answers. But we have a signed agreement already. Madam President, I must commend the creativity of the drafter, because it takes real skills to write an agreement that commits Belize, or to negotiate an agreement that commits Belize to obligations without the other side committing, the way I see it, a single cent. That, Madam President, is a kind of genius the kind that makes our side smile. I imagine the US negotiators must have had, let me not say that. I don't want to be unkind. I don't want to cause any blames. Madam President, Belizeans deserve better. We don't need secrecy. We deserve a government that consults before committing. What we had last week, Monday, to me was a briefing. We need a government that plans before signing, that consults with the people before signing. I will not sit in this Senate quietly. I reject what has been brought up. I don't reject cooperation. I hope you guys got that. I do not reject cooperation, because what I don't want to do is to speculate. I don't want to be guessing. And I refuse to gamble and hope for the best. This could have very well been beneficial to Belize. And from what I've heard, even when we went into our first meeting with the chargé of the affair of the US, she had mentioned in our meeting that there may be a significant financial benefit for Belize. May. But we want this in black and white. To our friends, the US, let's get the details worked out. We'd be more than happy to cooperate with our friends. At this point, it's all being handled in secrecy. It's all talks. And we're being told it will all be sorted out in an agreement that's to come. And we're being told, don't worry. I take that as an insult to this Honorable Senate. We're expected to vote on something blindly. If this passes now, if we vote on this ratification, then to me, the government has a free pass without coming back informing this. I know you guys don't like questions. I like the proposal that Senator Herrera had proposed. What if we were to table this to the wider Belizean public in a referendum? All I'm saying, Belizeans deserve the respect. The respect by being informed. Belizeans deserve transparency. And the Belizeans deserve consultation. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Chanona.
Thank you, Mr. President. With your leave, Mr. President, I will join my colleagues in a few remarks before getting into the motion. Welcome back, of course, to Honorable Sylvester. I will also join in congratulations to Belize's newest Archbishop, Bishop Philip Wright, as Archbishop of the West Indies. I have had the privilege to come to know Archbishop Wright as a compassionate and outstanding spiritual and religious leader, and we extend our heartfelt congratulations and prayers in this new position as he takes on a bigger flock, as they say. I will also thank Honorable Faber and join colleagues in paying tribute to all veterans. I stand here in honor of the very many family members, relatives, extended relations and friends who have served their countries. I make specific mention of my mother's brother, James Hector Coy, who joined the U.S. Army when he was 15 years old. I can vividly see his photo in my grandmother's house that was signed by then President John F. Kennedy, thanking him for his service. And we also take this opportunity, Mr. President, to flag the ongoing needs of veterans, particularly in the area of mental health support following their service. Last but not least, I will join members in supporting the two major events later this week, the launch tomorrow of the Young Women in Leadership Program. Senator Galvez is taking on a leadership role in that on behalf of the WPC, and we thank her. And also for all members for supporting the Youth Parliament. And I see Ms. Gibson in the room. I know that is a labor of love, Ms. G. But just to call out the significance of that, Mr. President, in having young people see themselves in leadership roles. And as our friends at CREM say, when we sit with self, we could be with self, and we could envision all the possibilities. So we give tribute to that. And last but not least, I will ask Senator Guerra to convey birthday greetings to his mom. I have a totally unbiased opinion that Scorpios are the best sign, but that's totally unbiased. Turning, Mr. President, to the motion. I am heartened that so much significance has been placed on human rights in this chamber. I think that is tantamount to our role as citizens and as parliamentarians, because if we can't have the humanity in our work, then what do we have? But I certainly want to frame that in the context as well and align with the earlier contributions of my colleagues, that we look at making sure that beyond informing and briefing, that we are indeed consulting. And I know I have brought up that mechanism gap in other occasions, but I do think it's critically important that everyone comes on, feels on board, feels included, and has an opportunity in some way, shape, or form to do that. And I don't think it was, let me not say I don't think. I know the intention was not to frame that somehow anybody that is still confused or has questions about this agreement, I think the expression was too slow. We must never shy away that as leaders, we have a responsibility to make sure that we feel comfortable with the material and that we can answer any question and be willing to answer any questions so that everybody can be on the same page. I think that is imperative, particularly on a young, developing nation like Belize, where we're so small geographically as well as population-wise. I think that is an onus to us. Mr. President, with your permission, I'd like to share with colleagues at that briefing session at the Central Bank, when the Committee of the Whole Senate met, I shared with colleagues that we had requested from the Chargé d'Affaires information session for our membership. I'm talking now of the BNN membership, the Belize Network of NGOs, and I think it's important to share, just to close the loop there with colleagues, a few of the points that had been mentioned at that session. To be clear, that was an information session. We were not there to challenge on any points, but rather to have the Chargé have an opportunity to engage with members directly, answering any questions or seeking any clarifications, as she would have had a bandwidth to do so. So I can share that what members have spoken about in terms of awareness of this, because I did share that I was not able to make that, I think it was a lunch, colleagues, or a tea? A lunch. I was at a board meeting, so it wasn't until the evening when Senator Faber called me that I even knew that that had been on the menu in terms of that session. So I'm grateful for them and to CDA Catherine Beamer for her willingness to participate in that virtual session with my colleagues. And we reiterated a few points, but just to share, CDA Beamer identified that the agreement is a priority of the US government. They share that their numbers are close to 1.4 million cases in their application system in terms of asylum seekers and different classifications. But that might be greater if you lump everybody in, but certainly in terms of numbers of asylum seekers, it's 1.4 million cases, and that the US government is pursuing various means to relocate those who have applied for asylum in the US and to have those persons initiate asylum processes elsewhere, which was also information shared by the Attorney General and Ambassador Borland at that. So what will happen is that those persons will go to other countries, be presented with a list, go to other countries and initiate their applications there. And just to flag that some of those persons are in detention, others are not. And I think overall, she was keen to stress that Belize is expected to retain its full sovereignty. It may accept or reject any case, and the arrangement will be voluntary for the asylum seekers. We did also ask, the membership asked if CDA Beamer was familiar with recent immigration experiences, if you will, in terms of Valley of Peace, and even an update on the gentleman, Mr. Khan. She didn't have too much information there. She thought, for instance, that maybe there was still some support on their way, but she couldn't confirm. But certainly that she gave the impression that he had been able to stand on his own feet, launched a business, etc. But notwithstanding that opportunity to ask questions, I can share with you today, Mr. President, that my members are still having questions. And I think along the lines of what the business senator has shared, that I think there should be an opportunity to to make sure persons are ventilated, those concerns from persons are ventilated. And I want to also stress that we certainly give full credit and respect to Belize for always playing its humanitarian role. I had the benefit of getting some numbers, and I'm sure if they're outdated, the leader of government business will correct. But in 1984, 8,680 people applied for amnesty in Belize. In 1999, 11,168 persons applied for amnesty in Belize. And in the 2023 program, 13,220 people applied for amnesty. That's just over 33,000 people coming in to Belize. I say that proudly because I think, as was mentioned earlier, that speaks to our commitment to, as has been coined, to showing that we are a compassionate people. Even today, I congratulated Mr. Canton and members of the business community for organizing humanitarian aid to those persons affected by Hurricane Melissa, because I think Belize has a track record of being a friend in need and being a friend indeed. But when we look at this agreement, I think what I'm hearing is a call for a consultative approach and a call for a cautionary approach. So I don't think that is uncalled for, but I'm also hearing that it's Belize asserting its sovereignty. And I hasten to say, I think what we're seeing is the US asserting its sovereignty, which we have to respect as well, because again, they have had this, and I know we say our borders are porous, but they have been having an influx of persons, and just like Belize is called upon to maintain its borders and to manage its immigration process and sovereignty, every other country has that right too. And the only thing I will add, Senator Herrera, to your history lesson is that the membership also flagged, the military presence, and again, in trying to arrive at some way to connect the dots, or even to find all the dots, there is those questions about, well, what does that mean? And we've seen military operations in Grenada, in Nicaragua, in different places. So it's not unprecedented. But how do we get to a point where we feel that this is something that we can manage? And we call out, as has been presented, that I think Belize is, as I said, always willing to help out. I think it was shared with me, if I can, Mr. President. There are a couple other things that we have looked at as well in terms of alternative approaches. If I can share, I didn't even know this program existed, but since the IOM has already been mentioned, I came across this Global Assisted Voluntary Return Program, AVR, often called Assisted Voluntary Return and Reintegration, which helps migrants return to their home countries in a safe, dignified, and voluntary manner. This program is administered by organizations like the International Organization for Migration, and these programs provide support such as assistance with travel documents, pre-departure counseling, post-arrival reintegration assistance, which can include financial aid for starting a business or continuing education. AVRR is an option for migrants who are unwilling or unable to stay in a host country and wish to return home but lack the resources to do so. I bring that up, Mr. President and colleagues, because I think we have to frame, as has been mentioned before, people are moving, not voluntarily, but whether it's to seek a better way of life, whether it's to feel safe, whether it's to find jobs so that they can send back money home, but people are moving. We experienced that in the 1960s after those hurricanes when people moved to the US because there was no Belize City left. But frame in the mind that it is one thing to accept, how much is it? 33,068 people over the last 3 decades. But what framework have we established to say we are going to provide mental health support to those persons? Health support generally. Will these persons be afforded dignity to have maybe jobs available to them so that they can feel like they're doing something to take care of their families and they're not lining up for services? How do we make sure that that structure is in place? And I think we have to do it in a way, especially because, well, this particular agreement doesn't reference any specific support, but I do want to call that we should be planning for this. And maybe that is how we mitigate a lot of the uncertainty that we are back building to show the people, to show our fellow citizens, this is how we're preparing. And it's not just for anybody coming through agreements like this, but it's for the fact that we're going to continue to see migration across this region. The resources that the Belize have are in some ways far greater than others. So we can expect people to continue to come into Belize, but if we're not planning for that, not preparing for that, then how are we setting ourselves up for events outside of our control? Because I stress, we had an opportunity. I understand that the negotiations were a long time coming, but we can still have those conversations now, Mr. President. We can still make sure that everybody knows, as has been said, why we're doing this, how we're going to do it, how we're going to answer, and that nobody feels that somehow this agreement is special, these 10 people will get all of this support, and then everybody else that's struggling. Because the hard part of this conversation, Mr. President, you go through some of the villages in this country that are primarily migrants that have come to Belize, Belizean children, and how are those communities being supported? Do they have literacy programs so that they can learn English as a second language? Do they have access to vocational training? How are we building those persons up to be the kind of citizens that we need in terms of our national development? How do we make sure that when we're accepting that we're building and we're investing in people to make sure that that is going to happen? And that is really the thrust of my presentation. How do we make sure that if it is that we're talking about 10 people, that Belize is preparing to make sure that anybody that comes here through these types of agreements, and I know that it's been referenced that we were pointed to other agreements like the Honduran agreement, but CDA Beamer did also share with us that agreements have been signed, but none have been implemented. So we may very well, depending on how fast we get our procedures going, if this is ratified, this might be the template for what to do or what not to do moving forward. But I do align with the earlier presentations that we have to be planning, we have to be making it from an informed position, because we're talking about people. And we have to make sure that we're factoring in the reality that sometimes, you know, you can't go back way or think, oh, oops, we made a mistake, and forget that there are people involved, there are emotions involved, there are families involved. How do we make sure that we are safeguarding ourselves to continue to play the humanitarian role we have always proudly, constructively embraced, while making sure that we are, like every other country is, defending our sovereignty? And I want to share, I had the privilege of being in a gallery in the UK, in the House of Commons, when the bill for the UK to sign their third-party agreement with Rwanda was being debated. And it was some of the same emotions, some of the same questions of what does this mean for humanitarian, being a humanitarian, and making sure that we were not sending people off. I don't even know if the plane took off that night, but it was like that sort of a debate where there was a plane already loaded and on the tarmac getting ready to to leave. So how do we make sure that we're protecting ourselves? Because once they come here, somebody said it earlier, they will be ours. So how do we make sure that when we're receiving those persons that we're ready to receive them, just as we would be when we're welcoming a loved one, to make sure they have their own space, they have their own room, they have the support, they have what they need to be what we need them to be as Belizeans. And we're talking about 10 today, but I don't know. It could be a larger number. So let's plan. And that's really the call. Can we plan? Why aren't we planning? Or if we are planning, can that be shared so that the rest of us can get on the same page and make sure that this is moving forward how we need to be moving forward? I will only wrap up, Mr. President, in saying that we took the oath to uphold the Constitution, to serve as senators, to ask questions, and I would really hope that there would be lessons learned so that this parliamentary session, that all of us can be afforded the opportunity to be consulted, so that we can be engaged, so that we can be helpful in making sure that if this is in Belize's best interest, that we can be part of that. But that is the hope. Under the Constitution, the oath that we have sworn is that we will uphold the Constitution and that we will embrace our role as senators, asking the questions and getting the information out to the public. And that is one we have to take to heart, as they say. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize Senator Wade.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I join voices with my fellow colleagues as we honor now Archbishop Philip Wright, who now shepherds the West Indies. He is a man of honor. He's humble, reserved, very wise. I hope when I get old to be like that. A little younger and more energetic, maybe more fast and or less deliberative in my methodology. But these are the men that I admire as they represent the kingdom of God in honorable ways. He's also the president of the Council of Churches here in Belize, one of the organizations that I represent as church senator in this honorable place. And I rise to support this agreement. And I do so because we must never forget that we legislate for and on behalf of the people of Belize, but in the best interests of all peoples, particularly those who, due to circumstances beyond their control, find themselves making decisions that they would not normally make, or that they didn't even believe they would have to make, and in places that they must be to take care of their families, to take care of their own lives, even though they would rather be home. I am not afraid or ashamed to state my support at the beginning of my comments rather than the end, or to speak in parables or both sides of an issue. I want to make it succinctly clear as representative of the church that we support. And the reason is because here in Belize, many churches including the one that I represent, are a present help for people who find themselves out of their homes, away from friends, away from family, away from neighbors and systems that they know and understand, and have been forced to leave their country and enter another country that may love or hate them for whatever reason. And so the church is all over the world. We are a 2,000-year-old organization. We've seen it all. We've been present in it all. Sometimes the church makes good decisions, sometimes not. In wars and after wars, and in the mass migration of people. There is a passage of scripture which reminds us that in entertaining strangers, some have entertained angels unawares. We are reminded of it because sometimes when we look at those who must flee their country or leave their country, we are afraid because they are strangers. We have reservations because we have our own difficulties, and we wonder how they are going to affect our culture, our country, our community, our national security, and all of these things. All peoples of all countries have these questions when people come into their country. These things are normal. And sometimes it is easy to paint them as the enemy, as demons. And so the scripture balances it, that reminds us that those who travel these distances for help are not always demons, that some are angels unawares. Mr. President, we must not forget that over the last few years we have learned a new term called migrant trains. Migrant trains. After COVID, the tremendous poverty, economic hardship that occurred in many countries, including our own, have moved people to leave their home and their families on difficult journeys to find sustenance for their people back at home. I understand the geopolitics. We understand it. We recognize that questions need to be answered and that our country needs to remain stable, even as we try to help and support other countries, whether they are rich or poor. All countries can be destabilized depending on the numbers of people that pour in through their borders. We recognize these geopolitical issues, but in the midst of it, the church must not take its eyes. Other people may afford to, but the church cannot take its eyes off the fact that we are dealing with people. With people. People that are moving. Most people prefer to be home to make a living and a life around systems and structures that they understand. And so, okay. My apologies, Mr. President. Just an unexpected comment. And so the church must always consider people. My church, I as a pastor, have supported, support, and will continue to support people who are displaced. We will. We have a fund where we support people between the period of time when they seek asylum and when they are granted or denied it. There is a process. And from experience, the Belizean Immigration Department, they are protectors of the Belizean system. You will not easily get past the immigration department in the carrying out of their duties. I know, because they reject countless people who apply for refugee status. We take care of them when the government cannot. They knock on our doors. They ask for food, shelter, clothing, and we do that. And so I will not deny myself, knowing my values and the values of my church community for the sake of political rhetoric, geopolitical earthquakes that place people on opposing sides when it comes to refugees and immigrants, because people's lives are at stake. You see, in Belize and around the world, there is a difference between the illegal immigrant, also called undocumented immigrants, and bona fide asylum seekers. There is a difference. And it's sad that while some do not understand the difference, others confuse it for political gain. I do not support undocumented, illegal immigrants. I do not support. I believe that every person who enters Belize or the United States or Mexico or any other country should knock on the door the right way. When you jump the border, be it Botes or any other place, and you refuse to recognize the sovereignty of a nation, the sovereignty of a nation, you are an undocumented illegal alien, and I believe that you should be dealt with to the full extent of the law. Because there are powers in this world that seek to destabilize countries. And it is easy to destabilize a country with immigration, to change a culture. And so I can stand here and say, I disagree with illegal entrance into a country strongly. And I will say, bring the full force of the law against it. But I will simultaneously carve out a space for those who knock on the door legally, present their documents, and say, I'm running away from my country for the myriad of reasons that they do. They are applicants to asylum. I beg our country not to differentiate. So I beg my country to differentiate between an illegal alien and an asylum seeker. An asylum seeker brings their documents, tells their story, tries the best to produce the documentation to substantiate their story. And they are processed and given an opportunity for their documents to be vetted, etc. I know the process. I live it as a pastor. Many pastors throughout the country, we do it. because we care about people. Now there are those who come in the name of asylum seekers, but they do not qualify. They do not qualify. But if you are a caring country, you will go through the process. Even if you believe that they are running away for economic reasons. Because economic refugees are not guaranteed a space. This is for people who are running away from their lives. For their lives. From their lives, they're running away from their lives, and they're running away for their lives. And I beg you, carve the space out in the middle of your geopolitical wars, arguments, disagreements, in the middle of your seeking to protect that which is rightfully yours. Carve a space out for the bona fide refugee seeker. And the Belize process works well to differentiate between bona fide refugees and those who are attempting to imitate refugees to get that status. Again, I will congratulate those immigration officers and the refugee committee, because we buck heads because they try their best to protect the nation of Belize while fulfilling their obligation. So for the church, there were questions. When we first heard about this possibility for an agreement, there were questions. Number one, there was no documentation that we could look at and read. Number two, the question about where they are coming from, in what quantities, will they disturb the culture of our nation, etc. These were bona fide questions that the church leaders asked when I presented to them the possibility of an agreement. And so the church wanted to know where they're coming from. Where are they coming from? Are they coming from all over the world? Are they coming from parts of the world where culturally or even religiously there is going to be some difficulty in integrating? Because all over the world you will notice that the immigration problem has popped up. It's popped up in Europe, it's popped up in Asia, it's popped up in this region. And ability to assimilate and not destabilize the political, religious, cultural and other factors, which is a legitimate concern. Those questions were asked by me, and at the time I could not answer them. What would be the process? We need to see something in black and white. Where are they coming from? And then the question of volume. How many? These were the questions. And I believe that for the church, I cannot answer for any other organization that has concerns and may still have concerns. I cannot answer for them, but I can answer for the church. That the questions that we had, the documents that we felt were necessary at this particular point in time, and the details specifically as it relates to quantities were answered in the various meetings that we had. I'm not saying that there aren't other questions, but I am saying that for us who have an obligation to humanity, that the questions were sufficiently answered, Mr. President. And so, number one, the question of where they're coming from. They're not coming from all over the world. They're geofenced in a particular manner. They're coming from Central America, minus Guatemala, plus CARICOM. Who will argue with? Well, some will argue with it. But we can't. Because they're coming from our geographical area where we normally accept immigrants who understand our culture and in many instances already live our culture. And for those who do not live our culture, they assimilate easily. Caribbean. And so government, you did that one right. Because you hear the raging seas out there as people began debating this agreement with the lack of information. You are listening. Where will they come from? People are coming here, blah, 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 etc. Yes, the church had those concerns as well, but we believe that by saying Central America, which excludes, of course, South America, etc., etc., and the other side of the world, one is good. Except Guatemala, okay, we see that. And CARICOM, as I said, they are a part of us. So number one was answered. Number two relates to the process. People must be treated with dignity. I know the word dignity is thrown around a lot, but we believe that these people need to be given the opportunity to select between various countries, including Belize. But I need to make it clear, first of all, that their first option is self-deportation. Because many of these people that are already in the United States, the numbers are about up to 15 million undocumented workers that America has to deal with right now. And if you go to my Facebook page, because I haven't shown any graphs, I posted a graph an hour ago that you could go and look at and see the immigration problem that the United States is now looking. Go see the data. They have to deal with up to 15 million. And so when we take a look at the problem that America is having, can we be of assistance? Yes, depending on, one, they're given the opportunity to go back home. Many of them have gone back home and many are going back home. And then number two, can they make a choice to say, I would like to go to Belize or to go to this other place? So there is dignity. They're not just being thrown out of the country, but there are options that they can have. And the list is getting bigger of countries where they can go. If they cannot go back home or country, and several other countries are saying, okay, they can come here if they qualify. And then finally, the quantity. The quantity. When I heard it was 10 a year for 2 years, that should have ended the debate, Mr. President. It should have. I imagine myself throwing up all the papers and all the questions that I had and with it just falling on the ground and said a 10 with a quarrel about. I imagine myself doing that, but I understand that being in the Senate and committee meetings, you really have to be careful of how you act, the quorum. 10 times 2 is 20. When I came out of the meeting, I began to pitch this idea to my colleagues. What do you think? It's all of the ones that were vehemently against the agreement, I've pitched it against them all. They go say, oh, it's 10? The same response that I had to the number, Mr. President, all of my people that I depend on to correct me when I'm wrong. You need those people in your life. They said it's only 10. Some of them say, I would do 50, I would do 100. I tell them, hey, hold on, I don't like those numbers. I can tell you 100, I would be here telling you something different. Know that. But 10? Our country does not have the space for 10. families, individuals, to give them a new opportunity at life. And so I am satisfied. And I will say this, that the debate subsided nationally when the number was
Mr. President, on a point of order.
to the general public.
What is the point of order?
36.1, content of the motion before this House. We are limited to speaking about the content of the motion in this House.
Please proceed, Senator Wade. I note your point, Senator Dennison.
Unprecedented. I was told, and my fellow colleagues were told by none other than the Attorney General of this country in a...
Senator Wade?
Yes, sir.
Senator Dennison, kindly allow Senator Wade to complete his remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. You see why the country must know the number? You see why the country must know? Because it deflates the balloon. You see, you have tempests and you have tempests in a teapot. Words of the farmer, Right Honorable Dean Oliver Barrow. I came into the public domain at the age of 16. I am now 55. I have always been in the public domain. I have seen and withstood tempests and tempests in the teapots. I'm not here to play politics or games, but to tell the nation that there are certain agreements that are acceptable by logic, with heart, that this agreement will allow up to 10 per year. I threw up my arms and I said, I believe the people of Belize can accept this. The church certainly does. And so, let me see. Dignity, yes. Assimilatable, yes. It is not the duty of the government to take care of refugee applicants and refugees. It is the duty of the citizenry. How do we know this? There are NGOs whose job it is to help. Also, the church, as I said, we provide food. And there are refugees that stamp that they are capable of working. And we find jobs for those who can. You see, the refugee struggles just like the Belizean citizen. Some of them will do well, some of them won't. Just like how Belizean citizens have to deal with the economy, refugees are the same way. And just as we help each other out, we also help bona fide refugees out. Now, for those who don't qualify, we send them home. Or if we believe that they can help to contribute to the nation of Belize, then we appeal to the government. We say, hey, can you please help this person, give them citizenship? Can you help in this way or that way when we see that they are assimilating? And so I close with this. We will continue to monitor the agreement. and we will continue to monitor how it is implemented. But I challenge the nation of Belize to let us open our arms, not to undocumented illegal aliens. We tell them follow the process. But for those who follow the process and qualify, I encourage us to welcome them. My grandmother was a Honduran hunting for a nation. Belize became that nation, and so I am here. Thank you, Mr. President.
I recognize senators, please. I recognize Senator Arana.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, Belize. And of course, I remember all those who had served in World War I and World War II, hence the reason I also wearing my puppy today. And I must in particularly recognize my great-grandfather, Mr. Eufemio Aviles, who served at World War II. And Eufemio Aviles is also the grandfather of our late musical icon, Andy Palacio. I also must say to my people, BT Amidarug, good afternoon, permission to say that in Garifuna, and happy Garifuna Settlement Day in advance to all Garifuna people, all Garinago, and the entire Belize. And with that, I rise to share my comments, my statement. I support this motion, Mr. President, looking at it at a humanistic point of view. And I also have to include the word by being empathetic. And I also have to include the word cooperation. You see, as I reflect, listening to all the speakers, and I reflect from the time we had the Senate, whole Senate committee meeting, the AG had mentioned one thing at the end of the meeting. People from way back when coming to Belize, and I thought about our ancestors who, as far back as the 1800s, were looking at when the Garifuna people came in 1802, being rejected but did not give up, came back in 1832, and hence the reason we're looking at a reenactment November 19th, 2025. But we also look at the Yucatec Mayans. I hope it's not a history lesson, but we look at the Yucatec Mayans fleeing from Mexico to Belize as refugees in 1847. And the list goes down as we look at the Mennonites, and now as Central Americans are coming in. And so I thought to myself, I said, you know what? I cannot reject this. It has to be something that I am going to support. Because my people also went through the same processes, but have found Belize as a home where we are today. And so, when I look at the US, they had the courtesy to get into an agreement with Belize to accept asylum seekers and people who are refugees. And for Belize to be put in that list, the refugees, asylum seekers will decide, do I want to come to Belize? They can make that decision. But when I looked at the document, and it went specifically to people coming from the Caribbean and looking at CARICOM countries and Central America, excluding Guatemala, of course, there is a dispute that is ongoing. So everybody else can be accepted. And looking at the 10 people per year. Now, we call ourselves Belize a Caribbean country, part of CARICOM, and also part of Central America. Why are we going to have a huge issue not accepting 10 people per year? Our own brothers and sisters of the Caribbean? We have to think about that. Because, God forbid, knocking on wood, we don't have to be the one being refugees. Where will we go? At least we will have a place to go in the Caribbean and in Central America. And so we have to look at the coin on both sides. Another important thing to look at as we consider our brothers and sisters of CARICOM and Central America. What are they going through? They are seeking a place where they can be safe, where there is peace. And I must say, Belize is still a safe place to be, and as peaceful as it can be. Now, as I conclude, I believe anybody will want to choose this country for its serenity, its peace, and we look at this country as a country that is wise enough to choose at least 10 people a year to come and be part of beautiful Belize. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Galvez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise today in support of the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the agreement between the government of Belize and the government of the United States of America for cooperation regarding the examination of protection requests. Mr. President, this agreement represents not only a diplomatic partnership between Belize and the US, but is also a reflection of our values and who we are as a nation. It's also fitting for me to think that as we observe Remembrance Day and pause to remember those who fought for freedom, that we also have this motion before us, because I reflect on how Belize, like many other countries, have been historically carved by people fleeing hardship, persecution, wars, and uncertainty in search of peace, much like those who one day may fall under this agreement. Belize also has long been recognized regionally as a leader in addressing migration and refugee challenges. Since our independence and in recent years, Belize has conducted several amnesty programs aimed at providing undocumented migrants in Belize with a clear path to legal status. And through this agreement, we are strengthening those values and reaffirming our commitment to the principles of migration and non-refoulement. The obligation not to return anyone to a place where they face persecution, but to offer them the opportunity to resettle and contribute to our national development. And to those who argue that this is not a Belize but a US issue, the truth remains that whether one is a country of origin, the country of transit, or the country of refuge, the refugee crisis calls on all of us to uphold humanitarian values. And as a party to the 1951 UN Refugee Convention, this agreement does not impose, but it invites. It invites us as neighbors, as partners, and as members of the international community to contribute to the global effort of protecting those in search of freedom from persecution. And I know that Minister Fonseca also stated that Belize is the last country to sign on to this agreement, and Senator Guerra also listed off those countries. So this is not something new to the region. But if you listen to those on the other side, the conspiracy theorists who say that everything is about an hidden agenda, you'll think the same. I'm not sure if that's how it was done under their government, but this is not what this government is about. Because, Mr. President, what I appreciate and respect most about this agreement is that it balances our international obligation and strengthens our partnership with the US without compromising our national interests. Because when you look at what is outlined here, that is being agreed to under our terms, having multiple safeguards and measures that give Belize full control over this process. Under this agreement, Belize retains complete discretion to decide which individuals it will receive and under what conditions. That means that the United States cannot transfer a single person without Belize's approval, with added restrictions on the nationalities that can be transferred to Belize. And so, Senator Faber, these are not persona non gratas, but people in search of a safe country to reside. And even though this agreement will be valid for 2 years, as we know, it can be terminated at any time by either party, with Belize also having a limit on the number of persons it will accept per year, which we know to be no more than 10. And even then, only those who have passed the background checks and met clear criteria, such as persons with skills valuable to our development, will be allowed to seek asylum in Belize. And I also heard Senator Zetina questioning about the signing of the agreement, and I'm not sure where he was when we had the Committee of the Whole Senate, because I know he was there, but that question was answered already by Ambassador Boland, that it is a standard procedure to sign the agreement before it comes before the Senate to be ratified, because signing the agreement is the start of the process for it to come before us. And Mr. President, one of the most encouraging aspects of this agreement is its potential to build Belize's capacity in migration and refugee response. Because at our government's request, the United States has committed to providing technical and financial assistance to help strengthen our local institutions, from training migration officers to strengthening our asylum systems. This support will not only help to manage this agreement, but will leave our institutions stronger, more coordinated, and better prepared in the event of future challenges. For this reason, Mr. President, I fully support this agreement because with it, we are maintaining proper pathways for asylum seekers while safeguarding Belize's national interests. We are strengthening our institutions while deepening our regional partnerships. And we are helping to protect those seeking refuge while continuing our proud legacy as a nation built by all who wish to call this land home. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Pitts.
Good afternoon, Mr. President. Good afternoon, colleagues. Let me first associate myself fully with the remarks of the leader of government business and the leader of opposition business in recognizing both His Excellency Bishop Wright as well as recognizing today's day of remembrance. And that I particularly join with because our landscape, one of our electoral divisions, is shaped by the memory of those of us in time past who lent their efforts to the war. Senator Galvez, that is the Mesopotamia division. I see you smiling, Senator Sylvester, I wonder. Mr. President, allow me. And now as an adult, we're proximate to that Mesopotamia division. And for that, I know, Senator Sylvester, that what has us here is everything that is our substance, is everything that is our hard work, is everything that is our resilience. And so, Mr. President, I take great offense, and I want to place it on the record. I had hoped I didn't have to do it. I had mentioned it to Madam President before. You see, when I show up here as a senator with the business of the day, I show up to work. I show up representing the party who put me here, representing the Belizeans for those who need a voice. So, Mr. President, let it go to rest today and for forever, so long as I am in this chamber, that the duration of our time here is not placed on my back, that I am the cause we're here longer or shorter, because all of us should be here showing up to work. And so my 45 minutes that I am given, I will use to give a voice to the people who are voiceless and for the people I represent. So, Mr. President, no longer I want to receive any message that there is a text sent to persons who we have mutual knowledge. Tell Sheena sit down, now we will go home soon. Yes, I see you're browsing a furrow. It has happened, Senator Sylvester. And if it had occurred just once, I would have overlooked it. But to hear it repeated, Senator Chanona, I have shared this with you. Let it rest now. I put it on the record. When we come here to work. And there are those of you who this does not fall in your laps. So don't be puzzled, Senator Arana. Doesn't fall in your lap. Right? For the avoidance of doubt. And for the person for whom it squarely sits, I hope that this is the end of that and that I hear any such of sort. Now, Mr. President, allow me to make my presentation on the Safe Third Party Agreement. And allow me to first make the initial observation from the debates about being able to distinguish the country of transit and the country of refuge. My God, man. Belize is a country of transit. Being able to recognize who is choosing where for refuge. God, man, these refugees chose the United States of America. They didn't choose Belize. They went, let me tell you, some of them came as far as beyond the Darien's Gap, passed through Belize, and ended up to the country of economic prospects, not Belize. And let us not confuse the ham with the hammer and the apple and the orange. Because I can easily associate myself that I am against illegal immigration. But man, appreciate what the government is placing before us. An agreement that requires our modification of our domestic laws to make room for this. So there is a great suspense that is telling you, yeah, our current framework does not provide for this agreement. We have to now come back to try fix it. So you don't think that fall into the category of illegal immigration? We're making lawful what would otherwise be unlawful? Come on, man. And this is not politicking, politricking, grandstanding, no, nothing. Because we tend to run away with concepts and not appreciate what they really mean. Now, there are four main areas I want to present on. The key deficiencies of the agreement, the arguments against the agreement, the ramifications for small country like Belize, and last, the constitutional and human rights risk for Belize. And we've been hearing some of them. Under the deficiencies, let's look at the asymmetry of obligations. Belize carry the hosting burden. Belize carry the processing burden. Belize carry the integration burden. And we expose ourselves to reputation and legal ramifications. The United States carry none of these burdens in return. It is Article 7(4). Permit me to read it into the record that says, nothing set forth in this agreement shall be interpreted in such a way that commits the disbursement or allocation of funds by the parties. The implementation of this agreement shall be subject to the availability of funds and technical capacity of each party. The government of the United States of America, upon request, shall endeavor, in accordance with applicable law and regulations, to provide financial and technical assistance to strengthen the institutional capacities of the government of the Belize. That is not a binding provision to do anything. That simply says, if we got it, we are give. We have to first absorb new costs, even if we don't get financial assistance. And the U.S.'s support is entirely discretionary, and most importantly, it can change with a different U.S. administration. Man, we saw that with the MCC. We got it first, administration change, it's gone. That is what we're opening ourselves to. And I heard the church, Senator Wade say, the church has been doing some work. Well, man, if the church is standing up to say that they can absorb the cost, then enter this agreement with the United States government, facilitated by the government of Belize. Let them take the cost since they can do it. And Mr. President, let me make it clear, and I am sure the leader of government business will not disagree. Nowhere in this agreement, absolutely nowhere, there is any provisions that says it is a certain number of persons we take per year. Nowhere in the agreement. And I will not rely on any third-party statement. I will not rely on any third-party representation. I am guided by what is here in black and white. And let me piggyback on that. Mr. President, you remember our Prime Minister, Johnny Briceño. He was leaving the Love FM news station. And upon his exit, he was asked by one of the reporters whether or not he would sign such an agreement. Mr. President, and I hope the media go back and play the footage. He said no. Your words, not mine. No, your words, not mine. I would say the truth does not reside in the bosom. The capacity mismatch given Belize's size. Belize is small. Our asylum system is understaffed, underfunded, and administratively slow compared to United States. Man, it is the United States, the leader of the free world. Man, the only over here for we make the eat up and dead and they broke up, you know. After us, the National Assembly staff try fix before they only one the work, but I digress. It is the great, or not so great, leader of the free world that classified Belize as a certain kind of rancor stench-filled country. I don't want to accuse me on parliamentary language, but I sure want to remember that certain S word we describe it as, and that is same third world SH country it want put people on who did not choose Belize as the place for refuge. Man, let's look at the inconsistency with the spirit of refugee protection. Refugee law presumes asylum seekers should be processed where they arrive or in the first country they transit willingly. My gosh, ladies and gentlemen, by that very principle of these international documents that we sign on, that is not the case here. That is not the case here. And we've heard about the sovereignty concerns. And there is a so-called veto power to opt out of the agreement, that we retain the prerogative to say we no longer want to be bound by the agreement. That I can say I read. But what is the practical effect of a provision like that? Do we really have the prerogative and the freedom to say we opt out without any repercussions, without any pressures? We can't. We cannot. And if we proceed on the assumption that we can do so easily, it is because we are not understanding the landscape between the United States and its interaction with countries in this region, or the SH countries. Go as far back as the Monroe Doctrine, the corollary to the Monroe Doctrine, the big stick policy. There is no political wriggle room to opt out of agreements unscathed. There is no long-term plan for integration. When we met with the Chargé d'Affaires, and let me give credit to the Chargé d'Affaires, if it were not for her, we would not have known. It is the Chargé d'Affaires who took on the responsibility to consult before the agreement was signed. When the opportunity to consult came in this chamber, it was after the agreement was signed. So I use this opportunity to thank the Charge d'Affaires for reaching out and attempting consultation, mind you. At that point in time, not having seen the document, not knowing what would be before us, when I was asked whether or not I had any view, I had to be most honest, like Senator Dennison has acknowledged. What have we before we that can comfort us 100% that this is an agreement we can support? I had nothing before me, and I had to say, you see me, I not comfortably associate myself with ignorance, you know. If I don't know, I know the talk. So when people speak from a place of ignorance with such eloquence, my God, my flabbers are gasted. The Charge of d'Affaires said it takes about 7 years to process one such application. There being no long-term integration plan, we can already see that we bear the burden through our domestic law, that we are saying, yes, send they are Belizean in 5 years, even before the asylum is processed. So, they want to be Belizean. And whether you want to hopscotch, whether the next league game, where you switch so and so, no matter what we want to do, the bottom line is, it is the responsibility of the government to meet the needs of its people. Senator Wade said that the Belizean, but how Belizean do it? Nobody pay tax. And what the government do with the tax? No use it for put back into the country. Some man make... I am not attacking anyone. This is a debate. This is a chamber for debate, and it is open and proper within the confines of debate for me to challenge what has been said before me. Now, let me go in to the arguments against. I know they sound like against already, right? But hey, if that is what it is, that is what it is, Senator Koyi. This agreement transfer a global burden from a superpower to a SH country. Like, really? The United States has about 330 million people. Belize we barely did at 400,000. And whether we want to admit it or not, we are barely providing for our own in housing, in education, in health. Man plan Belize 1.0, 2.0, I don't care at which point. May promise that when I get 30,000 house. How close we get to that 30,000? Man, that about $2 a day for that free education, and I don't know what they could buy out of that. 30,000, 10,000, we're not close. The U.S. boasts one of the world's largest economy. Man, Senator Kowe, I know you know. I know you know the reality about our economy. And I know you know the challenges we are yet to face in the year 2026. Man, the teachers, they still not getting good pay, you know. Belize risk becoming a dumping ground for rejected applicants. Even if the U.S. uses a vetting, the mechanism could be used to transfer difficult cases, high-need asylum seekers, individuals requiring long-term state support. No, and I say this with the utmost responsibility and the utmost of caution. And I don't want my words to be conveyed as fear-mongering. But we were reminded of the very many places and groups of people who came to Belize first no second, no third, no fourth. Because the rains gap, the way can't cross there, so you know. When the Mennonites came, they had their land. After the Caste War, they had their land. They chose here. But what and chose here. Your people chose here. So we have an obligation to people who choose here first. This is not that. But let me tell you something. While the Mayas have been subject to a fight under both administrations to their ancestral lands, those who came here, chose here in the past, man, they work out a good, nice, tidy, agreement. And I welcome my brothers and sisters, my fellow Belizeans from whatever nations. But it is a very real concern that when we take on as a safe third country, we don't do so and displace Belizeans who are already Belizeans who are here fighting to get access. That is a real concern. And we're catching it in the bud. Not after, because what happened years ago already happened. I love my fellow Belizeans from north, south, east, and west. I have the opportunity now. I'm touring the country. I'll have you know. The campaign bid. I'm coming down south, my good Senator Arana. I hope you're going to at least a house for me, because that's what I like. And so I embrace all my fellow Belizeans. But when we can see from the inception a move that we're about to make can potentially displace, Senator Faber said, just one additional person burdens our pre-existing structure. Now, the agreement risks transforming Belize into a strategic buffer for U.S. border enforcement. And it mirrors the Guatemala and Honduras situation, which has widely been condemned by UNHCR, Human Rights Watch, and the Internal Refugees Assistance Project. So, we not start something where we don't know the dangers about. These international bodies already spoke on what this will cause. And remember me talking about being responsible and cautious about how I marshal my concerns, because it could create domestic, social, and political backlash. Like, why would we want to do that? There will be fear for increase of crime, the strain on housing and land availability, which is real. And I am not xenophobic by any means. And that has never been the position of Belizeans, as I understand the history of Belize and how we invite people in, people who choose here first. But what we have seen, I don't know if you're aware, Senator Arana, but there is a close correlation to how the refugee treatment translates into the polls. I'm not saying any further than that, because I'm hoping you understand what I'm saying. The ramifications for a small country like Belize, this will have a massive fiscal impact. Because until I am shown in black and white, where we have signed and the Americans have signed, on how many persons, mind you, let me tell you Senator Arana, with the Charge d'Affaires, questions were posed as to financial assistance. Questions were posed as to number of people. Questions were posed as to the timeline or whether or not this is a temporary situation. Questions were posed. And you know what is the resounding response? I don't know that yet. Can't tell her that. Not have that information. We haven't quite worked out the implementation framework. And I'm not making mockery of my dear lady, the Charge d'Affaires. But I don't know that I, as a person, as a professional, could be comfortable knowing that I want to shove this spoon down your throat without knowing I got sugar behind for make you take this bitterness. Like, and it has been repeated many, many times. Oh, it is normally the practice to sign first and then we work out the details later. Senator Arana, I have decried that practice over and over. Bad practice does not make good law. Our budget is already constrained and there will be new demands. I don't know what we'll do. Shelter, is the church going to provide housing after feeding them and administering faith to them, converting them to this part Christian world? Like, are they going to provide housing? Are they going to provide the education and the health care? Because I will be human and I will be compassionate and I can be empathetic. But I know what tell you, man, take the people in your house when I know I can't take the inner mine and I don't have no money for mine. Because I want song peachy and rosy, they say how honorable it is to take them knowing full well that I can't take them myself or that I can lend to your efforts to provide all the basic necessities. Like, I won't stand here and say that. But if the church is telling me through Senator Wade that they are willing and able to do so, man, that's a different story. And let's look at the long-term demographic consequences. Allow me to say what we all observe, know, think, and appreciate. Racial undertones are real. Saying that people will come from Central America, save Guatemala, and the Caribbean. We are not appreciating the constitutional ramifications of the selection process. People to come here, and you know what I like about the good Senator Sylvester? And I want to say it so everybody hears. You see, when he takes on a matter constitutional in form. Man, there was a case I read that he appeared in before the CCJ. Even the judges, they had to say, man, your argument is most attractive. I couldn't have thought of it better. And so when he, we have to big up the man, because this is local Belizean talent from where I come from. Market among many. And when you see him, you must tip your hat to him, as I do, and I will always do. And I say, Senator Sylvester, you say after this thing, and the problems that I will speak of in terms of the constitutional and human rights risks, when those foreign agencies with their pockets deep come looking for cases to fund, Senator, I hope you're out of government business, because I want to tell you the best person for constitutional challenges that a good Senator Sylvester. No, you don't be coy, Senator Sylvester. Don't let your humility bespeak you, because when people read you on paper, they will know the force with which you stand. So I don't want to take it idly. That there will be serious constitutional. Yeah, I need a. Let me jump to the constitutional risks for Belize, since I'm on it. We have constitutional protections of personal liberties. And you see, when people are here, it's our laws that are to be observed. And we have laws protecting arbitrary arrest and detention. Receiving transferees from the U.S. may require temporary detention processing. Are we able to handle that? It involves extended detention for security checks. This implementation framework that has not yet been worked out, what is it to say about that? Holding people in facilities could result in these challenges. And if we lack proper statutory safeguards, we begin to question the humaneness of these holding conditions. Remember when I talk about the demographics, the discrimination, Senator Sylvester, and unequal treatment. We are saying in this agreement that we're only accepting certain nationalities and we're excluding others based on racial, ethnic, or national origin, you know. We could be challenged for making discrimination in immigration decisions, unequal access to asylum procedures, arbitrary distinctions among foreign nationals. How can we be sure in this absent implementation framework that there is objective justification and there will be no breach equality and non-discrimination provisions? Yeah, because, man, Senator Sylvester, I'm hoping that you're familiar with some of the varying immigration cases emanating out of the UK. I'm pleased. I know when you listen, I can also count on that you understand and not slow. No, I'm giving a compliment. Can I not do that? Yes. The procedural fairness and due process. Can we guarantee the fair hearing within a reasonable time? Can we guarantee access to legal representation? Matter of fact, we have immigration attorneys in this country. I mean, if this agreement call with money for immigration attorneys to train and so please don't see it, right? Because I would like to provide services to ensure that there is dignity, to ensure that people are getting their fair access and equal protection. What about whether or not we the appropriate number for interpretation services. Man, I remember one time doing a matter in the High Court, and I mean, I struggle to find an interpreter. Then I repeat it. Like, there are little nuts and bolts, and those little nuts and bolts are serious enough for us to really consider them. What about right to appeal? I'm sure you will tell me, Senator Sylvester, that in our domestic landscape, should there be an adverse decision, that person is always open to go to the courts to challenge decisions. Who will pay for it? Is it the Belizean taxpayers or the government, which I've established before are one and the same? But who does? And this is serious. And it is real that small countries with limited resources often cannot meet these standards consistently. I'm not beating up my country, no. I said they're consistently. And I would not want failure to do so amongst a violation, a protracted legal case, and then only after that we try fix it. We've heard discussions about sovereignty and executive overreach. What happens when we, or I should say, if we become unable to refuse transfers due to diplomatic pressures? What happens? Let me move to the human rights risk. Because the agreement creates substantial human rights exposure. Because Belize, the citizen and the government, assumes the responsibility for the safety, welfare, and legal rights of people who never intended to seek asylum here. You hear what I said? They never intended to seek asylum here. Belize is not their country of first choice. And you know, I did a quick search. I wanted to find out how many countries signed this agreement. What were the considerations? What were the discussions? And no matter the search engine, I was met with diplomatic bureaucracy that could not disclose. But what I was able to discern, right? They don't tell you, they're there for your say. What I was able to discern, you see a country like Mexico, that strong, powerful female president, woman power, Senator Coy. She rejected the Safe Third Country Agreement. Instead, what she was able to do is an alternative to receive support from migration control measures. Isn't that what we should try to do? Since our borders are quote-unquote porous, since we recognize Belize as a transit country, we should receive support to bolster migration patterns so that we are not used. In terms of this burden sharing, Hungary refused it outright. Hungary said there is no burden sharing, we are not interested. The thing is about the human rights risk. the non-refoulement. I hear somebody say, after the application get processed, you could send it back where it come from. Man, you don't understand what non-refoulement mean? It mean you can't send it back where it come from. That what non-refoulement mean? So no, we do not have the prerogative to send them back to their country of origin. And America, through this agreement, has clearly shown that America they don't want this, so we can't send it back to America neither. The corner the koya for Tanya, the corner the koya for Ton Belizean. People who didn't choose here first. I will never say that I don't recognize and I cannot be compassionate and I cannot be empathetic to people who chose here first. But there is a distinction to be made between those who chose here first and those who came as far as beyond Darien's Gap and passed through for end up deso. Because what the charge de affair said, that they are by and large economic asylum seekers. And so for we Lili SH country, we barely could meet provisions for our 400,000 people. You and me be invited into your logic that they people choose? No man, the America, that what they call themselves? The land of the free and the home of the brave? Where people can become millionaires overnight? Where you can get rich quick? I don't know who get rich quick that believes. Then there's God with a shape up a regulatory framework, but it can't wash so easy.
I'd just like to remind you have 5 minutes remaining on your time.
Thank you, Mr. President. If we mishandle asylum claims, if we attempt to deport somebody improperly, mind you, when you look at the statistics coming out of the Immigration Department, when considerations are before us for deportation, the first concern is the cost of deportation to the country of origin. Man, the other day they find one group in the western part of the country, and the way they worked it out along with the U.S. is to say, make they go right to Guatemala, but as long as they come out of Belize. That wasn't back to their country. That was to a country proximate next. And knowing how our borders are quote-unquote porous, by the next week there was a dud the back here. Why we couldn't get help for bolster our borders? Why we couldn't get help for ensure that we are not an easy transit point? Why not look at an alternative like Mexico did for migration control measures? The failure to provide adequate reception conditions, exposure to claims of arbitrary detention. Well, in the agreement, I would have said threat to the best interest of the child, but the agreement specifically provides that there will be no transfer of minors. So that is not a consideration. Unaccompanied minors, it's unaccompanied, indeed. And we don't know in what form it could come. But they will come. We just know that it won't be unaccompanied. The lack of access to legal aid and representation. What about long-term statelessness risk? You have said, Senator Wade, you are against illegal, undocumented immigrants. When they come here, they are illegal. They will be undocumented. they will be stateless until our domestic laws applies to them and they become Belizean. Until we in the same chamber amend our domestic laws to make space for the reception of them. So I would like to conclude, Mr. President, that the pushback I have with this agreement is because together with it, there is no implementation framework as was conceded by the Chargé d'Affaires. My pushback against this agreement is the fact that we do not adequately provide for our own, and we are extending provision for others. They not say take care of those home first. My pushback against this agreement is the spin-off consequences and ramifications that we could face as a nation, because there are lots of third-party bodies who their business is garnering funds to challenge the undermining of the rule of law in countries. And none of us, I hope, can ever say that we do not subscribe to the rule of law. Are we there yet? The answer is no. And because we're not there yet to be able to say we understand how this will work, how it can work, what the implementation will look like, in black and white, so that we can rely on it, it leaves me with no other conclusion that at this time, I cannot support this agreement. And I alert to you, Mr. President, that when these debates are concluded, because I know you have to finish, you have to join Senator Cowie and you will close. I'm signaling for a division. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Cowie.
Thank you. I rise in support of this motion, and I have but a few comments to make. But I have to start off by saying, with the negativity from across the aisle, it's not surprising that we, as a country, as an economy, suffered. We suffered over a decade of economic stagnancy, economic lethargy. The negativity does not engender any confidence in our country, in investing in our country, in being in our country. Thankfully, we no longer exist or serve under that past administration. We have an administration here that is filled with optimism, filled with positivity, and looks forward to a continued path of economic expansion and growth. Belize, as a country, as an economy, has benefited from this approach. We have an experience now where we approach, or in fact are, at very high levels of employment, very low levels of unemployment. We are at a point where, in fact, we need more people in Belize. We have jobs, we have created jobs, but we need more labor in this country. Establishing a path for refugees is something that we have done time and time again, whether political or economic refugees. Our Refugees legislation, our Refugees Act, emerges essentially from the conventions on the status of refugees. And when we look at that convention, I have to take a step back and recognize and join my senator colleagues in recognizing and acknowledging the two things. First, yes, I'm congratulating His Grace, Archbishop Philip Wright, but also recognizing Remembrance Day and the reason why we wear these puppies. I think Senator Farber spoke about quite eloquently on remembrance and lest we forget. I remember that phrase, lest we forget. Lest we forget where this convention on the status of refugees came about. It came about on the aftermath of World War II. We remember those that have fought, those that have fallen in those world wars, in wars. And what they fought for, we remember that. But how quickly are we forgetting what was the aftermath of that world war? The millions displaced, and the reason for this convention on the status of refugees. In 1951, 6 years later, the UN Human Commission on Refugees was established even before the convention, with specifically that purpose. The convention is to address that challenge, those that have been politically persecuted. And the protocols and the further treaties that have followed from that have broadened, have developed that refugee convention, that treaty. What we have here today is a progression on that. What we have here today arises from an experience of another country, the United States of America. And yes, we are witness on television and otherwise as to what has transpired over the past several years in the USA concerning refugees. And whatever their experience is, that does not oblige us, or that does not entitle us to avoid our own obligations, our own duties. We have our obligations under the Convention on the Status of Refugees. That convention is incorporated into our law under that same Refugees Act. And that convention and that legislation and our constitution lays out, sets forth who we are, the people who we are, and what we stand for. We can look to the preamble to our Constitution to appreciate who the people of Belize and what the people of Belize are about. But we can also look at that same convention and get a little appreciation on the status of refugees and why we have signed on to those obligations and why we have signed on to this agreement. In its own preamble, it speaks to that the grant of asylum may place unduly heavy burdens on certain countries, and that a satisfactory solution of a problem of which the United Nations has recognized the international scope and nature cannot therefore be achieved without international cooperation. International cooperation. That is what this bilateral agreement represents. An international cooperation between the United States and Belize. The convention expresses the wish that all states recognize the social and humanitarian nature of the problem of refugees, will do everything within their power to prevent this problem from becoming a cause of tension between states. Belize is a member of this community of nations, and Belize plays its role, as has been highlighted by many of the senators before me, as it relates to refugees, what we do in terms of amnesty, what we do in terms of our immigration laws, and what we do in terms of our refugee laws. This bilateral agreement is 7 pages long. It has 7 articles. We've spent the better part of the day discussing this 7-page document. I can read it. I have 45 minutes. I could read the whole document within that 45 minutes. Because, as Senator Wade has said, this is what has been spoken about here today is no more than a tempest in a teapot. Sensational political rhetoric. Alarmism. Article 2. Article 1 speaks to the definitions of the agreement. It has several definitions. It defines a protection applicant. It means any person who is a citizen or national of a Central American country, excluding Guatemala, or Caribbean community member state, who submits a protection request before one of the parties. That's a protection applicant. So that person has to apply. It's not just transferred to Belize. That person has to apply. And that person has to be a citizen of the Caribbean, of a member of one of the Caribbean countries, or Central America, excluding Guatemala. And it applies by way of making a protection request. And that is also defined. Protection request. It means the request of a person from Central America, excluding Guatemala, and Caribbean community member states, in accordance with their respective international obligations under the 1951 Convention, the 1967 Protocol, or the Convention Against Torture, and in accordance with the respective laws and policies of the parties, as well as any other type of equivalent temporary protection available under Belizean immigration law. So that protection applicant makes a protection request. A further definition here is the protection determination system. That means the set of laws, policies, and administrative and judicial practices that each party uses to make a decision on the protection requests. Now we continue to Article 2. Paragraph 1. The government of the United States of America, in furtherance of the mutually beneficial cooperation between the parties and in its complete discretion, may propose to the government of Belize the transfer of protection applicants. Propose. It doesn't dictate, it proposes, it may propose. Paragraph 2. The government of Belize shall consider accepting in its complete discretion, in whole or in part, the transfer of protection applicants proposed by the government of the United States of America in accordance with this agreement. The government of Belize may consider, among other factors, the professional skills or criminal history of an individual proposed for transfer. That paragraph lays out the various conditions. 1, the government of Belize, in its complete discretion, it can decide yes or no. Consider, in its complete discretion, it considers whether to accept or not the transfer of a protection applicant. And a protection applicant is someone who has applied to Belize. Whether he had gone to the US as his first choice, the fact of the matter is he applied to come to Belize. He was not directed or mandated to come to Belize. He applied to come to Belize. Proposed by the government of the United States. And the government of Belize, in its consideration, will look at various factors, of which the criminal history is an express factor for consideration, as well as the professional skills is an express factor for consideration. So there is already laid out a process in which the government of Belize has a discretion as to whether or not to accept an applicant who wants to come to Belize. I continue down to Article 3. Both parties' actions under this agreement shall be in accordance with their obligations under the 1951 Convention, the 1967 Protocol, the Convention Against Torture, and any other respective international obligations, national constitutions, including the Constitution of Belize, laws, regulation, and immigration and visa policies of the parties, including consideration by the government of Belize of requests by protection applicants for asylum, refugee protection, or equivalent temporary protection. It is not speaking about detention, it is speaking about a voluntary application by a protection applicant. And in all that process, it must abide by international obligations and domestic laws, including the laws of Belize, Belize's constitution, as well as the laws of the United States. And I refer to the laws of the United States because it speaks to the process and the involvement of these bilateral agreements. So the U.S.'s International Immigration and Nationality Act provides that any alien who is physically present in the U.S. or who arrives in the U.S., whether or not at a designated port of arrival, may apply for asylum. This paragraph is disapplied in certain events. And one of those events is that paragraph shall not apply to an alien if the Attorney General determines that the alien may be removed pursuant to a bilateral or multilateral agreement to a country other than the country of the alien's nationality in which, 1, the alien's life or freedom would not be threatened on account of race, religion, nationality, membership in a particular social group, or political opinion. And 2, where the alien would have access to a full and fair procedure for determining a claim to asylum or equivalent temporary protection unless the Attorney General finds that it is in the public interest for the alien to receive asylum in the United States. In short, asylum eligibility grant under those provisions is barred if the Attorney General determines removal is possible to a safe third country meeting those two conditions, that is, life or freedom not threatened and full and fair procedure, unless a public interest exception is found to keep that person in the United States. So Belize is a nation of laws and a nation of immigrants. This is not in any way distinctively different from the United States, which is also a nation of immigrants and a nation of laws. And in that process, as a country of laws, subject to the rule of law as referred to here, that safe third country agreement has to meet these conditions. The country itself has to meet these conditions. So it reflects that the perception, the reality that Belize is a safe third country that respects the rule of law, that does not endanger the life or freedom of protection applicants, just like it does not endanger the life or freedom of its own citizens, but also that it offers a full and fair procedure for determining asylum claims. I refer to that and also refer to the provisions of our own Refugee Act. Who is a refugee? Section 4.1 of our Refugee Act provides that a person shall be a refugee if A, owing to a well-founded fear of being persecuted for reasons of race, religion, nationality, membership of a particular social group or political opinion, he is outside the country of his nationality and is unable or unwilling to such fear, is unable or owing to such fear, is unwilling to avail himself of the protection of that country. That is a refugee. That is not in any way dissimilar to what is the treatment of aliens/refugees in the United States and under the Convention on Refugees. So we have that similarity in our laws. We have that treatment of, for want of a better word, political refugees. Refugees that are in fear of persecution by their government. We have the mechanism in our law for evaluation and assessment of asylum seekers, political asylum seekers. That is a mechanism that is spoken to, that is referred to in this third safe country agreement. But when we look at this third safe country agreement, what we get to appreciate when you understand the US law a little better is that this third safe country agreement has to comply with the laws of the United States itself. And in those laws of the United States, they in large part mirror what are in our own refugee laws. So what we are looking at is the cooperation, that international cooperation, that is our objective, along with many members of the community of nations, that international cooperation to provide social and humanitarian care and rights. So when looking at this safe third country agreement then, what we are looking at is, in effect, a sharing of our values, a sharing of values between the United States and Belize. Article 4 speaks to exchange of information for the effective implementation of this agreement. Article 5 continues to ensure that protection applicants transferred to Belize by United States of America have access to a protection determination system. The government of Belize agrees not to return any person transferred to Belize by the government of the United States of America to their home country or country of former habitual residence until a final decision has been made regarding any protection request made to the government of Belize. So that takes us back to the process. What is that process? That process is initiated by a protection applicant who makes a protection request, a voluntary protection request to come to Belize for determination of asylum in Belize. What this article speaks to is that while that process is being undertaken in Belize, if the government chooses to accept that protection applicant, while that person is in Belize, he will not be transferred out of the country or to where he originally was from. Now, we heard Senator Pitts talk about non-refoulement. That is exactly what this is about. So that if a true asylum seeker is a protection applicant coming to Belize seeking asylum, that Belize will not breach that customary international law and send that person back to where he is in fear of his life and his freedom from where he came. This complies with that international law. This ensures that there is due consideration there is a due process of consideration of the protection applicant's request. If that protection applicant in Belize's determination is found to be eligible for asylum, then that person stays. But if not, if the determination is that that person is not eligible for asylum, then that person will not stay in Belize. And thereafter, the possibility of that person going back to where he came from, because he's in Belize's determination, that person is not in fear of persecution or in danger of losing his life, then that person would be transferred back to his place, his home country. Article 6. The parties shall develop operating procedures to assist with the implementation of this agreement. These procedures shall incorporate a provision on the process through which the government of the United States will notify the government of Belize in advance of the transfer of any person pursuant to this agreement, to enable Belize to confirm the identity of the individuals to be transferred to Belize's territory. So there are two parts in that. First, the operating procedures, that both the US and Belize will develop those operating procedures so that the agreement can be effectively implemented. This is not the operating procedure. This agreement is a framework agreement. This is not the operating procedure for what is to transpire in connection with protection applicants. This is just a framework agreement. So there is that second phase of developing the operating procedures. But at the same time, in that same provision, it also speaks about Belize getting information in advance. There's an exchange of information clause, and there's this second clause that talks about Belize getting that information in advance. That information, no doubt, will have to include information on the criminal history, as is expressly provided for as a factor for consideration, but also as to the professional skills as a second factor for consideration as to whether Belize, in its sole and absolute discretion, will accept that protection applicant. That Article 6 continues, the parties may regularly evaluate this agreement and its implementation to correct any deficiencies found. The evaluation may be carried out jointly by the parties. The parties may invite by mutual decision other relevant organizations with specialized knowledge on the subject, such as the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, to participate in such evaluation. I jump down to paragraph 4. The parties intend for the operating procedures to contain gradual steps and address, among other things, A, procedures necessary to effectuate the transfer of individuals under this agreement, and B, institutional capacity requirements. What does that mean? If there are costs, if there are financial or technical requirements, this is what is a part of that consideration. The parties intend for the operating procedures to contain gradual steps and address, among other things, institutional capacity requirements. The parties plan to operationalize this agreement upon the completing of the operating procedures. What does that mean? Put it in the converse. That means that unless the operating procedures are completed, this agreement will not become effective or operational. So let's forget about all the rhetoric out there. Look at what the agreement is saying. This is a framework agreement that complies with and ensures explicitly that it must comply with our laws, including our Constitution and the laws of the United States of America. Article 7 speaks to the extent or term of the agreement being for the term of 2 years, renewable before its expiration with the exchange of diplomatic notes, which means it has to be on both ends. The United States and Belize each have to do an exchange of diplomatic notes if it is to go beyond 2 years. It also provides in paragraph 2, either party may terminate or suspend this agreement at any time by notifying the other party in writing. We all hear about the practical, whether in fact Belize would ever terminate. Well, the ability is there to terminate. Whether it decides to or not, that's up to Belize. Paragraph 3, the part speaks to amendments. The parties may agree in writing to any amendments to this agreement. Paragraph 4, which was highlighted by Senator Pitts. I think I would interpret it a little bit differently than how Senator Pitts interprets it. But paragraph 4, the final paragraph in this agreement states, nothing set forth in this agreement shall be interpreted in such a way that commits the disbursement or allocation of funds by the parties. The implementation of this agreement shall be subject to the availability of funds and technical capacity of each party. The government of the United States of America, upon request, shall endeavor in accordance with applicable laws and regulations to provide financial and technical assistance to strengthen the institutional capacities of the government of Belize. So it explicitly states that the implementation of this agreement shall be subject to the availability of funds and technical capacity of each party. So if Belize does not have available funds and technical capacity, then this agreement cannot be implemented. So it is actually in the interest of the United States of America, if it wants this agreement to be implemented, to provide the financial and technical capacity to Belize to enable the implementation of this agreement. It's there in black and white for everybody to read, to see, to understand. Don't listen to the sensational, misleading political rhetoric. Read it for yourself. It's all here in black and white. I went through the whole agreement. There is nothing hidden. This is the whole agreement. And as a statement of principle, Cabinet has taken that position that no more than 10 persons per year, up to 10 persons per year, would be admitted into Belize under this agreement, provided that the operating procedures have been fully put in place, provided that there is the financial and technical capacity to implement this agreement. So this is where we are. We share common values, common virtues in looking and in being our brother's keeper. We share those common values. Let us not forget that, lest we forget. Thank you.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Thank you, Senator Cowie. Thank you, Senator Farber, Senator Zetina, Senator Pitts is not here, Senator Herrera, Senator Wade, Senator Dennison, Senator Chanona, Senator Galvez, Senator Aranan, and Senator Guerra for your very impassioned contribution on an issue which certainly is deserving of the attention, the critical thinking, the critical analysis, forensic and critical analysis by all senators. I'd like to thank Senator Cowie for going through the agreement, because there is importance and significance in that. I won't rehash and repeat what that exercise, but to simply highlight and emphasize that the agreement, when one takes the time and goes through the various articles, the various clauses, it can be seen that the agreement is, as Senator Cowie pointed out, a framework agreement. I will very quickly make an attempt to go through the various queries that were made by the various senators. Senator Farber, you raised the issue and you made the suggestion that there is an approach of secrecy that was engaged by the government with respect to the entering into the agreement. I think a number of other senators may have made suggestion to that similar point. But I just wish to make this point. It's very, very important. And this is a point that I sought to make when the committee of the whole Senate met last Monday, is that within the context of our constitutional democracy, which operates on a separation of powers, where you have the executive, where you have a legislature, and where you have the judiciary, treaty-making powers in international law is reserved to the executive. It's not something I made up. It's not something the government has made up. This is something that has been etched in international law for centuries. And I sought to make the point last week by making reference to the case of the Gina Miller case. And that case dealt with the exercise, that case dealt with the Brexit scenario, or the Brexit phenomenon in the UK. And what the courts and the UK High Supreme Court, no less, had to contend with and had to do, amongst other things, but it had to explain in very simple language this power, because that was an issue as well. Could the government simply have entered into the Brexit agreement and could have removed the country from that agreement without getting parliamentary approval, and the whole issue, which I think touch on concern, your concern. And I appreciate the concern, but I'd just like to just read this extract from paragraph 55 of that judgment. It says this, it says, subject to any restrictions imposed by primary legislation, and Senator Pitts would know, so in England they don't have a written constitution, and so their legislations by parliament, it almost, those primary legislation has the effect, has that effect that we would say our constitution has. So the court continued, it said, the general rule is that the power to make or unmake treaties is exercisable without legislative authority, and that exercise of that power is not reviewable by the courts. I make this point because this is important for Belizeans to understand that the government, in entering into the agreement, has not conducted itself in any way untoward. I appreciate the concern. I appreciate the comment that there needs, or there ought to, or there's a suggestion there should have been consultation, but there is a reason, there's a rationale why the treaty-making power has been casted as such. Treaties, bilateral agreements, may never see the light of a day allow me to finish. Bilateral agreements are conducted and that they're arranged at the executive level. What obtains in our constitutional democracy is that after the agreements have been signed, after the agreement have been entered into, this is where the Senate, the constitutional authority of the Senate, becomes triggered. So it is through this process which we have engaged in today, which all senators, in discharge of your constitutional duties and obligation, you indeed had the obligation and the right to scrutinize, to examine the agreement. But the point that I wish to make is that there has been some conflating of the issues. The agreement is a framework agreement, is a triggering of the process. Indeed, so that the terms of the agreement, which includes, for instance, as well, the standard operating procedures, those clearly cannot be crafted, or those clearly cannot be contemplated unless, first and foremost, the agreement is unless the Senate authorizes its ratification. If the Senate doesn't authorize its ratification, that's the end of the matter. And so it is rather, and so, as I made the point earlier this morning, the Senate will have an opportunity to further examine and review and debate on this matter. Because, and as I pointed out earlier, there would need to be an amendment to the Refugees Act. Senator Pitts, is not because the definition, the quintessential definition of a refugee is at odds with what is contemplated in this agreement. That's not the reason. The reason is because of the provision, and I here don't want to be guilty of running afoul of his standing orders in terms of being premature in a debate. However, what I just wanted to point out in terms of section 4, as Senator Cowie pointed out, the definition of refugee would still be applicable to what is contemplated by a protective applicant in the agreement. So they're not at odds. What, however, will be required is an amendment to Section 8. And we made it clear from the outset, it's very clear. And that Section 8 speaks about any person who is within Belize. So clearly the persons aren't within Belize, so there would need to be an amendment there. Because this provision speaks about the refugee committee considering applications of those persons. But the point is this, is that the notion, the concept of a refugee, of an asylum seeker, of someone who is fleeing his or her country because of persecution, that is captured by Section 4, as Senator Cowie detailed, and it is also captured in the agreement. Moving on to some other points, and you'll forgive me, I may not be able to answer all your questions, but please, you will understand for time constraints I may not be able to do it. With respect to the issue of vetting, that's an issue which I think a number of senators may have raised. That is how and what capacity Belize has to be able to be able to ensure that the persons who are sent, or persons who are proposed to be transferred, that they indeed do not have a criminal record, or they may be persons who have the particular professional skills which may be suited for the development needs of Belize. So we have, as was pointed out, we have the Caribbean Community CARICOM Impacts. So this is an agency which specifically is established to deal with security and crime. And so Belize, being a part of that agency, can draw from the expertise and from that institutional mechanism that exists there. There's also a regional body as it relates to conducting verification of persons who would be from Central America. There is an agency known as, the acronym is GCIF. Forgive my Spanish. Yes, so the Spanish is supposed to be Grupo Conjunto Inteligencia Fronteriza. I don't know if I got it correct, but this is an agency which provides Central American countries with help with respect to these matters. There's also Interpol, which Belize also relies on. So I make this point to say that there is capacity to address the very important concern of how we'll be able to verify these things. I need to point out as well that we have a very, these are my words, I believe, and I certainly, and I echo the words which were shared by Senator Wade in respect to his praise of the Immigration Department. So we have a refugee department which has 14 officers, a director of refugee, then we have a legal protection officer, we have 3 registration or intake officer, and there are other sections in that department which include a senior social worker and a reviewing section. There's also administrative staff, administrative officer and coordinator and other persons. Say this to say that we have capacity to address the processing of 10 applicants annually. Senator Wade pointed out this earlier this morning. As part of the refugee status determination process, the refugee department is aided in that with respect to NGOs. So we have Help for Progress, we have Humana, People to People, for instance, and you also have UNHCR. The name of your entity would be, yes, Church of Nazarene. So there are NGOs who are invested in this process and who assist. Their impetus obviously is the common humanity and seeing how best they can assist in that regard. Moving along. There was a point being made with respect to, again, the agreement first has to be ratified before you can take any further steps with respect to this matter. Senator Dennison, you had raised the issue with respect to, amongst other things, you had raised the issue with respect to, which I must confess that never thought about, but it's a very ingenious observation that a refugee is a person who is fleeing persecution, so they could very well be in his homeland. If he's a genuine refugee, that his criminal record could be cooked. Yes, so that is something obviously that as part of the process, the standard operating procedures, again, were this agreement to be ratified by the Senate, that obviously would and should be taken on board. Then I go to Senator Herrera. So, Senator Herrera, I know your observation, poignant observation, salient, necessary to be made with respect to the number of persons who are comparative resources and situation with respect to migration and that of the U.S. However, what I would point out is that in terms of the agreement itself, that Article 2.2 gives Belize this unequivocal discretion to reject transfer of part or all the prospective applicants. But as I said, I very well appreciate and the context and also the information which you provided. With respect to the security vetting, I think I may have answered that earlier. You had asked, you pointed out that your members of your organization had a number of other questions. I tried to write as best as possible those. The financial cost, in terms of that, those would be addressing the operating procedures. And as Senator Coway had pointed out, I think it needs to be made plain, and it needs to be reiterated that implementation is subject to the availability of funds and the technical capacity. And as Senator Cowie articulated it, it behooves the United States to, were we to reach that point, because obviously we still, we are here seeking the approval of the Senate. Then with respect to the mechanism for transparency for standard operating procedures, that again, the Senate will have that opportunity. I think it would clearly, if approval were to be granted by the Senate, and we were to move to the next stage with respect to the standard operating procedure, and then possibly amendments to the Refugees Act, those are documents and those are procedures which clearly have to be made and be made plain and shown, disclosed to this august body. Staffing levels, the processing of the protection applicants, mechanisms for persons transferred to access resources, those again, I think, would be addressed in the operating procedure, which are to be drafted. And you made Senator Herrera, you highlighted a very important matter this morning, earlier in your presentation, with respect to the fact that we haven't. Well, I don't think it was a definitive statement. It was a question whether Belize has made any statement or any comment with respect to the military build-up that we see the U.S. engaging in. And so I did reach out to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and what was shared with me is that a statement by CARICOM on the security build-up in the region was, in fact, that was disseminated about 2 weeks ago, and that statement reads, and just very briefly, heads of government of CARICOM met and discussed various issues on the regional agenda, including increased security build-up in the Caribbean and the potential impacts on member states. Save in respect of Trinidad and Tobago, who reserved its position, heads agreed on the following. And one, they reaffirm the principle of maintaining the Caribbean region as a zone of peace and the importance of dialogue and engagement towards the peaceful resolution of disputes and conflict. And CARICOM remains willing to assist towards that objective. I can share with senators. The point being is that Belize has taken a step and has voice as through the CARICOM mechanism that it certainly is certainly disapproves and certainly is in no way in agreement with that approach that has been taken by the United States. Now, Senator Gabriel, Senator Zetina, I think it's important to point out that, I think I may have gone over these before, you raise concerns which I readily appreciate and understand, and in terms of the resources, again, the availability of funds and technical capacity of Belize will be, the agreement will be subject, and the implementation of the agreement will be subject to that. And that again is to be found in Article 7.4. I explained earlier the treaty making process and how the executive is engaged in that. This is very critical, and it was an issue which was raised, I think, by a number of other. I think Senator Pitts, you have raised it as well. So, what happens if a person is not deemed to be a bona fide or a genuine asylum seeker? So, here's the thing. This happens, or this can happen, even if a person lands at the border and makes a declaration that he or she is an asylum seeker. What obtains is that the person has to go through the process, and if he or she is not deemed to be an authentic asylum seeker, that person, Senator Wade mentioned it, that person will be repatriated. And here's the thing, this is why we've chosen CARICOM and Central American countries as the countries where those persons are to be from. And the reason is simple. There's an existing mechanism where we could have persons be repatriated from CARICOM to CARICOM countries and to Central American countries with least financial strain on the country. In terms of Senator Chanona, I must commend you, and I very much appreciate your suggestion that perhaps maybe moving forward there could be some consultation, and so seek to take that on board. But certainly, as I indicated, as it relates to the standard operating procedures, that certainly is something which will be shared or disclosed with the Senate. Senator Pitts, you'll forgive me if I was unable to write all of what you said in the bit which you were praising me. You had me stonewall, and so I couldn't continue. You said the administrative capacity of the Refugee Department, I think we have spoke to that earlier. In terms of the treaty-making power of the executive, I mentioned that before. You made mention that, I don't know if it, in a conversation with the Charge d'Affaires, a mention of 7 years. Well, that 7 years is not, that doesn't take 7 years for the refugee status determination process to be, that's what you said with respect to Belize? No, that must be for the US. Not Belize. Belize is, we're much more efficient. We're much more efficient. Yeah. I respectfully disagree with you that we are not and will not be a dumping ground for high-risk asylum seekers. And the reason I say that is because of the mechanism in which we could first check and confirm the identity of the proposed transferee, and as well to reject. Yes. Of course, nothing is 100% foolproof, but to what exists and what obtains now is that there is a mechanism in which we could be able to confirm the identity of persons from CARICOM to CARICOM impacts and persons from Central America through the aforesaid entity, which I'm unable to repeat. As it relates to constitutional risk, so this is a bilateral agreement. I will have to consider some more, as I am obliged to do as Attorney General, your concerns with respect to the potential constitutional risk, but from a preliminary look at it, it being a bilateral agreement, and it in particular being an agreement that would affect applicants, it seems to me that that issue may not necessarily arise. But as I said, we'll give more thought and more deliberation and consideration for it. In terms of whether there will be detention centers, I think Senator Cowie had mentioned this agreement, the way it's framed, it doesn't contemplate that, and the numbers are such that, again, with the help of the NGOs, these prospective protection applicants would be able to be assimilated in within the society and within the community with least financial shock to the government and the people of Belize. With respect to the interpreters, I think that is an issue that may not necessarily arise because, again, they are from CARICOM, so the only non-English speaking country will be Haiti, and the others are Spanish speaking. No. And then in terms of, well, there's a process to confirm. I said that already in Article 6, and I think, and then in terms of non-refoulement, Senator Kawai addressed it. So non-refoulement would apply if the applicant is genuine. So clearly, you would not send back somebody to his home country if he's a genuine. He's genuinely in fear of his life because of political, ethnic, and other considerations. So that applies. That's an obligation that Belize has, and that would apply, as I said earlier, even if the person were to be an ordinary asylum seeker and refugee. Again, gratitude to each senator for your contribution. It has been over 5 hours, but I think the Belizean public deserve no less for such a spirited and very critical discussion and examination of this motion. Mr. President, with that, I think the question, any question be put? Sorry, Madam President. You see, you have an institution within an institution, Madam Clerk, properly guided me just now as it relates to what properly should now take place is that I should ask if, Madam President, if the motion can be referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Honorable members, that motion is referred to the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee for examination, consideration, and report.
Bills for second reading.
I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal, replace, and consolidate the Gambling Prevention Act, Chapter 109 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Computer Wagering Licensing Act, Chapter 149 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and the Gaming Control Act, Chapter 152 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, I'm not necessarily a gambler, but we live in a free and democratic country where we have to address However, all the likes and all the concerns of all our citizens and our people. Madam President, this bill has a recommendation of the Cabinet. So, Madam President, with your leave, if I may just make some very brief introductory remarks in terms of, for the second reading, to give some context for senators. Madam President, as way back as June 2010, the government of Belize decided to conduct a comprehensive assessment of the gaming industry in Belize as recommended by the regulators. So this started, Mr. Leader of Opposition, way back in 2010. Mr. Kenneth Warner of the Warner Consulting Group of the United States was contracted to conduct the evaluation of the gaming industry in Belize. And the evaluation took place between March 27, 2012 and May 8, 2012. The results of the evaluation stressed that Belize could benefit immensely if the gaming and lotteries industries were properly regulated by instituting regulations and enforcement policies. The benefits would include attracting new international investment that would enhance the Belize tourism sector and increase significantly the taxes collected by the government of Belize. Cabinet, in its meeting of 14 September 2021, approved the establishment of a Gaming and Lotteries Commission. The ministry with responsibility for gaming and lotteries had also received a budgetary allocation in 2024 to start up the Gaming and Lotteries Commission. This bill seeks to bring into existence the work of many, and it is the product of a decade of labor, review, and research, with the last 4 years being the critical and vital years when the industry and grit transformed ideas into this bill. This bill, Madam President, will legally establish the Gaming and Lotteries Commission and allow the ministry with responsibility for gaming and lotteries to start assembling and developing the regulator with its own financial and human resources. All existing acts and statutory instruments relevant to gaming lotteries will be amalgamated into one act to be called the Gaming and Lotteries Commission Act, or GLC for short. The primary relevant legislations which were read in the long title introducing the bill, which will be repealed, are the Gambling Prevention Act, Chapter 109 of the Laws of Belize, the Gaming Control Act, Chapter 152 of the Laws of Belize, the Computer Wagering Licensing Act, Chapter 149 of the Laws of Belize, and the Lotteries Control Act, Chapter 151 of the Laws of Belize. The bill thus includes provisions for the establishment, operations, and empowerment of a Gaming and Lotteries Commission as a statutory board under the Laws of Belize with full powers to lead, direct, regulate, which includes licensing and ensure compliance with integrity and fairness standards, impose fines and penalties, revoke licenses, investigate and prosecute. And they will also be responsible for the monitoring, collection of fees, and enforcement. The Gaming and Licensing Commission Act will also embrace, this is critically important, responsible gaming. So for those who may not necessarily embrace gaming, be assured that the legislation seeks to, however, have regulated responsible gaming. And this as a guiding, I know Senator Wade, it's not, so the Act will embrace responsible gaming as a guiding principle, including the recognition of social ills that may arise from the problem of gaming. That is squarely put out there, but again, it is being done in a way to address the fact that we live in a democratic country, people have choices, but at the same time, the government has a responsibility to ensure that this is done in a responsible way. New legislative framework is to address the electronic, digital nature of gaming and lotteries played in Belize to minimize enforcement challenges, including the need to legislate all necessary and essential standards for gaming operations consistent with international standards. It includes all provisions necessary to minimize any possibility of using gaming for money laundering and for financing of terrorism. Again, this is important. Sure, the stories abound with respect to gaming may have been in the past been used in such a way that it may have been able to escape our money laundering and other financing of terrorism apparatus. So this bill seeks to ensure that this possibility is minimized. It also embraces the planned and guided development of the gaming and lotteries sector to assist in the licensing process. The bill also contains provision for meaningful fees, licensing and penalties as appropriate to fund the regulation, training, enforcement, and operations of the Gaming and Lotteries Commission. This bill thus balances economic opportunity with social protection, ensuring that all Belizeans benefit from an industry that has long operated at the margins. On this side, Madam President, we commend the bill for consideration of senators, and we look forward for the full support of this upper chamber. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Farber.
Thank you, Madam President. We say from the onset, Madam President, that we recognize good intention in the bill. But of course, as is the case with much of the legislation that comes to the Senate, the devil is in the details. Madam President, the noble intentions of consolidating, repealing and consolidating existing legislation, and bringing them together, the Gambling Prevention Act, the Computer Wagering License Act, the Lotteries Control Act, the Gaming Control Act, all of these now being brought under the umbrella of the Gaming and Lotteries Commission, we think overall is a good move in theory. The stated intention by the government is that we need to modernize, we need to bring clarity, we need to be more efficient, and we need to bring order to this gaming sector that has evolved rapidly over the years. I know that certainly when I was growing up, all I knew about was the Sunday lottery and the weekly, daily Bolido. And now there are many other different games of chance, lotteries, if you will. Mega Bingo, you have Pick 3, you have, so there are quite a number of them, and so nobody can argue that things have developed rather quickly over the years, and I understand well why there would be the need to modernize and to clamp down on things. But, Madam President, we must ensure that modernization doesn't come at the expense of transparency, accountability, or fairness. And we do, again, acknowledge the need for reform in this regard. When the laws were written, for instance, there were no laws. Well, Belize didn't have any kind of online betting, no virtual gaming, no major casino operators back then. And they are now bringing all of these laws into one consolidated, coherent framework. And so this makes sense to us, and it is overdue in our regard. But again, we cannot support unchecked accountability. And one of the most glaring faults we can find right away, Madam President, is the unchecked, what is apparently unchecked ministerial power. The lack of oversight and the creation of special privileges and monopolies disguised in this word modernization. Let me begin, Madam Speaker, with the unchecked ministerial power. And it is important, I feel like every time we stand up in this Senate to discuss bills, there seems to be more and more ministerial power being given to ministers. And the reason I highlight this is because I've said it in these chambers already, and I'll say it again. One of the big platforms, one of the big issues for the People's United Party in Plan Belize, when they suffered the entire House, in fact, in the very first House meeting after the ceremonial opening, a whole motion cataloging all that they will do on the Plan Belize and reading it into action, so to speak, in the House of Representatives. One of the big tenets of that was that they would reduce ministerial power, yet every time we come to these chambers, we hear of more and more ministerial power. It would seem to me, Madam President, that they feel that cutting down ministerial power is good, a good thing to say when you're in opposition, when the shoe is on the other foot, when you're promising, when you get to government, oh, we will take away all of this ministerial power, and then bam, once you become the government, the story changes. You want full control, you want full power, and so you give, via the legislation that you propose, more and more power to the ministers. Under Part 2 and Part 3 of the bill, Madam President, the new commission and its board of directors are to be appointed entirely by the minister responsible for gaming. Every key officer of that commission, the chairperson, from the chairperson to the executive director, falls under ministerial discretion. So the minister can change them at any time. The minister is the one who appoints them. This, Madam President, is an enormous concentration of power in one political office. If this commission is to be genuine in terms of regulating in an impartial and a professional and above political influence manner, then it cannot, Madam President, be structured as an extension of the minister's will. We therefore recommend, Madam Speaker, that the law be amended to include independent representation from civil society, the private sector, and maybe even faith-based organizations, although I don't think the church wants to touch this one with a 10-foot pole. But maybe that's why they ought to sit on it, to make sure they understand what's going on, to make sure they see and can partake in making sure that they don't go too far. Although the church might argue that any kind of support for gambling is going too far. So we need to safeguard public confidence in this process, Madam President, and the best way to do that is, in our opinion, to appoint independent representation from civil society, again, the private sector, the churches, if possible, on the board of the commission. Clause 20 concerns us too, Madam President. Clause 20 of the bill gives the minister the power to grant an exclusive license to an entity wholly owned and controlled by the government to operate the national lottery, very much like what is the case now. And my friend, the Attorney General, the acting lead senator for today, or the lead senator for today for government business, will tell you this is exactly what the opposition did as well when they were in government. But again, let me save you the lamenting once you get up. You campaigned on a promise that you will make things better. You campaigned on a promise to get the best bang for a buck, because the Bolido thing apparently gave them heartaches. Every chance they got, they attacked the opposition's formation, if you will, of what was the National Lottery. And they did all the changes that they could make to now have it in the manner in which they have it. And what we are saying, Madam President, is that when this entity is granted an exclusive license by the government, even if it is wholly owned by the government and it's controlled by the government, this can lead to problems. On the surface, Madam President, it may seem harmless that this kind of license can be, this exclusive license can be given. But when you look at clauses 26, and when you look at clause 27, 26 and 27, it effectively, Madam President, exempts the same entity, the one granted the exclusive license, from paying certain fees, from paying taxes, and from the ordinary licensing conditions that anybody else who would apply for a license would have to meet. Or you can see where the problem would be in that. This, in effect, Madam President, establishes a state-owned monopoly in the gaming sector, and it is a monopoly that can operate without the same financial accountability required for the private operators. We believe, Madam President, that this is bad public policy. Competition and transparency should be the guiding principles, and to be honest with you, I can understand why you would want it in one entity. It is the same thing that the UDP administration did. You want no competition for the Sunday Bolido, the Sunday Lottery and the Bolido. But in terms of accountability and transparency, there should be guardrails put up. There should not be exemption, and there should be there shouldn't be political control. It should be for a limited term, and there should be some kind of parliamentary review, maybe, or some prohibition from subcontracting private interests without oversight from another entity other than the government. The bill, Madam President, also speaks about functions of the Commission in detail. It says that the Commission shall issue licenses, monitor operations, and enforce compliance. But what does it provide, Madam President, for public transparency and how the gaming revenues are managed, or how the licensing decisions are made? We would want this Commission to be fully transparent and accountable to the public. If the public is to have confidence in this new system, Madam President, then there must be legal requirements for the publication of all license holders and the terms of their licenses, and we know how this administration loves to do things in secret. So this one is important. We must also have, Madam President, a system where we have legal requirements for annual audited reports from the Commission tabled to the National Assembly. That's a good suggestion. And clear disclosure of how gaming proceeds are distributed or invested. Without these provisions, Madam President, Belizeans will rightly suspect that this law is more about controlling the industry than regulating it in the public interest. The bill, Madam President, gives broad powers to compliance officers and enforcement officers, including the authority to investigate, arrest, and conduct searches under warrant. And while we believe and we agree that such powers are necessary to tackle illegal gaming, they must be accompanied by strong checks and balances. Therefore, Madam President, the opposition recommends these guidelines: training and accountability for enforcement officers, independent complaint mechanisms for persons or businesses who feel harassed or unfairly targeted, and annual performance reporting by the Commission on enforcement actions taken, fines collected, and prosecutions concluded. We must, Madam President, guard against the creation of yet another enforcement arm that can be misused for political or personal gain. And then there is this one, Madam Speaker, that really I think hits home. I think it's one of the most important things, especially for the churches and the community-based organizations that have to deal with the woes in our society every day that are made louder, they are amplified, Madam President, because of existing woes in our society like gambling. The opposition supports Clause 39 of the bill, which prohibits minors under 18 from entering or working in gaming establishments. However, the bill fails to address the wider issue of problem gambling and its social consequences. You know, what comes to my mind immediately, and those who have been involved, the church especially, I'm sure Pastor Wade will remember, when the whole discussion about opening casinos was here in Belize, when they opened Princess Casino, for instance. The concern was that our local citizens would not go to the casino and engage in gambling. In fact, there was a point where it was championed that it would only be for the tourists who came, the cruise tourists who needed desperately some kind of activity, as if our Maya ruins and our jungles and our keys and beautiful swimming and snorkeling and diving destinations aren't enough attraction for them. They would come all the way here to beautiful Belize to sit in a casino and gamble. That was what was marketed. And I need not tell Belizeans, not here, not abroad, what has been the outcome of that kind of legislation. That kind of accommodation, if you will. Belizeans are the ones who use those casinos the most. In fact, if you're lucky if you find tourists in them. And I see that another one has just opened its doors, moving deeper into Belize City, right at the foot of the new Halova Bridge. Don't necessarily, I'm not going as far as the church, you know, Madam President, to say that, well, we have to cut off all of the gambling. But I know the position of the church. I know that you can't even have a ruffling at some of these churches because they believe so. You know, I don't need Pastor Wade to get up or Senator Wade to get up and tell me that. We know the position of the churches, and I'm not sure that I'm quite there, but I am saying let us put in place the proper guardrails so that we don't have our society further deteriorate as a result of gambling gone too far. Anybody can tell you in this society how many of our retired public servants, how many of our retired teachers have lost their entire pension or gratuity to gambling. How many of them can't pay their mortgages and so on at the end of the month because they have, gambling is an illness, it's a sickness. And just like any other addiction, if you remove the environment, you stand a very good chance of not falling any deeper. Or if you control that environment so that those who are or may become addicted, those who are addicted, but even those who may become addicted, young people in particular, and so I salute the Clause 39, which says nobody under 18, but you have other people too. The ones under 18 maybe not, they haven't really started to work yet, but there are those who are young people who, and quite often, for some reason, I don't know why, Senator Herrera, but when you have these casinos, quite often you're going to call center where many of our young people work not too far away or in the same building sometimes. If you look at that stretch on the what they call the strip there, we have 2 casinos or maybe more, and then we have some call centers. So the young people they pass up and down right there every day, paycheck in hand, that they get from the call centers. So we have to be very careful. Another very, very vulnerable portion of our society are our elderly people, because many of the times the younger people have, their work, they're employed, they're out, and they want their elderly persons to have something to do and go sit down at the casino. But if we are careful, and this is where we have an opportunity through this piece of legislation now, to make sure that the guardrails are up, to make sure that there are requirements for those who operate these casinos, to make sure that the warnings are prominent, that they display the odds, for instance, because some people feel like you're win, and you go there and you suffer from a false sense of winning, and you just seen people destroyed by this. So maybe there needs to be requirements on the part of those who operate to warn people and to maybe display what odds you have of winning. And of course, mandatory advertising standards to protect children and vulnerable persons. And I repeat again, in that category of vulnerable persons, in my view, in my observation, there is a serious vulnerability in our elderly people. If we look at what happens in other countries, gaming laws include these social safeguards. And Belize, my friends, should not be any exception. My friend, the leader of government business, the Attorney General, has said that this kind of research, if you will, and putting together of this type of legislation has been ongoing for many years, even from the time of the UDP administration, as far back as 2010, you said, AG. But I don't know, beyond getting the consultant in, what kind of consultation was done. Not so much to put out there again the question of whether or not we should have gambling. I think that is established. But maybe to give input to some of the stakeholders to help them to be the kind of watchdogs that our system need. Was the church consulted, for instance? We therefore recommend, Madam President, again, some amendments that can help to fix this. I repeat it, but I repeat some of them. The independent oversight that I spoke earlier about. Reconstitute the commission, not do it like how this bill recommended. Include non-partisan representatives from civil society and the private sector. That's a strategy that the UDP administration used very well over the years, putting things in the hands of the social partners. We don't give credit for that all the time, but it is true. You think back on the mess that was made at DFC and how the DFC has been allowed to run correctly now. If you think about the Social Security Board, if you think about many of the entities, even the makeup of the Senate. We like to go back in history and talk about the 13 years as well. Here are some very good things that the UDP did. It is a good recipe. It's a good recipe to keep things in check. It's a good thing to get a good sounding from the entire community when you have environmentalists and the churches and the businesses, the business community, everybody playing a role. It is good oversight. we must as well, and I will give credit. I believe when I was in the House, I saw, at least on one occasion, a report about the Bolido. Correct me if I'm wrong, AG. If none never come, then that is bad. But I believe I saw at least one. Not sure if it was an audited report or just a report on how things were going. And at least they try to give the semblance that they want to be accountable, although that is one of them where I'm willing to bet that the devil in the details would show that. Anyway, before my friend gets up and say I'm imputing improper motive, Madam Speaker, let me not go there, but I not trust, to be honest. Limit as well, Madam President, the minister's power to issue exclusive licenses. That's something I think needs to be changed. And then I feel really that we should use a portion of those monies that the gamblers, the gambling institutions make to help to put up the guardrails, to help to give warnings, to help to prevent, to help to treat. That's another thing. I don't know of any entity or any support for persons in this country who suffer from the addiction of gambling. If you know, please tell me. I don't know. Or maybe it is that it is considered to be just another addiction, and so you go to a general practitioner who helps you with addiction. I don't know, but I have never heard of persons getting help for their gambling addiction in a way like that in Belize. And don't tell me we don't have the problem, because you could go to San Ignacio right now. What the hotel name? San Ignacio Hotel. Tonight, and you can see the people, and you know them, because they did it every night. Every night that a one-armed bandit slapping the machine, hoping for luck. You could go to Princess, you could go to the new one at the bridge, and you will see them. I didn't realize it was a casino at that site. I thought it was just a hotel until I saw the many different vehicles there packed up at night time, and I had to ask, what did they give away? Casino. And so we do have people with that very serious problem of addiction, and one way how we can make a difference right now in this legislation is to insist that some of the proceeds that come from gambling in this country is put back to help those who are addicted. We have to protect our citizens from being overtaken by gambling and lottery. But not only the people who go to casino, no, Madam Speaker, you have people who spend a ridiculous amount of money every day and double, triple when they spend during the week combined on Sunday. I don't know how some people win too. Some people win big. They got the system down. They got their dream book. They got how they calculate what the numbers they are going to buy, what combination of 4 numbers, 2 from one age, and or 1 from when they're dead and 1 from when somebody else born. They make it up, and some people win. But I'm willing to bet that more people lose than those who win. And the society takes advantage of the fact that our people are gambling people. Even some of the churchgoers, they will leave the church early. They are cut out of service early, Pastor Wade, because they have to catch the Bolido man before the Bolido play. That's real, I believe. So don't tell me there's not the problem. And again, we have a great opportunity here to make sure that we put up the guardrails and to make sure that our people don't fall further into this trap. I spoke man, you want to get me in trouble. We spoke as well, Madam President, about the regulation that allows for the state-owned company to get an exclusive license, and also to exempt that company from standard fees and penalties, and private operators don't get that same exemption. If it is going to be state-owned and it's going to be a monopoly, then make them pay the taxes the same way it's going to us. That can, in itself, those fees and those taxes being paid by everybody can make the pool even greater that we are going to rely on in order to put up the guardrails for our children and our most vulnerable people, and to help those who are addicted to gambling. And as we have seen, the developments come fast and quick in online gaming. And that's another thing, you know, I didn't realize how big that was either. We don't get to see this all the time, but online gambling is huge. And in fact, Belize is used as a kind of, I'm not sure if clearinghouse are the right word, but, testing ground, where we hold bets from all over the world, and I'm talking big and serious money. I remember when I was Minister of Education, there were serious concerns about our domain name, the .bz domain name that was gifted to the University of Belize. That's a story we need to follow up on too, because I'm not sure Belize gets its right share from that the BZ domain name. That's a whole other question. Some people don't want to hear me talk about that, but that is a very real situation. But anyway, there were questions about how that domain name was being used, because it came up in all sorts of international gambling circles and being used in questionable ways that we as Belizeans would not want our name being used. So these things happen. So we're not only talking again about those who are seen in the casino visibly with a problem. We're not only talking about those who buy weekly lottery and Sunday Bolido. We're also talking about those who are high stakes on the internet. And another thing I think we need to put a check on is illegal gambling in houses. Not only talk about the little petty pot people, they talk about, we have some high rolling card games and other kind of gambling going on in homes in this country. $5,000 and $10,000 and $20,000 down on a poker table and so on, and the government gets nothing. But lest I offend some of the people who finance the politicians, let me. So I was saying all of that to say, Madam President, that we may need to review these regulations, the laws and any other kind of regulation that goes along with it, every 3 years or so, because the thing moves rather quickly. The developments in technology, especially that facilitate gaming in this instance, move very quickly. And so what we might find as relevant today, 3 years from now, might have surpassed us. The technology might have surpassed us, and so we need to make sure that we do regular reviews of the laws, especially as it pertains to the social impact on our society. We need to do checks, and if we see where things are not working in our favor in terms of the society because of gambling, we need to make the laws work for us as a society. And so, Madam President, this piece of legislation, yes, is a powerful piece of legislation. We believe that it is necessary. We believe that it will reshape a major sector of our economy and our society. But with that power, Madam President, we believe that there must be transparency, fairness, and accountability. And so we certainly cannot support any law that centralizes authority in one minister, that creates tax-exempt monopolies, or that fails to protect the public forum, the social harms of gambling especially. We are prepared to support reform, but not blind control. We are prepared to modernize, but not monopolize. We are committed to ensuring that this bill, Madam President, works for the Belizean people and not against the Belizean people. And so we recommend the changes, and if those changes would be listened to, if our leader of government business today would follow suit to a regular leader of government business who quite often listens to the recommendations made by the Senate, and we are able to make better laws as a result, then we will find ourselves in a place where we can support the legislation with the intent, of course, to truly modernize and make the gambling laws in this country transparent and accountable. I thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President.
I recognize Senator Kevin Herrera.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, my comments on the bill will be brief. I generally support the concept of regulating gaming and lotteries in Belize, Madam President, and so the concept of that, I agree with, but I do have some observations, more from a financial standpoint. Madam President, the excuse me. The definition of an administrator in the bill states that it means an officer appointed by the board on the advice of the executive director to oversee all accounting, auditing, human resources, compliance functions of the commission. And then there's the auditor definition, Madam President, and I'll be getting to my main point very shortly. It says an auditor means an officer appointed by the board on the advice of the executive director to be engaged in the inspection and monitoring of the compliance by the gaming and lottery licensees with all required financial reporting and auditing standards, policies, guidelines as may be defined by the Act. So at several points we're talking about auditing or auditing standards, Madam President. But if you look at section 5, Madam President, then you look at it covers the functions of the commission, and a lot of this act actually deals with the commission in terms of how it is set up. And if you look at the commission, the is to supervise, control, monitor, and regulate the conduct of gaming and lotteries. Again, no quarrel with that aspect of it. But in sections 13 and 15, 13, 14, and 15, it says that the revenues of the commission shall consist of all sums collected by the commission as fees, penalties, or charges, annual fees payable by licensee, and all other sums which may be in a manner become payable to or vested in the commission. And then in 15, Madam President, it says the commission shall keep proper books of accounts of its income and other receipts and expenditures during each financial year, and shall also cause a statement of its accounts for each financial year to be prepared within 3 months after the end of that year in prescribed form, which conforms to the best commercial and accounting standards. Now, Madam President, this act talks about the preparation of accounts, but it doesn't mention at all anything about having those accounts audited, even though it is supposed to collect, as I just went over, collect all these fees and licenses and from those involved in gaming or lotteries. And so, that part of it puzzled me, and so I looked at I took the time to look at the Public Utilities Commission Act. And in that, under section 40 subsection 3, it says all accounts of the commission, I'm talking about the Public Utilities Commission, shall be audited annually by an Auditor General and by the Auditor General and his staff. So in the Public Utilities Commission, which I believe is very similar to the Gaming Commission, but for the Gaming Commission, there is no requirement for an audit, and I can't figure out why. And then in 41(1)(a), Madam President, it states that a statement of its account, 41(1) rather, within 3 months after the end of each financial year, the Commission shall cause to be made and shall submit to the Minister a statement of its accounts audited in accordance with the section I just read. So the Public Utilities Commission Act clearly covers the auditing of the funds collected by the Commission, Madam President. But for some reason, those under the Gaming Commission doesn't have that requirement, and so I would hope that that aspect of it, I don't know if it's an oversight or it's something that that perhaps we can amend. But I do believe, since we're looking at a commission that is collecting sums, that those monies be audited and be properly accounted for. Madam President, then we went to move on. The last point I'd like to make here is on the appointment of the board of directors. I think that's under the, it starts out at what section starts out at? 1 second. Yeah, section 6, and then it's covered under the first schedule. So there is supposed to be a board of directors for the Gaming and Lotteries Commission. Again, very normal. But then when you look at page 29 in the Act, Madam President, and the Schedule 1, if you look at those who are on the board, they're predominantly government people. Most of them are from various ministries. We have the ministry responsible, the Chief Executive Officer of the Ministry of Gaming and Lotteries. There is a representative from the Ministry of Finance. There is a representative from the ministry responsible for national planning. A representative from an institution responsible for financial crimes, or a representative from the ministry responsible for police. And if you look at all of the appointments, Madam President, or I think there's only one person here, two persons who would have, three persons actually, two with knowledge of gaming and lotteries, and a person with knowledge in finance and accounting. But other than those, all the other members of that board, Madam President, would be persons who are associated with the government. Again, I think that it's important that there's some balance in there, because it's, I believe that, other groups, perhaps even maybe some groups who would be very critical of some of the activities on the gaming and lotteries, Madam President, would be able to bring a perspective, or at least bring some level of consciousness in some of these areas to the debate. And so I wanted to raise those points, Madam President, that perhaps, and hopefully when the leader of government business, or Senator Koyi, gets up, maybe they could clarify those points that I raised. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Janelle Janona.
Thank you, Madam President. I too will be brief in my remarks. I think we can all agree that culturally we do have I would say, unique connection to gambling, Madam President. I remember being, I don't know if impressed is the word, but Senator Pitts used a flabbers were gasted expression earlier in terms of when we were in the midst of hurricane watch, and then, that's like required viewing, and we had to suspend that to go and play the numbers. And it really put some perspective in terms of but the number. I think that's important, in all frankness, because I think the approach that this bill is taking to consolidate and coordinate and facilitate and manage is key, because I don't think we're taking a position against gambling, so it is important that we manage and move forward in that vein. Two things came out to us on this. We definitely align on the specific inclusion for auditing to be required, and I thank Senator Herrera for pointing out the possible alignment with the PUC Act. I also want to take members to Part 7 in terms of the handling of the tax. The references at 28 and 29, we thought it might be important, particularly given the recent tax reform that's taken place, as well as the requirement for registrations for MPOs and NGOs, that there be a specific reference or some alignment in terms of to be used exclusively for the purposes of supporting health, education, and sports initiatives by registered nonprofits and non-governmental organizations, just to make sure that there was that further extension of I don't want to say gatekeeping, Madam President, but just that transparency and accountability in terms of who is benefiting from the fund. And then I didn't see, and forgive me if I missed it, we saw recently where I think some of our local journalists, or a local journalist was awarded in terms of the story about this gambling facility in San Pedro. And there was this whole situation around that. But what really took our focus as well was with this illegal ATM, something about cash, US dollars being dispensed at this ATM at a gambling facility. And it raised for us that perhaps along with this, in terms of the operation and the management, that there need to be some dedicated, and I think Lead Senator Faber referenced this, in terms of just monitoring and supervision of these activities, because I remember that story making a dent in terms of just pointing out that if all of these things are happening in plain sight, then what message does that send to the community? And just to make sure that we're aware of what that is and who's doing what where, of course, without compromising anybody's right to have fun. And that's where we'll conclude, Madam President, in that I think everyone can appreciate that, we need outlets for people to de-stress and unwind. And if, gambling is their their excitement or even their vice, we do want to call out that I think it has to be something that we also frame with having a supporting environment ready and available for when fun becomes addiction. Because that is a very real, as Senator Farber again pointed out, real situation, and some folks don't even realize when it's gotten to that point. And I know, for instance, even in terms of advertising, that several US states look at how we, and I reference them because they're one of the most common, I've seen a lot of ads from them where, you know, in even promoting these online games, in promoting casinos and other types of establishments, there is a disclaimer or at least a reminder that if you need help with addiction, there is a hotline to call, there are services to access, there are things that places that you can get support to. So just to call that out in terms of national framing of making sure that if that's needed, again, I don't know if that's been explored, but certainly if we use the reference of data available in other countries, then that is also something that we would advocate should accompany in the same way, in the vein, Madam President, that it has been documented as being an illness. So it's not the choice is lost there. The addiction becomes an illness, becomes a disease, becomes something that you can't quote unquote control. So that we would want to make sure that that does not further cause any deterioration in any way, shape, or form. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Hector Guerra.
Madam President, I wish to be brief. I'll address 4 points, some of which arose from from Senator Farber's contribution this afternoon. The first point that I'll address has to do with the board. There were concerns that the power is centralized in the minister in terms of the appointment of the members of the board and from where the board members will come from, which is predominantly from various ministries. But for completion, I'd want to add that for the benefit of the Belizean people, that their checks and balances, Schedule 1 provides that members of the board are subject to removal and are subject to certain rules, which if they, for example, a member of the board cannot be found guilty of being involved in fraud or dishonesty, corruption, or any offense in which would involve a penalty or a fine for more than 2 years. I want to address the issue of the exclusive license raised by Senator Farber. I think it's just a matter of interpreting what the intention is. So an exclusive license is raised at Section 20 of the bill. And what it's envisioning, Senator Farber, and to the Belizean public, is that there are certain lotteries. So we know the Bolido, the lottery, the jackpot, as the public knows. These are lotteries that are controlled by the government. Predominantly for years have been controlled by the government. We have, under this government, acquired these lotteries. And so the intention is, for the purpose of those lotteries which this act calls government lotteries, there will be an entity that already exists and that is wholly owned by the government. And so naturally, if it's owned by the government, Senator Farber, it doesn't make much sense if the government is paying tax to itself, if the government has to pay fees to itself. And so what it's doing is two things. It's creating an exclusive license for the government and for the benefit of the Belizean people to be able to run those lotteries. And two, it's exempting itself from having to pay fees to itself. Another thing I'd want to highlight has to do with the general funding. So a key part of this is that there will be created what's called a general fund from the fees, the taxes that are collected under this act. Importantly, 50% of any of the total sum of fees will go to a general fund for the purpose of supporting health, education, and sports initiatives. The other 50% will go to the credit of what's called an official charity fund, which is already controlled by the government under the Treasury, as you would know, Senator Farber. But this act specifically says that those sums are to go towards supporting community services initiatives, so that when we say this Dafuwi Bolido, we mean that it will now directly impact and uplift thousands of Belizeans through the funding that will be made available to the government. I think it's important to note that this bill envisions the protections of minors below the age of 18, so that it expressly says that you cannot seek to sell lotteries or any bolido or anything of the sort to minors, and there are stiff penalties which this bill provides. I think those are my contributions on this bill, Madam President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Louis Way.
Thank you, Madam President. And I want to start off by agreeing with the comments made by the Senator for the opposition as it relates to this bill. In fact, I think the Archbishop that we have praised earlier in today's proceedings would be super proud of the way you handled the aspects of this bill, especially as it relates to the moral implications. I am not prepared to support this bill the way it is currently written. As a matter of fact, I believe that there are organizations that should have been consulted, including the church, in the drafting of this bill. And I was surprised how fast it reached the Senate. In fact, I had to ask, when did it pass through the lower house? When were there committee meetings? Was there any kind of consultation in the putting together of this particular bill? And I continue to state that we legislate on behalf of the people of Belize. So anything that we have to try to sneak past, fly past, or try to have minimal consultation, which this bill, I believe, fall under that particular gambit, that it makes us suspicious or worry that the bill might not have been constructed properly. And I think that there are instances that I want to show where this bill needs to be improved. Indeed, it is difficult to get just approval from the church on the matter of gambling. But at the same time, we do recognize that we are at a point where it needs to be regulated, properly regulated. Gambling, Madam President, is a vice. And just as the government is currently creating legislation for secondhand smoking and tobacco, and that bill is going to eventually reach here. I know we are not debating it as yet, but anything that deals with an addiction, we need to take particular attention as we regulate it to ensure that we do not create more damage than help, that we help more than we harm. And we can see that currently with the alcohol epidemic that we have on our country, where on a weekly basis lives are being adversely affected to the point of death because the regulations are weak, or even where the regulations are strong, they're not being properly addressed and monitored. And so I start by asking this administration to slow it down. To slow it down. Because we are dealing with an addiction. We are dealing with a vice that needs to be regulated, but there are stories in the news right now, as my fellow Senator for NGOs has stated, that have not been adequately addressed. And this legislation, not a future one, this legislation must be able to deal with the issues that are currently in the news. You see, I was coming around when casinos were introduced, and I had to laugh when Honorable Senator Faber brought up the issue of casinos, because it's a stickler, you know. 20, 30 years later, we don't forget who passed it, how we pass, and the lies or mistruths that were said to make it palatable. Because maybe some of you are young, but I kind of old enough to remember, indeed, that gambling as it relates to the legislation and the internationalization, putting it on a big stage, casinos, was extremely problematic for the nation of Belize, and particularly so for the church. And the answer was, no man, no man. This is not for the Belizean people. This is not for the ordinary Belizeans. We poor. This, we know it is a problem, this will be for the tourists. This will be for the tourists. So we have a story of the camel that wanted to get into the tent of the Arabian merchant in the heat of the sandstorm, and the camel said, I just want to put in my nose so that I could have clean air. My body could take the lick of the sandstorm, but just my nose. And so the kind-hearted merchant said, just your nose, camel. Well, the story continues by saying that it became the neck, the shoulder, and before long, the merchant was out of the tent and the camel was in. And so I am glad that I am now old enough and present in the Senate when this gambling and lotteries control bill returns to us, because I want to say we were lied to, because casinos today are robbing Belizeans of hard-earned money, keeping most of them poor. And I look at the word fair play in this bill, and I laughed, because I want to know in writing how this bill will create fair play in the gambling industry, where all of the machines are cornered towards the house. And then how will you have exclusive licenses and still have fair play? And I looked up the word exclusive in the bill, and it's not there, because I want to know, as it pertains pertains to this bill, what does the word exclusive mean? And fair play and exclusive don't go together. Yes. And so, Madam President, I want to recommend that we ensure that before this bill leaves this honorable Senate, that some of these issues are properly addressed. Because we know who become wealthy and we know who become poor in gambling establishments. And I think that's the reason why the government is in it and is trying to continue to fence off an area for itself. It's because all addictions produce a lot of money, whether it is sex, whether it is alcohol, whether it is tobacco, whether it is marijuana, and whether it is gambling. It is easy to take candy from a child. It is easy to make a lot of money off gambling because it is an addiction. This week, I saw a video on Belizean Chinese business people. And most Belizean Chinese don't talk to the Belizean press. They may talk maybe about fried chicken or about business and so on, but I saw a video this week about gambling in the Chinese community in Belize. And the documentary was done by a Chinese organization that came into Belize. And it broke my heart that the Chinese, primarily the mothers or the wives, they allowed the cameras to go in. You see, we see from outside looking in, buying the fried chicken. We have the bars that bar us out. And some of them made it clear it barred them in. And that their husbands were working hard during the week, but that most of the money they made was lost to gambling. The Chinese businesswomen were saying that about what was taking place. And I was shocked, because it is seldom that we get the opportunity to peer behind the bars and to hear the personal stories of many of the Chinese. You see, we see some of the big buildings going up, but for every winner, there are many losers. And so I am asking us to slow this legislation down. Give our people the time to go through it and solve some of these issues that are necessary. I believe this legislation is incomplete. Number one, not just consultation as it relates to the bill itself, but consultations as it relates to who should and should not get a license. Currently, as the bill is written, it is the commissioner and the commission and the minister that will decide. No, there needs to be consultation with the general public, particularly in those communities that do not want gambling. There needs to be, just like how you have liquor licenses that are not issued around schools, around playgrounds, around churches, etc. I would like to see that this bill creates those kinds of no gambling zones. As I said, the Pandora's box is open, And yes, it's true that we cannot close it back, but I believe there are things that can be done to reduce the impact, the negative impacts on gambling. So I'm not saying close them all down, we don't want to accept the bill, etc., etc., etc. I'm saying that at this point, this bill does not serve the good of the Belizean people to cover the issues over the last 15 years that we know exist, including the issues such as the REMA-RAE, which is currently before us. So, if a person wants to have a gambling house, a casino, a gaming shop, something in a particular community or in a particular neighborhood, all they have to do is to write this organization, and this organization then give licenses, and then they can come back with that license and go for a trade license and then try to demand it, as they have done in the past. And in certain cases, they try to give them golf cart, if you've been following the story. Give them golf cart, and then you have a warehouse full of golf carts, etc. This story was properly covered by my colleague Paul Lopez of Channel 5. It's present in the news for us to learn from, that the public needs to be involved and written into this legislation, so that if they are not satisfied, or if they believe that their neighborhood should be gamble free, they should have that say. They need to be a part of the process when that commission is considering whether or not to give a license. I know of Belmopan in particular because I have lived here since probably 1990. Most of the people in Belmopan consider their city to be a gamble-free city. We don't want casinos in Belmopan. We fight for it. We have demonstrated before. We have agitated to the mayors, various mayors that come in. And it's always an issue, because those who get the license or have the license, they actually have the finances to attempt to make huge donations to make it palatable. Many of these gambling in entrepreneurs, or those who want to open these types of business, they come and are not afraid to put cash on the table saying, give us a trade license. And I took this bill and I sent it to a former mayor of our city, knowing that mayor after mayor have had to fight keeping Belmopan a gambling-free zone. And he has written substantially on the matter, though he was only given a couple of hours. And I would like to submit his notes to the committee. These are people, I believe, that should have been consulted before this bill came to this honorable Senate. There are people that will not just shut it down, even people who are believers in the church, because there are some differences in perspective on the matter, on what levels. There are differences. So there are always people that are willing to help, even in the church, to clean up the matter or to make it have a smaller negative effect when it comes to the issue of gambling. I want to speak a little bit about this exclusive license, because it does say in section 20 that, notwithstanding the provisions of this act, the minister may grant an exclusive license to operate, manage, and administer the government lottery to any entity that is wholly owned and controlled by the government And then it says, in the form approved by the commission. In the form approved by the commission. And so then, if the minister is going to give exclusive license in the form approved by the commission, then I go to the commission section to see what is that form that the commission is going to accept, give an exclusive license to. And then it's not there. It is not there. However, it then continues later on in 27, notwithstanding anything to the contrary contained in this act or any other law, an entity that is granted an exclusive license by the commission, see, it doesn't say no by the minister, but by the commission, under this act shall be exempt from requirements under the Income and Tax Act. And I heard a comment regarding that as it relates to tax. But Section B also excludes it from the Finance and Reform Act. The Finance and Audit Reform Act, it is excluded. So to have an exclusive license and then to be given further not exclusive, but exclusion now, in the Finance and Audit Act Section 17(2) specifically, which deals with tendering, gives it an exclusion. And then Section 26, which is before 27, gives a list of positions, of sections, to which again it will be excluded. Section 17, 18, 21, 22, 23, 28, 29, and 49. And I didn't even have to go look for 49. As I was reading, I came upon 49 and I said, I wonder if this gets excluded too. And when I went back, 49 was there. Indeed. So, I believe this legislation is weak. I believe that there was not proper consultation. I believe the church has tremendous additional input that we would like to contribute to this bill. I think you owe it to us. 20 years late, but we'll take it. And I believe that there are also municipalities, mayors and former mayors that want to contribute, because Belize must have safe zones that are free from gambling. And one more thing, I just remember it before I sit down. Yes, it is true that an 18-year-old, according to this bill, cannot walk into a gambling place. But when you read farther down, you will see that it creates an opportunity in Section 56, 3 and 4, authorize the promoter to sell games of chance and lottery tickets for a period not exceeding 90 days, etc. And then it says in B, expressly authorize children under the age of 16 to sell such tickets solely for the purposes outlined in this subsection. And so what there are definitions that are missing that will make us say, okay, where a 16-year-old and under will be allowed under these. Could it be schools? Could it be? There are certain things that it could be. But I'm saying, tighten up this legislation. I am saying, we're not putting Pandora back into the box. But man, there are things that are still flying around, even currently, that are affecting our people when it comes to gambling. We can do better. Let us do better. Until then, I will not support this bill. Thank you very much.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. Let me start off by saying that where there are good, attractive, and worth the while bills or areas of bills, I can't spend my 45 minutes to sing the praises, Senator Cowie. And so it is the responsibility of the government senators to do that. And so, failing the criticism that I am only negative. I'm here to do the work that invites you all to see some deficiencies and gaps. But let me just say that I recognize that this bill represents the consolidation of 4 pieces of legislation, and it recognizes that there are some gaps that ought to have been addressed in one central piece of legislation. And so I welcome that. I would join with Senator Farber, most recently Senator Wade, that with our observations, it is an earnest invitation and attempt to make the bill better. Now, I will not base arguments on morality or where it touch on concern one aspect, because what I heard, what I was grateful to have heard, is Senator Wade saying that consultation was poor or incomplete, his group was left out, and that funnily enough, the observations I had with the Safe Third Country Agreement are now the concerns he adopts and applies to this bill. And I say, my, look how we switch foot and switch shoes conveniently, because I would like to think, Madam President, and I invite you to conclude, that if I am to be invited into your varying premises on this bill and determine whether or not they are sound, they can't be sound for one and not all, especially if they are sound. But that aside, I can support this bill where it experiences an amended form. I have serious concerns with the exclusive licensing power that I find are very broad. And so I can associate myself with Senator Wade in pointing out in Section 20, where there are exemptions that applies to licensing requirement, registration, security deposits, reporting, business tax, and Finance and Audit Reform Act protections, which is 27D. The risk associated with those exemptions, Madam President, is that we are creating a monopoly with minimal oversight. In fact, I would go so far as to say zero oversight. Now, Madam President, allow me to appreciate that on the issue of Bolido, there was far and wide criticism on the previous administration and the way they treated Bolido. And so I have always maintained, and I repeat my position, what I look to from this government administration is to do better. And this, Madam President, this no better matter of fact worse. Because we are actually legislating for the mechanism for a monopoly and little to no oversight. Not only for Bolido, for the entire gambling industry. So you see that Rima Ray situation that Senator Wade talked about? We're living it and we're seeing it. Yet we want to have a provision that gives very broad licensing powers and exemptions. How is that different from, better than the complaints they had attached to the Bolido, which they decried? No, man. Don't, and Senator Sylvester, please, when you wrap up, don't afford yourself the benefit of saying I said a lot and you couldn't catch all. Answer this one. because there was a lot to be said about Brads and Ibolido. Whether it's correct or incorrect, stain the man's name and reputation in the business, only for turn wrong and do the same thing or even worse. I wonder how many Belizeans know who are the real players behind the Bolido in its current form. Send a quickly text message or leave WhatsApp and make they give you the answer, so when you're wrapping up you can tell us. The transparency is limited under public finance laws. There is reduced competition and innovation. Too much discretionary power without sufficient safeguards. Now there is a creation of an enforcement officer under Section 10, I believe, and 45. These people are not police with powers of arrest, but they can effect arrest. They can enter premises with force under warrant, seize property and detain persons. My goodness. That is what we're really doing in a legislation like this, knowing that that will have legal ramifications. So, but that one is an easy fix, I think. You can't give, and you ought not give, you shouldn't want to give enforcement officers the powers of arrest, detention, and seizure. Without strict training and oversight, this raises civil liberties and human rights concerns. And we wouldn't want that. So I invite you, gentlemen and ladies on the other side, to consider making some changes to that. Now, I am sure I heard the issue of tax being addressed and it not being specified in the bill. And this is how the bill leaves tax rates that the minister may prescribe. What kind of foolishness is this? That we will leave to a minister complete ministerial discretion to prescribe taxes. How are we to buy in to regulating this industry on the premise that what we receive will go to the sin taxes? How they call it, the sin tax. But we have ministerial discretion that will determine whether or not, or will determine tax rates. No, I think you could get better saleability if we address that. Don't tell us that regulations are coming later. It should not. Senator Wade, we should not look for a legal framework, an implementation framework later of the Safe Third Country. Same way the regulation should come now with this, it should come with that. Because that invites buy-in. Because I do support the consolidation and the fixing of these legislation into one central thing. Man, you had so many different legislation that deal with different aspects of the thing. So this is really commendable. But man, we can't talk out of two sides, or we ought not talk out of two sides of our mouths. And the thing is about the ministerial discretion on tax rate. What kind of predictability for the industry can that lend itself to? What kind of legislative control can that lend itself to? What kind of assurance against arbitrary tax changes can that lend itself to? Unlike what has been pointed out and placed in its proper context, it is an invitation for us to ask that how Rima Ray had a whole building, a so-so golf cart. That how he gets so far, you said, Mayor, I don't know. I just want to know, just like how I want to know who thief Budna, I want to know how Rima Ray could have that building filled with so much golf cart. Overnight. Who facilitate the thing? How is it, Rima Ray? With all this, and you know, Madam President, I have an anti-money laundering, terrorist financing background. And so I said to myself, Senator Chanona, this again, my flabbers are gasted. How he get past? Or she. How did Rima Ray get past? I mean, we have to be politically correct, right? How did Rima Ray get past what ought to have been regulatory controls? Man, I watched him being arrested in Florida. It was Florida, right? In Florida with a bag full of money. Over $250,000 US. To which he couldn't properly explain the source of the funds. And you know what the police say? I think you're a good guy, you know. But I can tell you, I know you're the lie. Stop lie. So how is it that we will create the space for ministerial discretion in an industry that ought bespeak strict regulatory control? Do we really want to continue to say, yeah, man, right, the money get washed? Because there's a lot of money that passes through casinos. A lot of unregulated money. And you've heard Senator Farber speak about, and Senator Wade, as far as I've allowed myself to follow, no dedicated provision for problem gambling, treatment, or harm reduction. So we provide for responsible gambling. No funding for addiction treatment. Let me explain addiction this way. When scans of the brain are done with persons who are addicted, the same area of the brain that responds to drug responds to cheese consumption. So if you like cheese, you're no different an addict than a gambler, than a drug addict. And so if a unproblematic for the most part, until we have cholesterol issues and lactose tolerance issues and whatnot, but for unproblematic food like cheese can register in the same center in the brain that registers addiction, how could we not appreciate that in tandem with offering an addictive activity should come with a responsibility to address? And we might want to fall back and say, man, there are people over 18, over 21, they're adults, they should know better. But unless and until you have seen persons at the mercy of their addiction, no different than crackhead, bet the dollar they know they don't have in the gambling houses, go borrow for gamble. Gamble a light bill, gamble a house rent. Even those businessmen who enjoy some measure disposable income lose businesses per gambling table. Rolex you could win per gambling table. House you could win per gambling table. My gosh. Yeah, and there is nothing the government is being prepared to ensure that there is any regulation on. Just a conscious and known appreciation that our people will lose over time. Because what we all can agree, the house is never at odds. That you? So I listen to people say, oh, I gone in tonight and I win big. Tonight versus last night, last week, last month, last year. I spoke to a police officer who admitted, yeah, he a gambler. Gambling that for him problem. And he don't lose over $300,000 on police, you know. Well, we don't pay a lot, you know. And he tell me this after he don't borrow me leave money. God damn it. Hurt me heart. What about identifying the resources to treat the addiction from operators? Make it mandatory that they contribute to public health. You want to benefit from the destruction of Belizean, man, pay towards the help and treatment of them. Limit advertising. Me no want to see what commercial, what flyer, what nothing on TV where they tell me about no casino. Now some will say, man, this is an open market. There is a business for advertisement and that sort of thing. And yes, I would agree that you ought not trespass that free space. You must not punish the television station or the newspaper or whatnot. But man, let's not all profiteer off the destruction of our people. Limit it. Because when you see the commercials or flyers to casino, man, that light up, you know, attractive, inviting. I mean, for those of us who are not given to gambling, it matters not. But for somebody who saw it, see it, and say, man, I don't got nothing to do, make a go try, and right there they drop in it. They go try every night, every night, every night. How about limiting hours of machine concentration? Or even self-exclusion systems. There was one time the Princess Hotel and Casino. How that started off? It was exclusive to foreigners, were it not? And that's so they sell it, you know. They're not for we locals. You don't have to worry. And man, I bet you didn't catch when that changed to invite Belizeans. There must be a way. Now, I spoke about ministerial discretion. There is also ministerial powers over licensing, which are extensive. The commission handles licensing, but the minister retains power to grant exclusive licenses, approve regulations, and appoint board members. This concentration per one minister, man, I don't have to spell it out, you know. Because it could lead me to invite myself into conclusions about how Rima Ray got that far, none of which captured in this bill. And so the concentration in one minister, it leads to both perceived as well as actual political inference. If I say it the other way where everybody understand the corruption, an avenue for corruption. And I'm not imputing on any one person. But I'm saying, man, you're creating the landscape for it to happen. The leniency for exclusive licensee creates uneven playing field. Section 26 exempts the exclusive government lottery operator from application requirements, fees, security deposits, reporting, gaming tax, lottery tax. Man, that way you take it away from Brad's for. If that way you come back and do in a legislation. How is this new regime different, better than, and meant to target the very criticisms you identify and attach to a very respectable, I find, businessman? So was it all just because you want bury one UDP businessman for put on PUP businessman in place? Like, is that what we're really doing? Because the framework as is being established now, Madam President, is no different or better than to cure the very deficiency that had been identified, if there was one. And so one thing the bill has allowed us to see exactly where the gaps are and exactly what is wrong and how it should be fixed. So I invite you, leader of government business, that there are areas we can work towards to try to tighten up, man. And I invite the government for us to look to these areas to tighten up, because the bill does some good. But in order for us to buy in, let's not leave things for policy and regulations. Let's not worry later about the implementation framework. No explicit player privacy or data protection provisions. The bill mentions data protection in Clause 5J, Roman 6, but it does not link data protection to the Data Protection Act. Imagine that. So that one is an easy fix, right, Senator Sylvester? It doesn't define minimum privacy protections. It doesn't mandate encryption or cybersecurity baselines. These are things that we can look at, I'm hoping. And there are some definitions that are very broad. Game of chance, broad. Computer user, broad. It could be anyone away. Place, broad. Include vehicle and boat and whatnot. Captures ordinary persons. It creates ambiguity and overreach. We can address those things. And so, Madam President, while I leave it to the government senators to sing the praises of the bill as they so should, that wouldn't try to say, you know, me, the self-proclaimed workhorse. Let's look at the areas that could make the bill stronger. Let's take it under serious advisement, because at the very base of the work we do here is that the wider public, the people of Belize, they benefit. And I don't see how there should or could be any pushback if we're here saying that there are areas that makes this bill open to corruption, open to abuse, open to loss of revenue. Because the one thing the bill should do is not lose revenue. And this bill, because of the ministerial discretion, because of the exemptions, is losing revenue. The same revenue we're relying on to go into health. So are we really setting up a framework for sin tax? Make we sit down and try and make it better. Thank you, Madam President.
Recognize Senator Christopher Cowie.
Thank you, Madam President. As for the virtues, I think there are a number of valid points that have been raised in connection with the form of the Gaming and Lotteries Control Bill. At its essence, this bill is, as reflected in the Objects Clause, to repeal, replace, and consolidate several pieces of legislation. And that's what it sets out to do, and in large part, it takes from the various pieces of legislation that it refers to and that it looks to replace. And I would tend to agree with Senator Pitts in that it does expose certain gaps, if you will. But at the same time, before getting to that, I think it's useful to just comment on a couple of the points raised. Certainly on the matter of the constitution of the board, I think that is largely a reflection of what already exists in the Gaming Control Act. I think that provides for 9 members of the board, of which 7 of them are from the government, 2 at the discretion of the minister responsible. That is not materially different than the form of constitution of the board of the commission in this instance. I think it provides for 11 members, of which 8 are representatives from the government. What it does go a little further, however, is in that it explicitly speaks to the type of skills that the non-government representatives should have.
Which I appreciate.
So, for example, whereas the Gaming Control Board only talks about 2 members at the discretion of the minister, this draft form speaks to 2 persons with knowledge of the gaming or lotteries industry and a person with knowledge of finance and accounting or business administration. It also importantly includes a representative from the Attorney General's Ministry, which was not the case under the current Gaming Control Act and the current Gaming Control Board. So it certainly is an enhancement or an improvement on the constitution of the board for this commission. On the matter of exclusivity, there are several different provisions in the bill that speak to exclusivity. And I think Senator Guerra I think responded on the matter of exclusivity, but suffice it to say that there are areas of clarity that would help, I should say. So in the case of Section 20, Section 20 speaks to the minister granting the exclusive license, whereas Section 49 refers to an exclusive license being granted by the commission, but at the same time referring to Section 20. So that's a bit incongruent, so there would have to be an adjustment there, whether it's the minister that would be the grantor of the license or the commission would be the grantor of that exclusive license. So yes, there are some elements like that within the bill that would require some adjustment, because elsewhere, while it is understood that the the exclusive license is really for the Belize Government Lotteries Company. And as Section 20 speaks to it, that it's wholly owned and controlled by government, and that's the rationale for the tax exemptions, if you will, and the rationale as explained by Senator Guerra. There are some of those provisions that create some level of ambiguity that need to be clarified. I'm not sure if those would be satisfied by clarifying or amendments as clerical errors, or whether further adjustments or more substantive adjustments would be needed. But definitely there is some level of incongruence between a couple of the provisions. In the case of external audit, yes, there is a provision for keeping proper books and accounts, as Senator Herrera mentioned, but not specifically about audit. That there is an interpretation that can be taken on Section 15, but it could be better clarified at the same time. But in the case of Section 15, it does talk about what is to be the statement of accounts for each financial year to be prepared within 3 months after the end of that year in a prescribed form, which conforms to the best commercial and accounting standards. When we refer to prescribed, that typically, or by virtue of the Interpretation Act, would necessarily imply by regulations. So the extent of and type of accounts or record of accounts to be kept could potentially be laid out more extensively in regulations, and that could provide that those accounts may need to be audited. Similarly, in the case of, I think it's Section 49.5, I think it's 49.5. It's Senator Pitts pointed out the non-applicability of this Section 49 for an entity that has an exclusive license by virtue of Section 26. Now, to the extent that that would have excluded that Section 49.5, then it immediately exposes even an exclusive licensee from, like Belize Government Lotteries, to an audit by the Auditor General. So again, some of these provisions, if a little better clarified, could achieve a lot of the concerns that have been raised today. On the matter of tax, I think two comments to be raised there. One, in terms of the minister prescribing the rate of tax. Again, that is really almost a cut and paste of what exists now under the Gaming Control Act, and I think the Lotteries Control Act on both the gaming tax and the lotteries tax, that the minister may prescribe. Now, to the extent that the minister may prescribe, it doesn't end there, because again, once it's a prescribing of the rate, that means that has to be done by regulation, by an order or SI. And in doing that, if you look at Section 52.5, those regulations would be subject to negative resolution, which would mean that it would have to be laid on the table of the House. In any event, it would be the effective equivalent of a money bill. So it wouldn't. I think that would satisfy that concern and that approach, that the legislature is actually involved in that process. So that would address the concern in terms of the minister prescribing the rate of tax. And it is not, once again, limited to only the gaming control and the lotteries control legislation. That is in fact also in I believe in the Income and Business Tax Act provisions like that, as well as in the Customs and Excise Duties Act as well. Next would be one I would tend to disagree with. Sorry, Senator Chanona, but in terms of the tax, the second part on comment on tax, that it be used for health, education, and I can't remember the third element, health, education, and sports initiatives. That I don't see that it should be limited to NGOs or non-profits. Actually, this is tax raised by the government that should be used by the government. It may be exposed beyond that, but certainly not to exclude the government from the use of these proceeds for health, sports, and education initiatives. And immediately, we all are familiar with the NHI rollout and the costs associated with the NHI. And at this point in time, essentially all of those proceeds being applied towards that program. That is a government program. To say that you would then shift it to non-profit, non-government would completely undermine that program. Right. So that's on the matter of tax. With respect to monitoring, comments noted on Senator Pitts and LGB, I'm sure will speak on that, but certainly there are numerous provisions. The functions and duties of the commission include monitoring and compliance as basic functions, but it also contemplates the establishment of compliance officers, enforcement officers, the different provisions that deal with violation tickets, and provisions that for the making of regulations that deal with compliance and enforcement. So there are extensive provisions in this bill that speak to monitoring and compliance. On the matter of definitions, Senator Wade, you highlighted the absence of a definition for exclusive and fair play, and to the not every term will be defined. Not every term will has to be defined, and where there is not such definition, then an interpretation takes place that may involve an ordinary meaning and purposive approach. So that's where words that are not defined, they still have a meaning, and there will be an interpretation of that meaning. Like, for example, in the case of exclusive, that would mean to the exclusion of anybody else, including the person that grants that license. So I think those are the comments I can make at this point in time. There are a number of valid points that have been raised. I hope that I've been helpful in giving some clarification on a few of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Senators, for your contribution on this bill. On this side, as Senator Kowe has acknowledged, that there are indeed some matters and some aspects of the bill that we really need to take on board the recommendations and the comments of the various senators. In that respect, Madam President, what I would propose is that rather than putting the question, is that if this matter could be referred to the committee, and that at the committee stage, then those targeted recommendations, they could be addressed. I know that there were some comments that were made generally, but certainly at the committee stage, the hope is that an intent would be that there are specific provisions which recommendations for the amendment could be made. Before I close on this, just for the benefit of everyone, Senator Wade did point out, did indicate that there may not have been some level of consultation, but just for the benefit of senators, in the lower house, this matter was introduced in June, and there was a committee meeting a month later in July, and the bill did not return to the House for second and third reading until October. And my understanding is that only one person attended the House meeting. Just to say that there has been almost a 4-month period since the bill was first introduced. And there was, yes. So I just used to point that out now.
Thank you, LGB. So what will happen at this stage is that the clerk will read the title of the bill, and then the bill will be referred to committee. Just to reiterate that the Gaming and Lotteries Control Bill 2025 will remain in the Committee of the Whole. I recognize the Leader of Government Business.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, I rise to move the second reading of a bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration of Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the digitalization of the Registry of Births, Deaths, and other life events, to provide for the organizational restructuring of the Vital Statistics Unit, to convert the office into a department to support the new business operations and functions, to provide for the registration and filing of life events, to provide for harsher penalties for offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto. Madam President, this bill also has the support of Cabinet. Madam President, if I may, with your leave, just to outline the scope and intent of this bill, by way of background, to highlight to senators and to the Belizean public that a well-functioning civil registry is a necessary and essential in ensuring an individual's right to a legal identity. It provides a foundation for an identity management system that facilitates citizens' access to critical public services, including healthcare, education, and employment. And Madam President, the Vital Statistics Unit, which is established under the registration of births and death, is the agency primarily responsible for upkeep and safeguarding the country's register of all life events. And by life events, these include births, deaths, marriages, divorces, and adoptions. And in so doing, VSU engages key stakeholders such as the Ministry of Health and Wellness, marriage officers, court officers, the Statistical Institute of Belize, and all citizens in Belize and abroad. The Vital Statistics Unit offers its services in 8 areas, spanning all districts in Belize. Madam President, in 2022, the Attorney General's Ministry and the then Ministry of Public Utilities, Energy, Logistics, and E-Governance, they officially launched the Strengthening of the Civil Registry Project, which had as its core object the modernization and improving of the service delivery at the Vital Statistics Unit. The transformation of the VSU is fundamental to this government's Plan Belize medium-term development strategy. And this medium-term strategy speaks to increasing government efficiency and performance by providing services at minimum cost, time, and bureaucracy for citizens. It is no secret, Madam President and Senators, that it is a ready and it is a common complaint that the ordinary citizens are unable to access a number of government services because of the aforesaid issues with respect to bureaucracy. This transformation has also been identified as a national priority, as it is key to executing the vision of the National Digital Agenda, which is to build trust in government services by providing reliable, inclusive, safe, and efficient digital solutions for all. Madam President, coming out of the strengthening of this civil registry project, a number of challenges and deficiencies were identified, which I'm sure senators and indeed Belizeans who may be listening are aware. One, for instance, citizens not being able to promptly obtain the necessary legal documentation, such as birth registration and certification. And of course, this limits their access to other services, such as education, social services, that benefits, voting records, and employment. There's also it became clear that due to costs and time efficiencies, citizens forego registrations until necessary, and this, Madam President, led and has led to many instances of what is referred to as late birth registration. And when this is done, it actually ends up costing the citizen more because there are additional costs for the late processing fees. And as well, it has consequential effect on the citizens' access to other basic services such as health and education. This led, Madam President, to the overall conclusion of the need to have an organizational restructuring at the Vital Statistics Unit. It also led to the need to reform the legal framework of the VSU to account for this organizational restructuring and the implementation of an electronic database system to usher in a new online service delivery model to be known as the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics. Madam President, this is what this bill does. It ushers in this new organizational structuring of the VSU and the digitalization of the registry of births, deaths, and other life events, and the implementation of the new electronic register. These are key changes which, Madam President, will involve: 1, the introduction of new posts and the creation of specialized units for customer service, information technology, and administration, and include a new organizational structure for district offices. 2, establishing job descriptions for all employees. 3, decentralization of services, allowing citizens to access all services across all offices. 4, standardizing and simplifying all VSU service procedures through the new CRVS online system. 5, designing and piloting contact center software to ensure timely responses to citizen inquiries. It is important to note that the services offered by VSU are specialized life events that can often involve sensitive cases and may at times require legal guidance. The contact center software, therefore, will be supporting the work of the customer service unit. And 6, Madam President, and importantly, this civil registry enhancing project has led to the establishment of a new vision for VSU, which will guide its overall operations. And this is to preserve, protect, and record vital life events and provide legal documentation of identity in Belize, because every life is accounted for and every story matters. Madam President, I therefore commend this bill for the consideration of senators, and we look forward on this side for the support of this chamber. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Patrick Faber.
Thank you very much, Madam President. This issue, of course, is one that is very near and dear to the hearts of Belizeans. I begin by thanking my friend the AG for always taking my call when I have issues, trying to work them out for people. He's always very helpful, but it goes to show that that is a daily part of trying to be of service to the Belizean people. They have issues with birth registrations, death registrations, you name it, in terms of what the Vital Statistics Office does, and those problems exist. And so, Madam President, we on this side of the House absolutely endorse the modernization, if you will, of this very vital area of the government's work. The Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Bill is something that we can definitely support, but of course we do have, again, our considerations and our recommendations. Modernization, Madam President, must go hand in hand with good governance, citizen protection, and transparency. Otherwise, this digital registry could become yet another centralized, unaccountable bureaucracy controlling the most sensitive information of Belizeans. So let us look, Madam President, at what the bill proposes to do and how we can make it even better. The bill begins, Madam President, at section 3.1, where it establishes a new civil registry department under the Attorney General's ministry. Subsection 2 merges the existing Vital Statistics Unit, referred to by the lead senator as the VSU, which coincidentally is the acronym used for my university as well, Walloster State University, right, VSU, and any other units necessary for carrying out the Act. Subsection 3, Madam President, appoints a registrar who will head the department and administer the Act. critically, Section 3.5 states that the registrar shall report and be answerable to the Solicitor General in the performance and execution of duties under this Act. And here is where the problem begins, Madam President, because here we find the problem of concentration. The registrar, we are told, is to be the sole authority empowered to register, amend, or revoke any life event. This person could wipe you out of existence, your identity could be totally erased. Yet that person, according to these recommendations in this bill, would report directly to the Solicitor General, who sits in the same ministry that may later advise or defend challenges to this action. So that has to be a problem, and it is something that definitely should be addressed. There is no, Madam President, no independent oversight recommended in this bill. There is no annual reporting obligation, and very importantly, there is no citizen complaint mechanism. None within the structure. In other words, Madam President, the same body that makes the decisions controls as well the appeal, the audit, and the access to justice. Section 5 of the bill outlines the registrar's powers. And as I've said, this person would register life events, issue certificates, conduct hearings, and even alter the register when necessary. This gives the registrar quasi-judicial powers. But again, there is no statutory right of appeal. And so, Madam President, we believe that a new Section 6A should be injected here, establishing an independent oversight and audit committee chaired by maybe the Auditor General or the Ombudsman. Of course, they have a beef with the Ombudsman now, so I want to do none of that. And it should include representatives of the Ministry of Health, the Data Protection Commissioner, and, of course, civil society. Such a committee, Madam President, would review performance of the department regularly. It would audit the digital databases' accuracy and security, and it would prepare a public report for the National Assembly. Without this kind of change, Madam President, the registrar's power will operate in a vacuum of accountability. And then Part 3 of the bill, Madam President, speaks to registration of births and deaths. And this is really the heart of the bill. And I think this is where Belizeans will, of course, appreciate the modernizing of the process that, of course, records births and deaths, that we are told that the bill provides for bedside registration at hospitals, and that it will allow for the registrar to establish outposts at public health facilities. This, Madam President, is an important innovation because it will reduce under-registration, especially in the rural areas and among vulnerable populations. And although we embrace that, the bill is lacking in the area that it does not provide for safeguards to prevent abuse in some of the sensitive areas. But let's look at that particular issue for a minute. I think the bedside registrations at hospitals really would allow for a big difference. Many times the mothers or parents leave the hospitals with their brand new baby, but no registration has happened. They give you a proof of birth certificate. Huh?
If you pay your bill.
If you pay your bill, okay, there you go. So, not anymore? They can't do that anymore, but certainly it was being done, because I know that I've had to intervene with the Minister of Health on a few occasions to have him send over a note for payment later on to the KHMH to have proof of birth certificates given. But that proof of birth certificate is not a registration of the birth, if you know the system. And later on, when you try to get a birth certificate, it can be like pulling teeth. And it is worse if you don't have that proof of birth certificate, and you have to go and find people to sign affidavits, and they have to then verify that yes, you were born, or that a midwife bring you out, or that you were baptized at a certain church, all sorts of things where affidavits can be used, and then you go through a whole process to get to registration of your birth. So if it is done right there at the bedside table, as it seems this is suggesting, I think that can be a win. But there are safeguards that we must put in place, because there are things that can happen, like what would happen if a parent is absent, and we know the issues with this. It might also be the kind of suggestion that a mother doesn't want the father to be put on the birth certificate, and the father wants to be there, so can't. I'm just realizing that is puts the fathers who want to be fathers at a disadvantage, in my view, but hey, I'm not turning the tables upside down today. So there must be things to safeguard. Sorry? Well, I wasn't suggesting that. I'm not going that far, but I think that's a disadvantage, yes. But I guess you can't be absolutely certain without, and I do see that the bill makes provisions for you to later on be put on the birth certificate if you are able to go to court and prove that you are the father. I suppose this comes like this because there is no question, there can be no question that the mother is the mother, but there can certainly be a question no matter how much the
putative father is called.
But that is if the question is being put by the mother, no, we accept that but what if the mother doesn't want the father there? Then I suppose that could be for a number of reasons, but then, the bill does allow for a court order to force the name later on the birth certificate. The bill is silent on some of these circumstances, and it only empowers the registrar to collect information required, but not to ensure voluntary and informed consent. And so, to correct this, we recommend that we make an amendment to Part 3 and insert a subsection mandating verified consent procedures. Where the parent is absent, a justice of the peace or hospital social worker must verify the circumstances. A single mother, yes, may register the child in her own name for the same reasons we just mentioned. And yes, a father can later add, upon production of an affidavit of evidence or a court order, that they can be added on. This ensures equity and avoids penalizing mothers for absent partners, something that happens in our system today. Part 4 speaks to recording of adoptions, marriages and divorces, sections 28 to 31. Section 29, allows for divorces to be recorded upon submission of a decree absolute from the registrar of the High Court. Section 30 subsection 1, that is, mandates that marriages be recorded within 1 year of the ceremony, while Section 30 subsection 4 allows late registration upon an affidavit and supporting evidence explaining the delay. Section 31(1) authorizes the registrar to issue a marriage certificate electronically or physically to either party or to an authorized officer. And we believe, Madam President, that these are really practical steps that reflect modernization. However, the bill does not impose statutory timelines for how quickly certificates must be issued, and I heard the AG speak about that being a part of the problem, why this bill will be necessary, and this is us sounding the alarm that those very same concerns, AG, that you mentioned, sorry, Lead Senator, that you mentioned, are still not being addressed satisfactorily in this bill. And so we see that citizens quite often are waiting weeks or months to receive certificates. And as you so ably pointed out, this keeps the citizens of our country sometimes from very necessary, very important engagements. You mentioned voting, you mentioned access to education, access to healthcare maybe even, because they don't have these very, very important pieces of paper. It's just paper. The bill misses the opportunity, in our view, to enshrine service standards and guarantee efficiency. And so, to fix this, Madam President, we recommend that Section 31 include a new subclause, and that is to read, the registrar shall issue a certificate within 5 working days of receiving a complete application, or within 2 working days for an express request upon payment of the prescribed fee. I don't know about the express service need. I have difficulty with that. It's kind of like you're paying extra for the same service that everybody should be afforded. I think everybody's service should be rushed. Everybody has the need and should get their documents right away, and we should modernize the system in such a way, we should digitize the system in such a way that you can get your thing, your paperwork, your certificate, whichever one you're applying for, with the quickness. So while we make that recommendation, I do so guardedly, because I really don't support, I am not one of those who support getting express documents. Look at what happens at the passport office. That's a killer. You have to pay what almost $400 now to get an express passport. If you have an emergency, it's a killer. The regular price of a passport is now prohibitive, but even if you try to rush it, and I've seen too, being in the business of trying to get birth papers to register voters, that if you come and pay $15, or you gone up, AG, that's still $15. You will get $30, you get it in a couple hours, and $15, you get it in a day or two. I think it should, everybody should be able to get their photos for 2 weeks. I guess we've never used that service, no? That 2 weeks. When election they come, no work. When you huh? Well, there is a fee structure. Yeah, but all I'm saying is I'm not sure that the paying for an express service is ideal. I think all services should be efficient to our citizens. But with the recommendation, it would make the timely deliverance of documents to citizens be a matter of law and not a matter of discretion. And I really feel that should be the case. Part 7 of the bill.
Could I, Madam President, would you indulge me just
to elucidate?
Yes, but
not to contradict.
Not to contradict. But so we currently have a fee structure for adoption certificates, birth certificates, for doing corrections, for re-registration, etc. And they're categorized as express, which is a same day, 1 day, then there's the next day, and then 2 weeks, which is the standard. So 2 weeks is generally standard, and so those are the other. This is done by like a schedule as opposed to including it in the substantive legislation. But I take your point though. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, AG, for that, and I I do understand that there is that fee structure, and I guess the recommendation that we're making is for it to be in there as a matter of law as opposed to discretion. I don't think that people should have to decide to pay extra, especially that it should come as we should aim for efficiency, great efficiency, as a matter of how we do things, especially in the age of technology. You know, I feel very strongly about that, and before you say on the other side that the administration of the United Democratic Party had time to do it, doesn't matter where we are, whose fault it is now, we need to fix it. And we live in a digital age where things can happen quite easily. I'm going to get into trouble for saying this, but the truth of the matter is that we hold on to our ways in many ways. We feel that we have to have physical bodies employed to do things and to engage with people, and we insist on keeping things that way so we don't move to the digital world, and that keeps us back. But I say that and say this in the same breath, that those public servants who have these jobs can also be retrained to do other things, because the work of making the government efficient is tremendous work, and we can branch off into other areas that are terribly underserved in terms of creating efficiency. So that shouldn't be a hindrance. Part 7 of the bill, Madam President, speaks to licensing of agents, and this is dealt with in section 32 to 34. And this section introduces a regime to license individuals who assist citizens in applying for or obtaining certificates, what we often call in the system agents or runners. And this is very lucrative business. I've seen this, and nobody wants to get there and stand up in the line and then go back again. And so you have people who actually do this, and I think that that is a good move. But we have to ensure, of course, that such persons who are tasked with this job, as the legislation is now suggesting, that they obtain a license from Vital Stats, and that they act in a professional, ethical, and lawful manner. So, as the legislation lists, sorry, I should move my hand. And also, they should not extort the citizens who come for service. They should not charge exorbitant fees. And so there may be some regulation as to what they can charge if we are going to license them. So I think that is what Section 33 is suggesting. Section 34 empowers the registrar to revoke the license if the holder fails to comply or is convicted of dishonesty. And I'm pretty sure that that is because these people who do this, and not through any fault of their own necessarily, you have to know what to do and how to do it to get through, to get the things done. Sometimes when you see what all has to be done and what all they do to get things done, your eyes are left open. But I think if we regularize, if we license them as the bill is suggesting, I think this is a good move. And that the registrar would have powers to revoke their license if they don't act in a manner that is befitting of a licensed agent in this regard. There is no clause as well requiring publication of these licensed agents. How do you know who these licensed agents are? And there are no defined maximum fees that they can charge, and there is no complaint process for citizens. Quite often these people take advantage and you can't complain about them. So how will the registrar know that a particular licensed agent is not performing in a manner in which she ought to, or is behaving in a manner that is unbefitting of what the licensed agent is supposed to be doing? So there needs to be a kind of complaint process for citizens in our opinion. So we recommend that they insert a new section, a new subsection rather, one that will have a public online register of licensed agents maintained by the Vital Stats Unit, that we publicly put out allowable fees and how much this service should carry in terms of charges, and that we should also establish a complaint resolution mechanism for people who apply for the service to get refunds, or for them to address wherever an agent overcharges or misleads his or her clients. So this would fall perfectly in line, if you follow the bill, with the bill's intention to protect consumers. Part 7 of the bill deals with offenses and penalties. So if you look at sections 35 to 40, you will see that these sections create strong criminal penalties for abuse of the system. Section 35 deals with unlawful access to the register, and it gives a fine of up to $10,000 or imprisonment of 3 years. Section 36 deals with fraud or misrepresentation in registration, and a fine of up to $2,000 or imprisonment for 6 months. Section 37, Madam President, deals with unauthorized alteration of the registrar, and a fine of up to $2,000 per offense. Section 38 deals with false information or forged certificates, and up to 7 years imprisonment. And Section 39 deals with cyber offenses that fall under the Cybercrime Act. Chapter 106 of the Laws of Belize. These, Madam President, we applaud, and we believe that they are important deterrents. But again, these, if you look at them and you've listened to me list them off, you will know that they are purely reactive. So these are penalties that punish when something or somebody does something that is not correct. But there is no preventative measures in the bill. The bill should possess proactive safeguards that deter people from doing stuff like automatically logging in to access the electronic files of the register. We also should see proactive safeguards in terms of encryption of people's personal data. We've seen where, maybe not in Belize, but in other jurisdictions, other countries, where the people's private information has been taken and used for a number of unscrupulous, illegal activities. I pause because I remember now that our government voluntarily agreed to give out some of this information to, as my friend Senator Koyi says, a friendly neighbor. Well, I'm merely referring to the neighbor or the friend as a friend, the country. That's what his description is. But he was not the one who, as far as I know, volunteered giving up our information. I saw another minister smiling, happily agreeing to hand over information, personal information, biodata information for citizens in the name of security. And I don't know enough of the details, but I think we need to watch things like that when we're handing over. You're free to tell us, AG, when you get up, but there's nothing that you can tell me, to be honest, that will set me completely at ease when the citizens of this country's biodata is at stake. And you have, and I say this without apology, you have nations that believe that our little population is insignificant in the larger scheme of things. That's very real. So while you can't do certain things that for their country, they want to do it with your information and your data. So I'm very concerned about that, and I hope you can allay my fears somewhat, because you can't do it fully, but you can allay my fears somewhat once you are up on your feet to close the debate. These proactive safeguards that we are recommending also align with Section 43's reference of access control measures, but the section needs to specify audits, it needs to specify reporting, and it needs to specify accountability. So our recommendation here is that we expand Section 43 to include the registrar shall maintain audit logs of all access to the electronic register and shall cause an independent cybersecurity audit to be conducted annually, the report of which shall be laid before the National Assembly. No, I said the report. The cybersecurity, the independent cybersecurity consultant, if you will, or expert that you hire will do a report to make sure that the proper security measures are being taken, and then they give a report, even if it is to say all is well. These things, I think Belizeans don't take very seriously, you know. I have to have a chat with my friend who I think is the only cyber expert. What about Clause 43? Security of the register? Okay, I'm coming to that, AG, but sorry, I was saying Belizeans on a whole don't take the issue of security in terms of what is online, what is out there in the digital world very seriously. And I think even as it relates to the bigger issues, I was about to big up and praise your colleague and my friend, Miss Agassi Finnegan, who I'm told is one of the very few, if not the only attorney in the country that is qualified in this area. Correct me if there are more, if you know of any other, but we are proud. I'm proud to call her friend, and I know that this is an area where she could possibly give Belizeans advice, because it's not only a concern for here as we look at the registry, it is a concern everywhere. I worry about every time I go somewhere and I log into the Wi-Fi and the little signal comes up and tell you the security weak here. You know, we don't pay attention to stuff like that. And I had a very eye-opening conversation with one expert who was a consultant for one of our telecommunication companies here in Belize, and the things he told me about what is possible in terms of accessing people's personal information, not only held by the government, but also that you yourself walk around with every day on your phone, is alarming. So this is something that we really, really need to take good, pay good attention to. But let me get to section. Yes, I believe. I'm hoping it was not something added to the file that they already handed over by the government to the Yes, I've had some persons who have told me about that situation, and you know, you go and they ask you for your phone, and whether you know whatever is on your phone, even if a friend of mine told me he erased what was, and they could bring all of that up. If you erase things off your, you know, it makes you wonder if Mr. Apple and Mr. Google or Android, what's the name of the Android, iOS, whatever those people are operating in terms of when they tell you everything is encrypted and it's safe and so on, if that is actually correct.
No,
but
it is what they know, working with the U.S. government to pass over the information. That is what changed.
Well, that is scary if that is true. But anyhow, we must do what we need to do from our end to ensure, especially since it is mandatory. And that's what is of concern here. If you go and volunteer your information, that's one thing, but when the government mandates you, you have to register your birth, you have to register your death if you want to be able to get the services that are associated with doing those things.
So you are your pick-me unknown to the world at large?
No, that's not that's not what I'm saying either. But I'm saying we should take the precautions so that the data at least goes where we want it to go and not where others want it to go. Section 43, as the AG was suggesting, mandates that the electronic register should be designed with access control and integrity features. But again, the bill here is silent on data breaches, backup systems, and disaster recovery. You know that our country is very prone to hurricanes, Madam President, and a single flood could wipe out both physical and electronic archives. So we must therefore ensure that Section 43 includes specific requirements for redundant off-site backups, real-time replication, and data recovery protocols. You don't want physical stuff that could be wiped out by flood or hurricane, but as well, when you put things in the cloud, it becomes a new safety issue. Because in my view, I have a very good friend who refuses to connect her phone to iCloud or to whichever is the Google equivalent. She will buy a terabyte of storage on her phone so that the data is on her phone and nowhere else, because she not trusts the cloud. You know, and so we need to take precautions when we're dealing with this. Winding up shortly, Madam President. Section 44 to 46 speaks to alterations, preservation, and clerical errors. Section 44 prohibits alterations to the register except by a lawful process and important safeguard against tampering. Section 45 requires that the registrar preserve all records, both physical and electronic. It introduces a retention policy but does not specify duration of archival standards. And if you remember, this government is the one who the guy at what we good friend here, Nigel? Nigel caught the people line through the road off the highway or so with the files on the back of the trailer. They burned the files. And when they never vital stats, no, I'm not suggesting that is the case, but it seems that that is the preferred way of destroying files that have become outdated by the administration. So I'm just saying.
So we can't talk about files to burn now?
I realized that there was actually a press release which set the facts straight with respect to that. The ministry responsibility did issue a press release,
and the explanation was what?
And secondly, that is not relevant to the topic at hand. No.
We're talking about security of files that the government holds. You're asking us to trust the system, to believe that they will properly hold our information, and when the law does not any longer mandate them to hold it, they ought to destroy it. Huh? How is that not relevant? But I would want to hear. I did not realize there was an explanation. But if the files were indeed files that were to be destroyed, and that was how they destroyed it, that should be a problem. That should be a problem, and it should not be something that should be swept under the rug. Because you give people nightmares when they think about the fact that you hold their data, and data that could destroy their lives. But let me leave it alone. And one word, Judah, I'm a good friend. Section 46 allows for correction of clerical errors, something which I can tell you happens a lot at Vital Stats. They give you the wrong name, they spell your name incorrectly, they put the last name for your middle name. And I can't say it is always necessarily the fault of the government employees, the public servants, because sometimes the parents themselves don't know how to set up things, don't know how to respond, or they don't give the right information, and things end up in a way that they're not happy with how it is, and then it never changes, and then we have many situations where children go to school with the wrong name all their days, and you know this, Senator Rana, then when the graduation time, they got a different name. So there can be a number of reasons why the information is wrong, that is in the system and needs to be corrected. And some of those may be clerical errors, and there should be a way to fix those older records online, supported by, of course, declarations and affidavits. So we must have good mechanisms for cleaning up decades of inaccurate records. However, they should include mandatory audit trails so that any change leaves a traceable digital record, who made them, when it was done, and why it was done. With all of these declarations or affidavits affixed to whatever changes are being made to the records. Beyond the individual sections, though, Madam President, there are also some structural issues that we've found with the bill. There is no appeals framework. So, in this current legislation that is being proposed, okay. You can appeal. That is the but you have to go to the court. That's the point. That's the problem. The only option that you have to fix any of these errors that you need to appeal for is by taking the route of the court. You have to sue the government.
Senator Farber, you have about 6 minutes.
Yes, madam. That's more than I need. There is also the issue of no data protection integration. The bill must reference compliance with the Data Protection Act. So we must make sure that our laws are in tandem with each other. There are also no service standards, no statutory time frame for certificates or corrections, as we've mentioned already. No transitional plan, no cause explaining how all VSU records will be validated, digitized, and certified. It has already been done. Wonderful, AG. I like when you and Senator Corey come, because we have the people here live and direct, and we're able to get live and direct answers. No financial accountability, no requirement for fees and fines to be reported or audited, and that should be addressed. Madam President, in conclusion, the people of Belize want a vital statistics system that works. I think this may be one of the most earnest desires of the Belizean people, to be able to not have to go stand up in a no long line, the vital stats when you need something from there. And all of us inevitably at one point or the other, whether it is for personal reason or for whatever kind of work you do or you engage with, you will have to go to Vital Stats or engage with their services at some point or the other. And we feel that while this bill is very promising in terms of modernization, Madam President, we feel that it still vests sweeping power in one official. It omits quite a few due processes, and it provides few check and balances for abuse. And so, just to reiterate what we've called for, an oversight committee under Part 2 of the bill, the appeal rights under Part 8 of the bill, explicit data security standards under Section 43, and service guarantees under Part 4 of the bill. If these amendments, Madam President, are accepted, the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Act will not just digitize the system, it will restore the public confidence that has somewhat eroded. I think people just got to the point where they feel that we have to deal with this. And we'll have confidence in the government's ability to keep our records. Let us modernize, Madam President, the database. But our democracy depends on it working in the manner in which it should work as well. Thank you, Madam President.
Senator, I recognize Senator Janelle Janona.
Thank you, Madam President. We rise in support of the proposed legislation, Madam President, referring to information, and if you allow me, Madam President, to quote some material posted by UNICEF based on data between 2020 and 2023. Birth registration and having documentation tied to that registration was estimated to be good for Belize at 96%. But what it shows is that we also have about 4% of the population unregistered, and about 14% of those who are registered not having a birth certificate. And as has been called out, that can lead to a whole set of issues. So, addressing the fundamental human right of that, but the visibility of that and the documentation of that being critical. And seeing this legislation came up took me back to registering my marriage and going into the registrar office years later to do that. And just seeing all of these little babies in this room, trying to figure out why do you have to physically bring your baby to register. So based on just seeing that, well, yes, and it was good to see the dads in the room with them, or the men, sorry.
The men
The men acknowledging themselves to be father. Don't let me get started on fatherlessness in this country. But just to share, Madam President, I think this is, as I think has been alluded to, overdue, and we're in full support of it. I do want to call out, based on the last exercise that UNICEF and others co-led on, and perhaps the AG has already contemplated, but they had a good effect of taking the system to the districts as mobile clinics, particularly in Toledo, where it is estimated that there is the bulk of that unregistered population residing. So again, in terms of access and ensuring equity to that, given the distance to even travel into Punta Gorda, I would hope that that is contemplated in terms of the launch of making sure that that's there. I'll let you defer. And then even to align on the cybersecurity, Madam President, it is a sad fact that deceased children, their names and their lives were violated by bad actors who were accessing certain records and then using it to assume new identities. And we've addressed that. We have addressed that in certain ways, but we do need to speak to that, to making sure that as we commit, sorry.
Kindly let Senator Janelle Chanola deliver her intervention.
I bring that up, Madam President, not to make sure that we learn from our historical experience, Madam President, and to frame that. I think that's where all of us have this commitment to ensuring data protection, cybersecurity, and making sure that this type of, as the name indicates, vital statistics, particularly as it relates to the registration of births and this type of information, that we take every approach possible to protect that information, to secure that information, so that that history is never repeated and those lives are never violated in that way again, Madam President. So again, we support it, and we call out the importance of it, given, as UNICEF, just to end with the quotation from the article, that children without birth certificates are at a higher risk of abuse, exploitation, violence, including forced marriage, human trafficking, or statelessness. In short, without a birth certificate, children are denied their rights. So I know this act covers other things, but just to share that using births as the microcosm of the importance of it, that we are happy to see this initiative underway and look forward to making sure it's fully implemented in accordance with all the other protections. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Hector Guerra.
Madam President, I rise in full support of this bill. As Belizeans, we are, of course, familiar with the challenges we face when we visit the vital statistics department in terms of long lines, missing records, sometimes missing files. And when one resides out of district like I do, we're also familiar with the fact that we have to often go to Belize City spend for fuel, spend for food, and so this is a timely bill. What this bill intends to do, Madam President, are three things primarily. The first is that it converts what was once called the Vital Statistics Unit into a full civil registry department that will have a registrar, deputy registrars, a clerk, and a full staff needed to serve the Belizean people. The bill provides that the registrar will come under the Public Service Commission, so that the registrar as well as the deputy registrar will be governed by what the public service already knows, which are the public service regulations. The bill also provides stronger protections for our personal information, for what is called vital statistics or name information that's dear to us, or private information. So what does this mean for ordinary Belizeans? Number one, it means that there will be a vital statistic unit in all regional, community, referral hospitals across this country. It means that one will be able to go to the San Ignacio Community Hospital, and while there is a birth that's given there, there will be a clerk who will be able at the time of birth to enter one's information into an electronic portal, so that the need for us who reside outside of Belize City we will no longer need to make that trek to Belize City. There will be an online portal where one can simply log into and request certain documentation. When one requests the various certificates, birth, death certificate, the Act provides that those certificates can be given in two forms. And this is important because it addresses the point that Senator Farber has raised, which is there are oftentimes delays in getting the certificate. So when we travel to Belize City, when you go to the Vital Statistics Office, oftentimes you arrive there, but you must then pay a fee for the documents to be expedited. Well, this new bill contemplates that it's possible that you could get an electronic certificate, which means then, as we now know under the Companies Registry, that the new Companies Act in Belize and that new regime, it's often that you get the electronic version of your certificate, and afterwards the physical version arrives, or you can then pick it up from the office, which is much more expedient and more conducive and better for the Belizean people. The second major change that this bill envisions is that the runners who operate around the Vital Statistics Unit now will have to be licensed. The license will be given for a term of 1 year, but more importantly, the bill mandates that these individuals who are assisting the public act professionally, act ethically, that they charge fees that will be prescribed. And these fees, these prescribed fees, will come by way of regulations that will be passed by the minister. In terms of the list of the runners or agents who operate from the registry, in my mind, such a list could come under by way of regulations. So there is a general clause which allows the minister to pass regulations mandating anything that's necessary under the bill. So the point that I'm trying to make is that the minister could likely make regulations that will mandate for the list of agents to be published for the Belizean people to know who can assist. The last major point that ought to be highlighted is the fact that this bill mandates that all employees operating out of the civil registry must sign a confidentiality agreement. But it doesn't end there. It then creates penalties if one breaches the confidentiality agreement that is signed. So then, the intention is to ensure that our personal information is kept personal. It also creates penalties for the unlawful access of information that is kept on the electronic register that will be created moving forward, so that there is a fine of up to $10,000 or 3 years in prison if one is found to be tampering unlawfully accessing that register. It also creates fines to address fraud, misrepresentations of birth, death, or name change. It also creates offenses that are linked to the already existing Cyber Crimes Act to address matters of hacking the electronic registry that will be created. So the point that I want to bring across is that this is really a timely bill. It, in fact, promotes decentralization. It promotes delegation of the power. So no longer will the registrar do everything, as is the current practice. There will be a deputy registrar. There will be clerks who will be empowered under this bill by the registrar to act. Where there are issues in terms of the interpretation of law, Senator Farber, this act mandates the registrar to seek advice from the Solicitor General on any issues of law. So if something is unclear, the act says go to the Solicitor General for advice. In terms of performance, the concern with performance, we know that the Public Service Regulations already addresses that point and subjects public officers to yearly assessments. And so this is a timely bill, and I commend it to this Senate, Madam President. Thank you.
I recognize Senator Roselle Arana.
Okay. Good evening, Madam President. I rise to support the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Bill 2025. I would like to refer to my notes. This bill demonstrates the Briceño administration's commitment to continuously improve upon the quality of governmental services provided to all Belizeans under Plan Belize. The aim of this bill is to make provisions for the digitalization of the registry as it relates to critical life events such as births, deaths, marriages, divorce, and deed polls. It is a bill that impacts everyone's life at one point or another, and so everyone will benefit from the quality of improvements that will result from the passing of this bill. This digitalization process will allow for the restructuring of the Vital Statistics Unit. This means that the delivery of services will greatly improve, whereby the employees will no longer need to run into filing rooms to access information, but instead will have information at the tip of their fingers to process and obtain records much more efficiently. Additionally, digitalization will allow the system to improve the standards and quality of registration. It will especially make it more convenient for those in rural communities to register life events. The procedure will notably save both time and money, and of course, the stress from traveling and waiting in long lines. Madam President, many governmental departments have digitized their services, and it has proven to be beneficial for their employees in terms of maximizing productivity, as well as significantly improving their customers' satisfaction. This has been evident in the tax department, for example, where their standards of operation have continuously improved, and at the passport offices, which have become decentralized. As an example, people living in the Toledo district can now book their appointments online, go to Punta Gorda to do their application, and to the extent that they're even called before the time of that 1 month or whatever time they were given, they're called to let them know.
I'm asking if you can please be silent while Senator Rana is giving her intervention.
Yeah, so the personnel at the passport offices will also call you to let you know your passport is ready. These are just a couple of examples of digitalization greatly enhancing government efficiency. Therefore, it is also time for the registry, the civil registry, and the vital statistics unit to fully embrace digitalization. However, I must also caution Belizeans that registration of major life events is crucial, and it is absolutely necessary for there to be full compliance with the mandates of this bill. The reliability of the registry depends on compliance by the public. Therefore, it is noted that harsher penalties may be imposed for not registering a life event in a timely manner. Therefore, it is noteworthy that digitalization will help to prevent certain fraudulent practices. In conclusion, Madam President, the digitalization of the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Unit in becoming a department is essential for the efficient registration of life events throughout Belize. The accuracy and the timeliness of registration is critical for operational efficiency in multiple sectors of government. This bill addresses certain matters related to confidentiality, as well as matters related to compliance and enforcement. Lastly, it should be anticipated that the services delivered by the department will be more accessible, convenient, and affordable for all Belizeans. Let us embrace the upgrade of the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Unit, for it is long, long overdue. Once again, I support this bill fully. Thank you, Madam President.
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Obliged, Madam President. Madam President, in a former life, I was very familiar with what was the registration of births and deaths and the Marriage Act. The people of Belize were my boss, and I maintain that. So I'm very familiar with the policy behind the proposed bill, and I'm very happy to see that we are where we are in relation to digitizing the civil registry. In a former life, I did give a lot of guidance in relation to how you would digitize the registry, but I was very pessimistic that there was political will to do so because of my reading in relation to election rigging. So I'm actually very happy that I was wrong. It only took 5 years, but here we are. I say that to make the point that sometimes progress is a bit slow, but it is coming, and I think at this point it's very important that we don't make the perfect the enemy of the good. And so I will be in support of this bill, but I will make some recommendations to see whether the Attorney General is minded to include some of those provisions. Before I get in full flight, Madam President, when we debate bills like this, sometimes it's easy to forget the people who actually do the grunt work. And so there's some very diligent staff at the Vital Statistics Unit who have the unfortunate task of being the face of the government bureaucracy that has pained people for decades. And so I want to big up some people who were there when I was there, no order of importance, but Ms. Selena Zul is one of the consummate professionals at the Vital Statistics, and she works very diligently in the corrections office. And AG, she needs a raise, but a promotion would be acceptable. That young lady is stellar in all regard. If you want to talk about public officers who give more than they should give and whose integrity is beyond repute, I say her name without fear or favor. Added to that, you have some very stellar people there, like Miss April Warrior, who started when I was there. She had the benefit of some good training. You have people like Miss Claudia Castellanos, who day in and day out has been working in very different aspects of Vital Stats. Miss Karen Cienfuegos, who is she the deputy now? Assistant registrar. Those people work tirelessly, and there's a lot of new staff, Madam President, that I don't know all of their names, but it's not to say that they don't work hard, but I know what it takes to work at Vital Stats. Like, it's stressful. It's one of the most stressful jobs in the public service if you want to do it properly, and not create new identities by using children who have died identities. But that's another story for another time. So big up yourself. Oh, lest I forget, Roderick Wade. How could I forget? Yes. He's the office assistant, but he's so much more. You know, he just gets it done regardless of what needs to be done, goes the extra mile for customers. And people like that make it a joy to go to work when you have to head up organizations like these places where you don't really want to go to work. But I have to big up those people. Now, why is civil registry important, Madam President? There are some less than stellar democracies which really should be called authoritarian regimes that rig elections by not allowing the children of people born in areas that don't support the political party, the authoritarian regime in power, the right to an identity. The thinking is that 18 years later they will not be able to vote against the authoritarian regime. And so there are, unfortunately, election rigging mechanisms that use civil registries in a way that shifts the outcome of an election. And I'm not saying we're rigging elections in Belize, but one can appreciate that well-oiled machinery who is capable of creating the identity of individuals would go a long way in ensuring that you can then get those people to register to vote. In fact, a lot of the reasons politicians engage in the business of elections, of vital statistics services, is to get them to register to vote. And so I said all of that to commend the fact that we're now going to an electronic database that has registry at birth, so that you level the playing field in relation to that AG. Maybe that was an unintended consequence, I'm not sure. That was the intention? Okay, good. I applaud it, Madam President. Not. Yes. So, and they are disproportionately disadvantaged by the registration. I can say without a doubt the mobile registrations were absolutely necessary. I was one of the pioneers when we did mobile registrations with IOM and UNICEF all over the rural parts of this country. We actually printed birth papers in village, and at that point people were shocked. Like, you mean we don't have to have the office in the Belize City? Like, the office can come to we? Like, it was a phenomenal thing. And I joined Senator Chinona in highlighting the fact that where these children don't have their identity, and they're more than you would think, Madam President, there are many people among us whose children don't have an identity because they didn't register it. And I acknowledge the change in policy now, but KHMH was holding people's proof of birth card, never paid the bill, and then the mother just never gonna register later, and then that till the picnic try go to high school, that then realize they got no birth paper because principal of primary school no one get in the primary school certificate without the birth paper. So that then a child who is 12, 11, those ones get catched to do the late registration. And of course it gets worse where people don't go to school because then there's no impetus for registering the birth. So, just lots of kudos for this bill, AG. It is long overdue, and I'm grateful to be seeing it. I want to highlight, and lead opposition senator isn't here, but he made mention of the difficulty that could obtain by having the registrar being under the AG's ministry. I want to go further, Madam President, by an act of Parliament in 2018, the government of the day decided that it was a good idea to move the vital statistics unit from the under the Supreme Court to the Attorney General Ministry. I think that was a mistake at the time, and I think now we're doubling down on that mistake. I think this is a good time to correct it. There is utility in having your civil registry independent and autonomous, sheltered under the judiciary. The very term registrar was because at the time the registrar was making reference to the Registrar General of the country, which was one and the same as the Registrar of the Supreme Court. That would have offered the certain shelters and safeguards in relation to the fact that quasi-judicial decisions get made at Vital Statistics on a daily basis. And so having that person who is at the Vital Statistics unit answerable to who has to be an attorney, the registrar has to be an attorney of certain competence and certain experience. And the term deputy registrar, in my mind, was intended to be deputy registrar of the Supreme Court, which would the term deputy registrar and assistant registrar was tied to those posts laterally in the Supreme Court, and those who know will tell you that it was intended at the time that those posts be held by people with legal qualifications, especially that of the deputy registrar. We all know Mr. Pennell had like 5 law degrees, right? But so I'm not making the point with Mr. Pennell. Worth of experience, 5 law degrees worth of experience, right? But the idea was that the person who is the deputy registrar would have been a trained attorney who has knowledge of the court system, and the appeal mechanism would have been to the registrar of the High Court, and it would have been administrative, not you didn't have to seek the leave of the court for decisions of the deputy registrar on the floor. So replacing the registrar, so we went from that situation to having the registrar be the Solicitor General in 2018. I had the name of the act written down somewhere. I want to say 13 of 2018. But sometime in or around 2018, we had a shift in policy, and we just did one of the only short amendments that we like to do in this Parliament, and we defined the registrar to be the Solicitor General. So all the powers that were being held by the registrar at the High Court at the time, I'm not human guess as to why they made the change, but was moved to the office of the Solicitor General. And so the Solicitor General then became in charge of the registry, but functionally the Deputy Registrar was the person on the ground running the operations. I have a little difficulty with, I think we compound the effect of that mistake in 2018 by now removing the registrar from the Solicitor General to another person without stating the qualifications that would be required for that person, AG. And I just make that point because I think that's not something we should miss. Because it's a head of department, I imagine it would be on pay scale 24 or 25, but we make no reference to the qualifications, and I genuinely think it ought to be an attorney. So that I have to align myself with the suggestions that relate to there needing to be either we put it back to the court, or we create, as has been suggested on the floor, a mechanism for appeal of the decisions of the registrar. an administrative appeal so that people are not left to go to the High Court for recourse for a simple administrative decision that can be sorted out very quickly, so that decisions of the registrar are required to be in writing so that people can appeal to whatever the body is. AG, I leave that to your expertise to come up with, who could be that sort of tribunal. Mistakes are made by officers in the public service every day, and so this department being a department of high volume, I am sure mistakes are made many times over, and there needs to be recourse by people who are accessing the Vital Statistics Unit. So while I commend the objects and purpose, I have to align myself also with the need for a mechanism to ensure that the data was first of all entered properly. This is a clerk entering this data. The clerk is on pay scale 4, making like $1,200 a month, qualifications, high school diploma and 3C. They still need a recommendation from the minister, AG, or we do away with that?
Sorry?
Clerk at Vital Stats, they don't need minister recommendation no more, right? You know, in the bill, that's the. So it's a very low level, entry level, not low level, it's a very entry level position in the public service, Madam President, and it's prone to mistakes. And so what obtains now is that there's a verification process when the data is being entered, and that is double checked by somebody who is a little bit more, or ought to be a little bit more senior, and then that forms the electronic database. If we're going, I imagine you're trying to go paperless, AG, so if we're trying to go paperless, then it's very important that at the very beginning we have the double and triple checks, the verifications in place there, so that once the data is verified, it's locked in, and then you have to trigger the amendment mechanisms to get the change, but you would have had the benefit of 2 and 3 eyes on the data, so that people's data has a better chance of being correct. So you reduce the risk of corrections later. Clause 4, 4B, AG, VSU is to, not R, 4B. They have a lot of functions, but I already said this one with the oversight mechanism. I commend the confidentiality clause, AG. I think it's something that is important. The staff that are working there are under immense pressure to pick up information from the database for people who want it. Senator, you could help me? Apologies, Madam President. Yeah.
Objects
VSU means Vital Statistics Unit. Sorry, hold on. The objects of the VSU. Oh, yeah. All right, got you. So I stand corrected. So the bill makes a lot of the provisions cleaner, Madam President, and I can tell you I was very happy to see the 16C with your permission, Madam President, I'll read it. It says here, the surname of a child shall be registered as follows, and C says, if the parents of a child have different surnames and the father's name is entered on the register in accordance with this act, then the child's surname may be the father's surname or be the father's surname followed by the mother's surname. We want to put just the mother name too? So I think it's a step in the right direction because right now you don't have the option. AG, the women among us want to be able to put their child's name in only their name, sir. Say it again because I'm not sure I follow you. They have other provisions that deal with wedded and unwedded. 16(1)(b). Okay. I'll listen. Oh, understand what you're saying. You hear that, AG? So, I want to highlight something that I was making reference to earlier on the mic. Men of Belize, the vital statistics, Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Unit Act and the laws of Belize now recognize that there may be situations in which your name may be erroneously entered in the register of a child, and it acknowledges that by referring to would-be fathers as purported fathers as persons acknowledging himself to be the father. That language is intentional. Madam President, with your permission, I will refer to a Creole word known as shalai. So, sometimes a child is registered with mother and the father, and new information comes to light later on that the man who had acknowledged himself to be the father at the time of registration is not the father anymore, or never was, right? And so this bill permits the removal of the name, but by a High Court declaration. We are now, the DNA bill will come soon, and so I want to ask the AG if there isn't another mechanism possible there where when there is proof positive that I am not the father of the child, with DNA evidence, that I present my DNA evidence to the register and have it be amended without the burden of the High Court, or whatever mechanism we put in place for appeal, if perhaps they can consider the weight of the evidence to amend the register without need to go for a court order declaring it.
You go to the Imperial Court, according to
So I read, let's see if I read this correct. Madam President, with your permission. If at any time after the registration of the birth of a child whose father's name is not registered, the registrar is satisfied that a declaration of paternity in respect of the child has been made by the High Court, or that the father has assumed guardianship of the child under the Families and Children Act. Two separate instances. The registrar shall authorize the entry in the register of the name of the father and such other particulars relating to the father as are supplied to the registrar. I don't read that, AG, to mean that a family court declaration permits the registrar to remove the name of the father from the record, and that's a difficulty that people actually have now. It has to be a declaration of paternity from the High Court, which is very burdensome and very expensive, with the DNA in hand. So, and this 13.3. Because this is not a clerical error, so I don't think we can clean this up at the end. 3. 13.3. I think that would go a long way in assisting very real circumstances that are happening in our society. I saw the registration for foundlings, AG, but I'm not sure if I missed the provision for registration of children born on ships. Do we take that out? Oh, and I had a question whether it's not too late to go add my mother's name to my birth paper in use of 16C. I don't want. I think we could have tried that now, or that is for new children going forward, new registrations going forward. I know, that's the ask. I mean, there are aspects of our society in which this is a real thing that that people really do wish it, you know. AG, I want to commend before I forget, the correction section. I don't think, I think it was very well thought out, and I don't think we are going to appreciate how important the ability to make those clerical corrections will expedite the functions of the office. It's extremely burdensome now, and I'm happy to have seen those in there. Under the same 16 AG at 3, that the registrar shall notify the applicant without delay that the name or amendment has been refused and give reasons for the refusal. I think that is where it would be an excellent suggestion to put in the mechanism right there for the appeal. Yeah, correct. Right in all of those, and then a recourse to the court if you are unsatisfied. Again, provided that the making of this mistake is reduced by having a qualified person make the decision in the beginning. Yeah. I guess that's why I won't lie, you know. Part 7, it would be remiss of me to I'll leave it to you, AG, because I mean, your people could tell you more. What are some of the live questions that come up? Yeah. The licensing of agents. I don't know it for labor rights, so permit me, Madam President, to big up those who act as agents at the Vital Statistics Unit. They do a job that people really don't want to do. They have created a job for themselves because I hope tax not go today. They have created a job for themselves in an area that they saw a need, because people, it's hard to, even as an attorney, to go to that office and get it correct the first time. It's very hard. It's in English, we speak English, but there's just so many moving parts, and it's not as if every citizen will need to do the service that they do multiple times. So when you are going now to, let's say, add the name of your father, or make a correction on the name of your father from long ago, that's the first time you're going to do it. Hopefully you only have to do it one time, because you get the father name correct the first time. But it takes so much that people are then left to go to a politician to ask for help, because it's burdensome. And so these people create their own expertise in doing this, and people find out and they hire them. And so I want to big up people like Miss Alta Valerio, Miss Jenna Lambie, Mr. Nelson Young, Miss Novello, Miss Bennett, Mr. Rayburn, Shanda Petch, Anthony Arnold, Esmeralda Morales, hi Miss Morales, Tracy Arzu, Zane Gray, Derly Warrior, Myra Trapp, Blanca Domingo, and the list goes on. There are several more, but without them, if you think the line at Vital Statistics long, no. Make them can't do this service. The line all around the lane every day. Well, they're in a complex now. It's nice and sheltered. AG, congratulations, man. That dignity of the Belizean citizens. It's a big change being at the complex building than being at the corner of, and you know that street name, Queen Street. Oh, for true? That never went the hurricane? Oh, yes. Congratulations to Miss Magali Marin Young. I know, but who said we may give Vital Stats? The unborn stepchild complex. So we get complex, and we're grateful because they may pay exorbitant rent, you know. And the place is so nicely, there's parking, Madam President. It's sheltered, so there are chairs outside, you get to sit down. And it's
the government usually doesn't get much credit from labor, so I relish in this moment.
And so, you see the Casanova, this one. So, Madam President, those things are a part and parcel of why we advocate on this level, you know, because we don't try to oppose everything. We call it out as it is, and Vital Stats has come a very, very long way since it has been, since I have been there. And files. So I commend the government for having the Vital Stats have a proper home. It's very spacious. It's accommodating to people who are coming in. They got AC. It works. Complex. They got a whole spread, like half a complex. Yeah, they got a whole side of complex. I don't know how much floors, but there's ample space. You know, look crowded or nothing. You go in there and they're like, yeah. And the seating inside is adequate. You got different stations. It's well and nice inside there. So, is it good then? So, news there right now. So they must make sure I start 6 o'clock when news there, so people know here. So, agents, AG. I want to stick on agents a little bit. There's no clear criteria on how we will label people as agents. I could tell you who the agents. Like I could go to Vital Stats and I could show you the who. But there's no objective criteria for when somebody, Madam President, let's say for a law firm, the way the law reads, it's any person engaged in providing assistance or services related to the application. That would include a lawyer or a law firm who is helping somebody through probating an estate and that sort of thing. That thing could include a family member who is trying to do the same thing for their family themselves, having to apply for birth papers for all their siblings, their marriage certificate for their mom and pa, and death certificate for brother and sister who done dead. There's no qualification there. Under this reading, they require a license. But I don't think we're intended to capture them, AG. I'm pretty sure we didn't. I think it's people who are doing this for a fee. And so I think we really should clarify that so that no registrar, assistant registrar, deputy registrar ever has it in their head that when I show up to do 6 applications, well, right, I don't have to have a license.
A figurative person or you as
Me? But any person, people ask me to go. People call me and tell me, ask me to go to Vital Stats because they don't want. And because it's just so burdensome, like people get frightened when, oh man, my man name is spelled wrong, and then they get flustered and they don't know, they contact an attorney, and anyhow, so this is separate from the people who do it for business, and we need to draw that distinction so that there's no ambiguity who the agent and who is not. And I know that the agents have that problem because there are some quote-unquote agents who are attached to a law firm. That are not a business. They are not in the business of applying for birth paper, but because they work for a law firm or several law firms, that is one of the things that they are required to do in pursuance of their work for the firm. And so they would be captured as agents. And I don't know that that is what we intend to do. If it is, then fine. Leave it like that. But I want to make this point, AG. I'm with the licensing of agents, right? And while I had a big all of them up here, I think the idea behind the registry and making it an electronic database and making it using use of IT and that sort of thing would mitigate a lot of the very problems that we have with even the need for agents. I'm not saying you will not ever need them, but we have an entire part of this bill dedicated to them, and I am willing to wager that if Vital Stats is done in the way you envision it, AG, that there will be less of a need for agents in the future at any rate. And so if we can focus our energies on making the system streamlined in a way that people don't see the utility of paying $100 for apply for a birth paper that's $30, or $200 or $250 for a correction. Santana 5, Senator Harry Long. Good lead business, you know. I really think about it once, but for a correction of a birth paper and that sort of thing, that we won't need agents in the future. I'm excited for this AG. You want to clarify?
Yes, if I may. So, 35B, Madam President. So, as crafted, the clause seeks to capture persons who are conducting this particular service. It doesn't necessarily speak to whether that person does that as a particular trade. You raise the issue of whether a person who wants to operate as an agent, and I use the term very loosely, but they don't necessarily or are not engaged for profit or for gainful employment. The difficulty, of course, would be how would the whole purpose of having the licensing of agent regime is to try to regulate this. So if you have a situation where you have persons who it's not their employment as such, we go back to the situation where all number of persons or all manner of persons that may come and say, well, I'm not making money, I'm just doing this for my aunt or my brother or my sister, and then it leads us back to the same problem that we currently have. So as CAS has crafted, the intent is to try to properly regulate those who are in the employ. Yeah.
Oblige.
You have about 5 minutes, and I've added back to.
Yeah, I thought.
Yes, I did.
No problem. Unintended legislative consequences are a real thing, AG, and so I am saying to you that if it is, I am reading this legislation improperly, then that's fine. But as I read this piece of legislation, if I'm not going to apply for a birth paper for myself,
You don't need to be an agent.
yeah, when I go for myself. But if I engage in providing assistance or services related to the application. So if you ask me to go apply for your birth paper, I can't unless I have a license.
Yeah.
That is the intention?
Yeah.
I thought this was a public record. I thought these were public records.
No, but if you read, you have to read they shall provide services in a professional, ethical, and lawful manner. Professional would indicate or suggest that it is involved. The source of employment.
Pitch, you understand what I say? Okay, we'll leave it at that. When people are about to start to wrong people for telling that they're not agents, they can't apply for birth paper, we'll not remember this day. So, Madam President, with that, I end my presentation.
I recognize Senator Sheena Pitts.
Thank you, Madam President. Please permit me to share without any hesitation that I associate myself with those senators before me who have recognized the commendable achievement of this bill. Let me tell you that I am particularly pleased because being a commissioner of the People's Constitution Commission and being a chair of the Judiciary Committee, it was one of my recommendations that this area be digitized. And I'm grateful to see that we didn't have to go all the way to reviewing that report to see it being done in real life. And I am sure that from those days and the work put in there, the personal knowledge of Senator Dennison, the involvement of Senator Wade, that this is something that shows there is political will to do what is right and correct. And why I am particularly pleased, because you have to appreciate first the indignity that existed with accessing these services. The very many moves of the office from one location to the next to know where it is and the building that it is housed and the difference in the facility, and now with this added feature of digitization, I am pleased. And although not think hard for get the praise the way you do, let me chime in and put on record that, man, the UDP administration built the building, and it was always envisioned. Yes, yes, yes. But true to form with when I contribute to debates, I leave the glorification of those on the other side, and I try to focus on the gaps, deficiencies, and disadvantages with a view to assist with making the bill better. And so then, when Senators Farber and Dennison made reference to Section 3.5 and 3.6 that deals with the registrar of this new department reporting to the Solicitor General, I can join with that because in my view it's a conflict of oversight and role fragmentation. And fully associating myself with Senator Dennison, I have to say that this is rather unusual, and it places an administrative department under a legal office, which potentially dilutes oversight and creating bureaucratic bottlenecks. You see, the way it was before, where a registrar or deputy, even assistant, because nobody can tell me that I cannot afford Mr. Pennell that honorary degree, that honorary law degree, the institutional knowledge and knowing the entire registry department. We lost it when we asked him to go home, when he didn't need to go home. But before, it was attorney, trained attorney at laws in these roles. And so I invite the lead government senator to perhaps not leave 3.5 the way it is. If it is, you absolutely have to ensure that the registrar, deputy registrar, are attorneys at law. And when we say this new department has independence, it really operates just that way, an independence of the body. There is no explicit requirement for data protection compliance. We've heard senators speak on this. It references confidentiality under Section 11, but it does not reference the Data Protection Act or set standards for data retention period, encryption, data breach notification, audit trails, rights of data subjects, cross-border transfers. Now, what we have is a data retention of 7 years, I believe, by law. I read in the legislation that it appears to suggest that digital data is forever. But I also read in the legislation that contemporaneous with digital data, there is also paper data. So it's not like we're completely dispensing with paper data. Is it that we will keep the existing data, file retention, data retention, on the other law as 7 years, or we want to address it here in terms of data retention period? So what I point out is that it creates privacy and cybersecurity gap, especially given digitalization. In terms of the platform of the data, I don't know how many of us stop to make inquiry about the ownership or the proprietorship of the data platform. For example, the High Court experienced their digital platform. It went down the other day, and it is then we learn, oh, well, the platform belonged to some foreign body and you have to go through this and that to get access. It's my similar experience with the tax department. IRIS is not ours. And so I would like to know seriously, most soberly, who will own or who is the conduit? What is the company where we're getting this data platform from to use? I don't know. I didn't see it. If it's in the bill, please tell me. Because maybe I overlooked it, but I would like to know. Because when I learn about how we had this new passport system, I also learned that there were persons who were instrumental in securing the, what you call it, the contract, and from who we source the passport that we now use. And I won't get into that or the detail, save to say that there is business in the making when we get these things. And so I would like to know who or what, how, and where in terms of the digital platform. And what is it that the government envisages or can put in place in the event that there is any cyber attack or any data breaches? We've heard much about the Independent Appeal Tribunal. Again, I associate myself with both Senator Farber and Senator Denison, because it can't be that in affording citizens dignity to access this service, that where there are errors or decisions made against them, that we send them to the High Court. That is expensive, slow, and inaccessible to ordinary persons. My proposal is that it should be a quasi-judicial administrative body that would be more efficient, and this being a public service, any discontent with a decision therefrom would be by judicial review of some sort. So I think it's really worthy of trying to see how we can remove hurdles from ordinary citizens interacting with this new department. The operational gaps and feasibility concerns. it mandates heavy use of the online registry system, and in post-2020, that is the way the world is going. So I don't really have concerns with keeping pace with the world. But is the government also ensuring that in areas for which this bill is to benefit, those remote areas, that those areas could have reliable, stable internet access? What are we doing to pair or always bridge that where you have this facility, you can actually access it? Whether or not we've done any assessment to know that hospitals and rural communities actually have the necessary infrastructure for a VSU office or officer to operate therefrom. And I don't see, and we shouldn't wait to discuss what fallback we will have if the digital system becomes unavailable due to outages or cyber attacks. I reference the hospital-based VSU offices. I would like for us to do a check and ascertain that the hospital facilities can accommodate a VSU office and that it would not be strained. Because Section 9 requires that an office of VSU is in every community, regional, and referral hospital. But the truth is that these facilities could lack physical space for permanent administrative stations. And perhaps this is for funding, policy and funding hereafter, but I don't see any funding, staffing, or infrastructure provisions accompanying the mandate. Without, hopscotching, I would like to talk about that part 7 that deals with the licensing regime of agents. Let me say I welcome it. I wrote next to it, I love, love, love. Is that how Jenny did it? Love it, love it, love it, love it, love it. And I would like to recommend perhaps attaching to that part 7 that there is some way of tying, and one of the rationales could very well be that you want to be able to track the person to the service. And I find that that is important, especially when we find dead babies holding passports. We would like to be able to know who did it. What we should do also is digitize in such a way that the employee responsible for producing any document, there is a digital signature of the computer, the login and whatnot, so we could identify. So when we see these things, we know, it's person this from inside and person X from outside. I think that would tie well with the rationale. I would like for you to consider perhaps looking at how the Supreme Court, the High Court, appoints process servers, that you don't just walk up to the High Court and say you want to be a process server. By and large, it is an attorney at law, a firm, that writes to the registrar accompanied by a police report, and then submit the person for the consideration of the registrar to so appoint as process server. I think those things should be borrowed, and we should always be able to tack a licensed agent who is in the employ of these services to a law firm because it ensures integrity, I believe. And you know why I also love this thing? They can like say no call no name, but I won't call name because I have experience in my practice. There's a fellow, I think his first name is Marlon, last name Samuels. And he interacts with these departments, passes off as at one, my personal experience, I realize in the moment, in court, he passing off to a woman as if though he's an attorney at law. And taking money from this woman to get legal work done. And me being the sucker for justice and helping the needy, I just heard that this woman was in distress and that perhaps I could help. And that slowed me down to listen. But as I listened and I prepared to go and help, I realized this lady telling me, but Mister, how much money I have to give you because I don't get him so and so and so. And why I have to get a new lawyer? I said, what? So, Mr. Lead, Government Senator, yes, do the licensing. Because we need to weed out the bad apples. And where they survive, we need to be able to identify them and name shame them and hold them accountable. Which brings me to an observation that in section 34, the revocation of license, a failure to comply with the obligations of a licensed agent or convicted of an offense. What about putting something in there to enable the registrar the ability to recognize scrupulous activities to designate a person either of low moral turpitude or dishonesty? Because it's not all the time people in their employ day to day would want to be bothered with go down to the police station and go make a report, especially from the office. The burden would be on the person who is aggrieved. So the registrar should be able to, short of requiring a conviction of an offense, the registrar should be able to so designate. But contemporaneous with that should be the ability of that licensed agent to be heard on whether or not the designation is sound. Reference was made to the deadline for registering live births and stillbirths without clear exception. And in section 12 and 19, the bill mandates registration within a year. And I thought, that sounds reasonable enough if we're moving towards digitization. I do think, though, that the space for late registration, the evidentiary standards seem to be a bit too rigid, because the risk associated is where we could really have stateless persons, barriers for undocumented parents, and some measure of disenfranchisement. So I would invite lead government senator to look at perhaps considering some flexibility to the evidentiary standards attached to late registration. The powers of revocation in section 42, I consider they are a bit ambiguous. It allows the registrar to revoke any registration of birth, death, deed, poll, name change, if obtained by fraud, duress, or misrepresentation. And that seems pretty straightforward. You should be able to do that. But I think we should never lose sight that there should be a formal inquiry process or safeguard. Provide a notice and a hearing for affected persons, because revocation could render someone legally non-existent without due process. And so where the registrar should enjoy powers of revocation, it is my recommendation that that be exercised with observation to the rule of law. Because if we don't do that, then for those who can, we could be exposed to constitutional challenges. We could have arbitrary decision-making process and, you know, the little human rights risk. The provisions for error correction. Why I like that there is a provision for error correction in section 46. It doesn't cover substantive errors. It's just clerical errors. And I think if we can do error correction, it should be just error correction and not limited to clerical errors. And there's an area of that I am now experiencing in my private practice. Whether we want to admit it or not, at birth, there are the existence of what some may classify as anomalies in terms of sex. And traditionally what happens is either the doctor designates sex or the parents choose sex in circumstances where money might be too early. And so in situations where there is a child born with the benefit of both, and it is either the parents who choose or the doctor who designate, I don't see space here to address that, especially where that person grows up to not identify with that assigned or chosen for them, especially where, because science and biology is funny, no? They can later find out that one sex is more pronounced and operative contrary to the one assigned and chosen. And so I would like to see, because you can do name changes by deed poll, but what about addressing, whether you want to call it a correction or a change, that deals with the sex of an intersex child? And you see, that too, yes, Senator Farber, that invites the kind of sensitivity and confidentiality attached to it. And so this is not anything other than recognizing that this exists, and this is nothing other than directing our minds to situations like that present itself. Because for some, deed poll may very well not go far enough. And if I hadn't experienced it in my private practice, I think it would have been one of those areas where I never gave thought to. Like Senator Dennison, pardon me? Would you like to clarify by standing order, elucidate?
No, I'm just saying.
I don't want to yield.
Yeah.
And I'm not yielding.
I'm just saying for the 5 in terms of notation.
Are you? What are you doing, my good senator? I don't understand, because I'm still on my feet. You have an opportunity to wrap up, you know.
order,
I
LGB?
don't know. Thank you kindly, Madam President. Now, I think what Senator Dennison was directing his attention to, there are persons who naturally are helpful to each other to access the services, and whereas I agree and I read clear what lead government senator is saying, that licensing applies to those persons who provide the service in their employ, I think it doesn't hurt us to clarify that it does not preclude community helpers or NGOs or even firms that provide services, because I can tell you that in my firm I would have an employee that goes to do this when I'm dealing with it for clients. And I wouldn't, we have a way of applying things by rote, and then we get frustrated when sometimes we can't even understand that there are, not everything is a catch-all. So to echo the caution from Senator Dennison, I don't think it hurts us to state expressly so that there may be persons who does these things outside their employ and they ought not be precluded. Now, I'm of two minds on it, because I do believe that there should be regulation for the purposes of tracking and being able to identify when untoward things happen. And it takes me to my point that silent in the bill, there is no interdepartmental use of the digitization. So, say for example, there's an application for a scholarship. The Ministry of Education should be able to access, refer to, directly department to department, to ensure that no toddler is asking for a scholarship. Yeah, it used to happen. No, under your watch, but it used to happen. When I named the minister, it was uncovered under, because, you know, I like the fellow. But the truth is, some interdepartmental use of dealing with these things, it should be stated there. I am preempted, and I'm hastened to state that I understand that there may be some MOUs as between departments on how the information is done, and I would, where that need not be placed in the legislation, it would hurt us none to put it in there in some way. And also it would hurt us none that having passed this bill, there is some sensitization with the public on how this could work. So that you want to wrap up now, lead government senator? I could yield if you want to wrap up. No. Rights-based and citizen impact issues. I made reference to this ensuring that we have provision to vulnerable populations, and in as much as we're putting the service in vulnerable areas, we also have to ensure that those vulnerable citizens can access the service. And then in terms of this new registration, I see in the schedule, it is Schedule 1. Schedule 1 and 2, and thereafter there is a sample of the birth certificate. Is it that we're getting new birth certificates? Lead government senator, I invite you when you're wrapping up to clarify that, and what would be the course of action following next, because we changed birth certificate. There was a point where some places not accepting one form over the next. and now this is a new form, will we have a period where both will exist and accepted, or will we permit new copies of births and deaths free of cost to match this new template that I see in Schedule 1 and 2? I do like that the coat of arms is in the backdrop. So whoever thought of the new layout of this birth certificate, I commend them, because there is no question that this birth certificate is of a Belizean. Now, there is a section that we've heard Senator Dennison touch on concern in terms of how we deal with the registration of the father and the requirements of getting the consent in written form to place the name on the birth certificate. And although I don't subscribe to the Latinization of last names by adding your mother's title after your father's.
Hyphenization, sir?
Pardon me?
Hyphenization.
Man, now where are you there? I said Latinization.
I was trying not to hear that.
Yeah, but I said it's on the record. What I find is a gap that has been created. What we should do is provide mandatory DNA testing at birth. Man, figure DNA when you got out of the family court is $700 and something, you know. People struggle to come up with that money to get the DNA testing. And some parents, some mothers are left without recourse for maintenance for their children where they can't pay for DNA testing. Now, this bill creates a situation where lead government senator, there is section 16(2) under the Families and Children's Act that gives custody to the unmarried mother of a child. But we have treaty obligations under the abduction of children that precludes the mother, who by section 16(2) has custody, from free movement with her child. Imposes an obligation to always ensure that the other parent provides authorized consent of the movement. Fine. But look at this legislation being proposed that is saying an additional hurdle is circumstances where a man could be allowed to not write in to say, I am the father, so that the name can be entered. And the family court, through training and sensitization with foreign bodies, have, I think, altogether stopped the procedure where an unmarried mother can receive a letter to fill that gap. And so I would like to ask lead government senator to consider that there is that little gray area that places an unmarried mother in circumstances, and it's not always across the board, but in circumstances where you may have a father who refuses to put in writing. And then now we have a shift away from strict observation to 16(2) under FACA. I find, because of our observation to abduction of children obligations. It's uneven, and I think there should be some looking at either in this bill or even the Families and Children's Act. And speaking on paternity, we have seen where the registrar could correct, where, as Senator Dennison put it, the learning of the shalai or the jacket. But I would like to see, for the benefit of those admirable men who took responsibility of children who they later find or learn that is not really theirs, to be able to receive some recompense, man. It can't be that we're looking at these things to even the scale, but we're leaving out some of the realities that both men and women experience. And I'm not saying that is something to be addressed in this bill, but it's definitely for consideration, because what recourse have men after they don't find their half of the $700 to determine paternity after whatever amount of years when the mother takes them to court? You know, get back no more. You know, get back the body. And I know that there are matters that get stalled at the process, at the stage of determining paternity, because the mother cannot afford even their half. So I think what could help and would remove some of these provisions about registration, let's just provide for mandatory DNA testing at birth, so that we know. This is not like Jamaica, where babies are born hand over fist and they really do make mistakes down at Jubilee Hospital. When I learned from my brother who practiced there that when he did his OBGYN wrongs, man, the baby line off side by side by side by side, a human error, and being most understanding that human error could cause someone to pick up the wrong baby. Man, in Jamaica during maintenance proceedings, the statistics where people are finding that children are not their children is so high. And it can't be. I refuse to believe, for instance, in the case of a woman who have 5 children, not a one of them for the man. So let's, I think this would be a convenient juncture to consider things like that, though it is not entirely within the remit of the bill. I absolutely am pleased with the bedside registration. I would only suggest, I think that is in section 14, that there is some, I don't know, instructional on how sensitive personal data collected at vulnerable moments is handled, or any absence of privacy protocols, how this is done. And there may be room for paternal information, coerced if not clearly consent-based. So just little tweaks on how these VSO officers extract and deal with information at the time of bedside registration. But I applaud that.
Senator Pitts, you have about 6 minutes.
Guided, Madam President. In Part 3, Section 12, Sub 3, Sub C. I don't know if you could consider making clear the guardianship, proof of guardianship. In terms of Section 22, and that would be 22 sub 2. We didn't create a space there for instances of adoption. So I'd like to invite lead government senator to look at that, to just include that there. And I see where I don't readily recall the section that where there are adoptions, there is an automatic sealing of the record. I don't know that should be automatic, especially if it was not requested. So I think any sealing should be expressly requested instead of an automatic sealing. That is at Section 28, Sub 4. So the original registration of birth of an adopted child is being sealed. I think we could just make accommodation for sealed upon request as opposed to an automatic sealing. We've seen so many times where adopted persons try to look for birth parents and the hardships and whatnot. If that is a request, then seal it, but if not, it should be any other record. I've already given my view on the correction. What I wanted to know is in same section 46, clerical errors and how it is rectified. I would just like to find out whether or not that if that is free, because now, as I understand it and my experience, when you're correcting, there is an imposition that you even pay for the correction, even if it is a clerical error. So it would be helpful for us to say that corrections should be free. Many laws rely on birth and death registration, and so, pardon me? What are you referring to? The sealing that I spoke of? Well, the Act provides that if a registration, the first registration under this Act is free, I mean, how hard would it be to correct a clerical error for free? That first registration, just correct the thing for free, man. Not distance ourselves from the ordinary person. So the bill repeals the old acts, but the comprehensive modernization related laws. Only selected amendments are listed in Schedule 7. And like I was saying, many laws rely on birth and death registration, Social Security Act, Passport Act, Immigration Act, Education Act, Nationality Act. These may continue referencing outdated processes, so it would be important for us to ensure that in this one, We don't do that. I remember interdepartmental cooperation. I hope that that MOU, as I understand it, if there is one, there is interoperability standards, and that the digital records could integrate with hospitals, immigration, SSB, elections and boundaries, finance for estate administration, and police for verification. It doesn't mandate data sharing protocols, secure interagency integration, or governance rules for data exchange. I think we could tie that up. And like Senator Farber said, the accountability or oversight body for audits, review boards, independent complaint mechanisms, or ombudsman review. With that, Madam President, let me end. I don't want to end on a sour note, because I do very much commend the government for me to actually be able to see a bill that I believe in and I made a proposal on, that it's coming into fruition in my lifetime. And so it's really welcome. I won't say it's late because we have it now, but I would like to know the players involved in terms of the platform that we are going to use for this digitization. Thank you, Madam President.
Leader of Government Business. Aye.
Madam President, we should thank senators for their very comprehensive review of the bill. I think I would like to, however, and I think the observations, as I understand, they were made in vein similar to Senator Dennison, that they are made with the support of the bill, and being mindful that, as you expressed it, Senator Dennison, that the perfect is not the enemy of the good. And I say that because you'll appreciate that there are some very wide ranging comments on different aspects of the bill, which the government obviously takes on board in a reasonable critique and observations which are offered. However, I say that, and I start off that way to say that there is a certain timeline that the government would wish to have the bill be passed, and that, in consequence of that, all the observations obviously may not be able to be taken on board at this particular point in time. And I'm being very frank. There is intention to actually have this this new CRVS program be launched as in early December. Looking at the Senate's time, certainly if we're to take on board all the various amendments and have those recommendations and have those be casted as amendment, that would mean that the process would be delayed. I'm being open and transparent. what I would propose, I would respectfully ask and invite senators, if those recommendations, proposed amendments, if those could be subsequently done. And the reason why it has been suggested is because some of them, they address issues which do not necessarily touch and concern the coming into force of the online platform, but issues which I take on board, in particular the issue with respect to that appeals process. That is something I readily concede should be addressed. The point that there is, as the bill currently stands, there is a specific provision which deals with appeals, one specific type of appeal of the registrar, and I concede that perhaps a mechanism should be done with respect to all the decision making of the registrar. But I think that is something that if senators were to agree that we could do at a subsequent time, and so what I would respectfully ask is that if those amendments, if those could be done subsequently, as I said, they could be done at the earliest time after the passage and after the launch. We can't do the launch unless the bill comes into force, and we actually already have a date, the 10th of December, when we would wish to have the launch be done. Then, if I may just answer some of the questions that you've posed, as it relates, Senator, in terms of correction of errors. So under the proposed bill, there's provision for the drafting of rules, and so those rules are supposed to address all aspects relating to the various. So the minister, this is clause 48, the minister may from time to time make rules. Senator Guerra had made mention of it for regulating the registration of deaths and births, prescribing the fees payable in respect of all or any of the matters required to be done by this act, for prescribing the rates for services by a person licensed to provide assistance or services related to the application, processing, or obtaining a certificate, and for prescribing any other matter necessary to be done. There are existing rules relating to payment of fees. Those rules would remain in effect. Suffice it to say, as it relates to correction of errors, there's an existing scale of fees payable for correction of errors. I take on board your point, and certainly as it relates to issuance of new birth certificates the first time, and those are ones which certainly can be done, but I don't think that we could just blanketly say all errors, correction of all errors. And the reason I say that is because, as I had intimated while you were on your feet, Senator, is that what if the error is not as a result of the department or the unit, but an error as a result of the applicant? And so those are things which have to be taken on board. As it relates to the concern that you raise with respect to the bedside registration, and perhaps persons may run afoul of the confidentiality provisions. Suffice it to say that clause 11.4 does make a provision that it's a criminal offense, and so that certainly once it comes to the attention of the relevant authority, those being the registrar, the assistant or deputy registrar, certainly the necessary steps will be taken to bring that officer to account. As it relates to the question about whether the The old certificates, they will still apply when the new certificates are to be issued. So clause 51 subclause 3C provides that all certificates issued under the repealed act shall remain valid and acceptable. So those would still remain in effect. So it relates to collaboration with ministries and stakeholders. There is provision for that in clause 4B, subclause numeral 6, and that clause allows, and it's actually in the clause which deals with the objects of the VSU. If I may, 1 second to pull that up. So that provides that the objects of the VSU are, and so that's 4B, number 6. Collaborate with government ministries or departments, healthcare institutions, legal professional, and other relevant stakeholders to ensure comprehensive and accurate records of life events. And so this envisions the crafting of MOUs with respect to Social Security Board, obviously the Health, Ministry of Health, the department, and other stakeholders, and which certainly within the current contemplation, it could include, for instance, the Department of Refugees. Senator Chanona had raised the issue with respect to the mobile clinic. So these are things which, as well as done. So UNICEF has previously entered into these MOUs with VSU to provide and ensure that the services are reached to the rural areas. So this is something provided for in the Act, and it is something which certainly will continue. On that point, Senator, which is why I raised the issue with respect to the intended launch. So currently we have suspended having mobile clinics because we are preparing, and so over the last 6 months or so, there have been some very intense training of the staff for them to be au fait with the new online platform. And in answer to your question, Senator Pitts, so there was a consultant that was hired, NRD, which provided the NRD, yes, it's a Norwegian consultant firm, and they have been engaging with that for going on for almost 3 years now. But allied to that, as you will know, the Government Digital Act makes provision for the Department and Ministry of E-Governance to have the remit, and so you'll find in the Digital Government Act, it makes provision for, amongst other things, fostering dialogue and facilitating collaboration and enhancing. This is the Department of E-Governance with respect to government departments to promote and develop innovative models, government departments, and determine the resource needs and requirements in collaboration with relevant ministries. So their remit allows, and this project has been done in conjunction with the Ministry of the Department of E-Governance. So they're very much involved in this, and just to point out that there is a I cannot for obvious reasons state where, but to say that we have multiple servers and and we have private clouds, which these data are stored, and they're stored in separate location. For obvious reason, I can't disclose that, but suffice it to say that there is a mechanism in place to address the concerns that you raise. Sorry? Yeah, on the hardware. And of course, the hardware, the NRD as part of their project, so they of course they would continue to provide the service for a number of other years until we've been able to reach some modicum of stability, and then we'll be left on our own to basically address the issues on our own. You raise a very important issue in terms of part of the process, because experience has shown that you may have, fortunately, clerks, officers who may engage in fraud or other types of misconduct, and so it's very important to identify the source of these errors or fraud. And again, as part of the electronic process, so that's one of the absolute wonder about e-governance, Madam President. You're able to a couple of things. So no one person does multiple tasks, and so you're able to know at what point in time the error or misconduct would have occurred, and so that certainly augurs well for the new system that we will enact. Sorry, that we will see be implemented. In terms of the provisions relating to, as you characterize it, conflict of oversight, I would respectfully disagree. No, I will say that you did, as the lawyers will say, Senator Dennis, you did advance a very attractive argument as it relates to an alternative. But what I would say, however, is that there is nothing intrinsically of the that creates a conflict of interest or a potential for the specter of abuse or conflict of interest to arise. But that is something that can be that further thought. Sorry. Well, oversight. My words. You say a conflict of oversight. Yes. I am my words. What as I understand, the concern was that perhaps if you have the registrar being responsible to the Solicitor General, that perhaps creates some specter of conflict of oversight. To my mind, it does not. On its face, it doesn't. But it is something that certainly it could give more further thought to. The qualifications for the registrar. So there is as part of the organizational restructure, there has been an approved organizational structure, new organizational structure, which Cabinet has approved. What I can do, in the interest of time, because obviously that there's no that can be shared with senators to see that organizational structure and how and how that actually works. So I'll commit to provide that to Madam Clerk so that that can be circulated. Sorry? No, and that is the reason why I think it's subclause 4 requires that the registrar is supposed to consult with the Solicitor General as it pertains to legal matters. Yes, that true. But so as things currently stand, it's not envisioned that it must be. You're saying it should be. Yeah. So, as I indicated, that is something that some further thought and consideration can be given to. Senator Faber, you raise a number of issues. One of them, similarly with respect to the registrar being supervised by the Solicitor General. As I indicated earlier, to my mind, there isn't anything in and of itself which we create difficulties in having the smooth working of the office, the new constituted office department, of the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics. Suffice it to say that Solicitor General operates as the CEO of the Attorney General's Ministry, and so in many respects, everyone has to be answerable to somebody, and so in this respect, the registrar would be answerable to the titular CEO of the AGM and the Attorney General's Ministry. Well, I did say that in terms of that process, that mechanism with respect to that is not a decision that can be taken lightly. That was a specific policy decision taken by Cabinet, and that would be something that will have to be decided by Cabinet. In terms of the statutory times for issuing certificates, those are things which can be addressed, Senator Faber, in the rules which the minister can promulgate. And many of the matters you raise, I think Senator Pitts raised them as well. My apologies for not being able to address all the matters that you raised. That I have sought to do so as best as I can do, and as I have indicated, I would respectfully ask senators for their support, condition obviously that there will have to be an amendment, but given the timeline that has been set, and we are all agreed that this is a new system that would certainly inure to the benefit of all. There is no sensible reason to have it be delayed any further. With that, Madam President, I would respectfully ask if the question can be put.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration of Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the digitalization of the Registry of Births, Deaths, and other life events, to provide for the organizational restructuring of the Vital Statistics Unit, to convert the office into a department, to support the new business operations and functions, to provide for registration and filing of life events, to provide for harsher penalties for offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a second time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration and Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020. Committee of the Whole Senate on Motion and Bill.
Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 68A, the Senate will now resolve itself into the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, a committee of the whole Senate, to consider the motion referred to it, and thereafter, in accordance with Standing Order 54, the committee of the whole Senate to consider the bills that were read a second time. Honorable members, I will now take the chair as the chairperson of the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee, and then as the chairperson of the Committee of the whole Senate. Honorable members, I now call to order the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee. We have for that committee one resolution, which is the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the agreement between the government of Belize and the government of the United States of America for cooperation regarding the examination of protection requests, motion 2025. If it is okay with all, I will proceed directly to the point to declare for the resolution rather than read all the recital.
Government business motion.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the civil registry and Madam President, the Constitution and Foreign Affairs Committee has met and considered the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the agreement between the Government of Belize and the Government of the United States of America for cooperation regarding the examination of protection request motion 2025, and has agreed that it should return back to the Senate for adoption. I therefore move that the question be put.
Honorable members, the question is now, therefore be it resolved that the Senate authorizes the Government of Belize to ratify the agreement between the Belize and the United States of America for cooperation regarding the examination of protection requests. All those in favor, kindly say aye. Aye. Those against, kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Let me standing order.
I recognize Senator Glenfield Dennison.
Obliged, Madam President. Some moment to confer. Madam President, just on a point of order, I can't remember which senator had indicated a request for a division in relation to this particular motion. 47, standing order 47, Madam President.
Asking for a division, Senator.
If you need me to, yes.
Madam President, we're only stressing the fact that my colleague had asked for a division on this particular motion. So if that's the case, then I will ask Madam President if we can have a division on this motion.
Clerk, there has been a call for a division. The clerk will now call each senator's name separately, and the senator shall indicate how they desire to vote.
A division has been called on the resolution authorizing the ratification by Belize of the agreement between the Government of Belize and the Government of the United States of America for cooperation regarding the examination of protection request motion 2025. Senator Anthony Sylvester.
Aye.
Senator Linsford Castillo.
Aye.
Senator Brittany Galvez.
Aye.
Senator Christopher Koi.
Aye.
Senator Rosel Arana.
Aye.
Senator Hector Guerra.
Aye.
Senator Patrick Faber.
No.
Senator Sheena Pitts.
N-O. No.
Senator Gabriel Cetina.
No.
Senator Kevin Herrera.
Aye.
Senator Reverend Louis Wade Jr.
Aye.
Senator Glenfield Dennison.
No.
Senator Janelle Chanona.
No.
Honorable members, the results of the division is as follows. There are 8 ayes and 5 noes, so the ayes have it.
Reporting on third reading of bill.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, I rise to report that the Committee of the Whole Senate has considered the Civil Registry and Vital Statistics Bill 2025 and passed it without amendment. I now move that the bill be read a third time.
Honorable members, the question is that the bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration of Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020, to provide for the digitalization of the Registry of Births, Deaths, and other life events, to provide for the organizational restructuring of the Vital Statistics Unit, to convert the office into a department, to support the new business operations and functions, to provide for the registration and filing of life events, to provide for harsher penalties for offenses, and to provide for matters connected therewith or incidental thereto, be read a third time. All those in favor kindly say aye. Aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it.
Bill for an act to repeal and replace the Registration of Births and Deaths Act, Chapter 157 of the Substantive Laws of Belize, Revised Edition 2020.
I recognize the leader of government business.
Madam President, it has been a long and very fulsome day, and I commend senators for staying the part and remaining throughout this indeed very rigorous day in addressing and dealing with the people's business. Madam President, with that, I move that the Senate do now adjourn.
Honorable members, the question is that the Senate do now adjourn. All those in favor kindly say aye. Those against kindly say no. The ayes have it. The Senate now stands adjourned.